Never mind. I'll just do that. Hello, everybody. Man, welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Today, I am going to do a Blender walkthrough. We will have another episode of the Tech Talk soon, but we had to postpone it for scheduling purposes, so that will come back later. Right now I am going to go further with my Blender tutorial, which I think is just as important. I finally figured out how to put the videos on Jitsi, so even though we're going to have to keep the volume down on it because my voice on there is way too low for me and Karma to hear, I'll just play it through and then kind of guide her through what's going on it as we go. By the way, Karma's here. You want to say hi, Karma?
Hi, everyone.
And just I've been saying it on every video that I had. I finally made Karma officially my co-host, so that's my co-host. Karma Love.
Hey guys.
All right. So Karma, let me actually double check and make sure that we got the stream going good. Yeah, it's going good. Now that I've got that set up, I can hit play, and then as it goes through, I can kind of explain it to you. All right?
Okay, sounds good.
What I'm doing there.
Is it streaming on Minds?
It's streaming on mine. Yeah. I am going to
it's streaming on mine.
Ah, nice. I can hear it on mine.
Oh, you can? Cool.
And how I am going to do that is...
Oh, wow. Nice. I just said it. Is it streaming on mine? This is what he means. So, like, I cannot like it or anything because it's a Mine Plus, but I can still hear it. Haha, I can hear me.
Yeah.
That's so neat.
I kind of went over it, but it's really important.
Look. I don't understand that, guys.
Discussed it a little bit better.
So I probably better turn that on too so I can hear it.
Because it might be louder on there, so then maybe the video will be fine. I'll just mute and I'll be able to hear the video when I have questions.
You just,
how to set up a file
you just listen to it when you tell me to stop the player.
The reason why I'm saying that is
you can ask me
like
the
I said,
question.
you can do this any way that you want to,
But listen to the video instead of
Let me see if I can open Minds on the internet though, is because I
just go ahead and listen to that, and then frickin' whenever you.
The reason why I do it like this is because with these
No, I'm saying because it's louder on there. Like when Robot does his shows, if I do it in the browser, it's not as loud as it is when I'm just gonna do it on here.
I have so much information on those
and then
files
that way I can hear it better.
just
That's so
ends up
neat.
crashing on you, and
I never seen your show live,
over again.
and then it's funny to watch it while I'm live with you. That's so
down
cool.
my Blender files into segments, and I wanted
How
to
do
go
I get
over
some more
that with you so that you guys can kind of get an understanding of what I'm
Subscribers,
talking
yes, I go.
about. In my document section,
Oh gosh, can you move like it's today?
a filing system, and I named it blend files. Now, these are my blend files right here, and as you can see, if you can see it, I'm sorry if you can't, but I have one for Gaming with Infamous, which is my gaming channel.
It's like watching a replay of my life.
It's not for gaming, it's for like strange stories and
Groundhog's Day.
UFOs and ghosts and stuff like that. Then
Oh, it's not even letting me go.
templates.
down there. That's my filing system. I'm going through and kind of explaining it and everything.
Stuff for retro games and things like that. Then I have a folder.
For whatever reason, I'm sitting here attempting to log into Minds and it just keeps circulating, but I was fine when I was on Minds.
Ancient history, modern history, stuff like that. And I have the storyteller, which is just basically telling stories and everything like that. well, then you go on and you have what I'm basically going to have for this is it's just working with audio and video. Now, what I've done is I've gone in and I have set up blend files that go along with each and every one of these for my gaming with Infamous. I have Asura's Wrath, Call of Duty, Control, and each of these settings are set up according to each of those games. So it has the intro in it, it has the video edit and how long I want each video to be, plus it has the changes that I want in the scaling and stuff on the video, you know what I mean, and the resolution settings are all set up and ready to go according to that game.
They have to be like
now what I did is I set up a blend file for that, and you see here I've even got folders for just my retro games, my RPGs, Elder Scrolls, and Warhammer. In my Elder Scrolls, these are different kinds, like Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim, Elder Scrolls Lore, and Elder Scrolls Online. So I have each of those with their own separate blend files. Alright, now that is one example that I wanted to point out that I do personally. Now you don't have to do that if you don't want to, but that's what I do. So after that, I'd like to also point out the fact that I do my videos on OBS. So on OBS, I record the video and I put those videos into another folder file system, or another folder, but this is in my videos, okay, and I name that unedited videos. So in unedited videos, if you look here, I've got Gaming with Infamous, Strange Stories, and the Praetorian. Go into my Gaming with Infamous, I have 24/7 live TV watch, with Roger Hanson, and that's something I'm trying to do on mine right now. Then I have my new games, and then I have my old games with all the unedited videos that I've done with OBS. This is my retro games, and these are my RPG games with Dungeons and Dragons, Palladium, and White Wolf. So I have those all set up and organized. Then I have my Strange Stories. Then I have Praetorian. Now, I do this with all of my videos now, and I keep them filed. I usually don't save the unedited ones. I used to, but I noticed that it does bog down the system, so I stopped doing that. Once I have them edited and everything, I just leave them alone. I can go into my unedited videos, go to gaming, and then new ones, and you can see that this is what it looks like. So I've got those are what needs to be edited. So after I do that, I go and I take those videos and I put them into my video editing on Blender, and once I'm done editing them, I put them in this file system, and this is my edited videos. And inside of my edited videos, I have my captures, I have my Gaming with Infamous intros and outros, okay, which goes at the beginning and at the end of every video. New games, older games, retro games, RPG games, then and so forth, like I did with my editing. But these are finished. Now, inside of each of these, like here I have my ancient history, I have ancient Egypt, ancient Near East, background videos, which is the background videos that goes with those narrations, which is my audio, and I'll go over audio later on too, by the way. Then I have my Greek history. I've started my live stream videos, and then my Phoenician theology. Now, inside of here, you'll notice that I have a folder and it says already used video files. These are the ones that I want to keep and I want to store. So
can you mute your mic that you have over there so I can hear this one louder? Because it's not letting me hear it loud.
These over to an
Okay,
hard drive for later use. Is that better? Now,
when it's muted, it's better, yeah, but it's still super low, and then it's not letting me open mines in my browser. I don't know. I need to probably just go ahead and get mines. Plus, I don't really use the platform enough. Maybe I gotta use the platform enough. I don't know. I can hear it better though, yeah, now.
Blend file just doesn't crash, and it works out this way. You don't have to do it this way. It's just, you know.
No, I don't hear you at all.
Before I go further, this is.
Oh, I hear you on here talking to me. Okay, never mind.
I'm not doing these videos to make money off of them. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to keep it as casual as I can because I'm not really wanting to make this out to be like some kind of a tutorial. I'm just showing you how I do things with Blender. There's a few people that I know who are trying to get into this and try to make their own videos and do a good job at it, and you know, the more help they can get, the better they can. So I gave this up a while ago, but since then I've learned a little bit more, so I figured I'd come back in and I'd try to go through and show people how I use at least the video editing in Blender so that it makes it easier for them too. And it is a lot easier once you figure out the configurations, learn some tricks, things like that. So this is basically my filing system. This is how I usually get my stuff done on here. And it does actually help out pretty good. So I wanted to go back through that and let people know that this is how I do it, you know, and not too. Now I want to stop it there for a second and let you know, like, we went over this before, okay? And the reason why I'm going through that in this video is because I wanted to freaking review it and ask you, like, ask anybody, like, if you in particular, since you're here, Karma, do you have any questions about the filing system and how I do that, or is there something that you want to say about it?
Do you file by size or is it by date? Do you fixate your filing more so on like size, or is it content? And like, you know, I imagine it being content, right? Like,
well, it really is content. Like this one down here is, but it kind of goes a little bit deeper, I should say first. Like down here, this is my filing.
See, I don't see it down here. Oh, you mean over here to the left? Okay, I got it.
Yeah, over here at the bottom on the left, or yeah, the right. I don't know. It's the one that has the videos. It's the one where my mouse is at.
It doesn't show it. That's why I was saying I don't know what's going on.
The blend files are the ones on the bottom with the orange symbols.
Yeah, no, so the right. Yeah. Okay.
So the one on the right side is the videos. Those are my unedited ones that I got raw off of OBS by recording them. Now the ones up on top are the ones that I finished with my OBS, or with my Blender. So I take these that are unedited and I use them inside of the files that are over here to the left hand side with the funny looking Blender symbol they got there.
Mm-hmm.
And I edit them out, and when they're rendering, they render into these folders up on top.
Oh, I see the top view. See, on mine, it looks like, I'm about to show you a screenshot of what I see right now on the iPad. And then I'm looking at it on my phone too, but it's still small in it.
Just with me sitting and listening, there's one thing I do have to clarify that I didn't say before. I
I said that, yeah, I used to collect keep my old ones edited videos, but I never finished that by saying I just go ahead and delete them, because I've got my edited videos, you know what I mean, and I started deleting them because if I would have kept all of them, it would just it would take up more space on my computer, you know what I mean? So,
right. So once you're done, you kind of track them.
So that's what I should have finished saying in the video, but I didn't do that. So I just wanted to say that to you now. But and a lot of people don't do it like this, okay? But I go in and this is how I build my filing system for my videos, you know. And the reason why I do that is because if you take on the files that are over here on the bottom left, if you take and you save everything you got on one of those files, that file is going to get freaking bigger and bigger, and eventually every time you try to open it up, it'll just freaking crash on you.
Oh.
It'll just crash on you. So I've learned to like break them down into freaking a filing system and just keep the files stored in my video.
So size can have something to do with whether or not, when that makes sense though, like whether or not something's operable. Yeah, because see, I just had to clean out my email storage in regards to something similar, but okay, that makes sense. And it wasn't really crashing my email, but it was still making it to where I could not receive any more emails.
Mm-hmm. And right here, especially on these files, it doesn't necessarily have to be just about editing video either, because like I go into some of them and I do like graphics and stuff. I make like these backgrounds, like that background I got back there. I made that myself. You know?
Oh, that blue that looks like water. That's neat.
Yeah.
But it looks like Atlantis. Oh wow! See, look, and it looks like that. Or it looks like where Aquaman would live.
Yeah. And see, I've got all of that separate on separate files for each of those textures and stuff like that. So, and what that does is it makes it to where the file isn't as bulky. And
you're able to layer it.
Yeah. It would take up so much more freaking space if I had all my video editing on the same file too that I'm doing my graphics on. I mean, it would just become overwhelming, and eventually every time I tried to get onto that file, it would collapse, you know, or crash, I should say. So, I mean, that's why I do all this. And I delete these out of these folders, but I keep the folders because eventually I'm going to come around with new ones, and I'll have a folder for each video that I do record, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and the content will be similar, so you keep the same type of folder for it.
Exactly. So I'm going to hit play again. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna listen, because like I said, it's really, really low, so I have to yeah.
I just wanted to stop it for a second and see if you had anything to say about it.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Many people do it this way. A lot of them rely mostly on the blend files to save all their stuff, but you have to have these files, the raw video files, on the unedited stuff in the first place. And just so you know, when you start using the blender and you start editing, it doesn't destroy any of the information on the original video. So be aware of that. I mean, it's completely there. And like I said, I used to keep those, but then finally I realized that it bogs down on memory, so I had to start getting rid of the old edited videos, but I still keep the edited videos in reserves for just in case. I wanted to mention that, and then there was also something else that I wanted to go over. Let me go ahead and
get this set up to where I have it ready for you guys. Now, earlier I used Saints Row the Third as an example, and it was fine for that point, but it also had it was recorded badly. There was mess ups in the recording. The audio was off and stuff like that. So what I want to do is I want to find another video that I can put on there so that you guys can see what I was talking about in my earlier video about different frames per second and setups like that. So let me get back on my blender. If I can find it. Trying to switch it around, and we can set that up real quick. But I can probably find it. It's just going to take me a second. Oh, sorry about that. But when I find that, I will continue with it, and I'm going to use here we go. Alright. And I'm going to use a different video so that we can go through it and you can see what I was talking about there, because this is also something that's very important that you have to know, and it goes with the resolution, frames per second, stuff like that. So let me come on here, and up here on the top right hand side where it says resolution in format, up on the top corner it says format, and then it has resolution X, resolution Y. I have it set at 1920 pixels by 1080 pixels, and then the percentage is 100%. Now, I wanted to go back over that and point something out too, okay? When I said earlier that if you want better resolution, put it at 100, that doesn't always apply, because if you have a computer that's not very strong, if you put it on 50%, it will actually make it run easier on your computer. Now, Blender has changed since 2.8. I'll put it to you that way. At 2.8, it was pretty manageable with a quad-core computer, which is what I had at the time, but they upgraded stuff after 2.8, which made it to where I couldn't get on here and do even a halfway decent job in editing videos, even with a quad-core computer. So I had to learn how to adjust for a little while, and how I did it is I set the percentage down to 50%, and I left it at that, and it did do my videos the way I needed them. So if you have a weaker computer, then I suggest you can do that. Now if you have a stronger one that has maybe 8 cores, an 8-core CPU with a GPU, set it at 100% and keep your quality and everything down here at high quality, like I've got it right there. Nothing wrong with all that. Up here, if you want to use H.264, it's perfectly fine. I used MPEG 4 the last time on the video, and Like I said, if you want to use H.264, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a pretty good system, really. I've found no difference between the two, other than the fact that OBS tries to discourage people from using it. And I believe the reason why they're doing that is because they're trying to endorse MKV video files as well as AVI, because they're an open source. But I've found no issues whatsoever when it comes to using MP4s. And if you've used OBS, you know what I'm talking about. They give you that little line that warns you. So now I've got this set at 30 frames per second, okay? And I am going to go in and pull a video that I know the audio works good at. And before I do that though, I want to set this to 60 frames per second so that you guys can see what I was showing you the last time. So up here in frame rate, I went and I clicked on it, and in the down drop options or drop options, I went from 30, which is right here, to 60. Over here at the bottom where the sequencer is, you'll see view, select marker, add strip and image. I'm going to click on add, and then I'm going to add movie. Then this selection is going to come up. I'm going to click on Gaming with Infamous, go to well, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to come over here to videos so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Down here on system, go down to videos, go to unedited videos, Gaming with Infamous, new game, and I am going to add in Dying Light Part 7. So here it is. We got Dying Light Part 7 right there. So, and I still have to edit this, but this is what I wanted to show you. I videotaped it in 60 frames. No, 30 frames, I'm sorry. But I'm going to put this back up here on the frame rate at 30. And then I'm up, well, it's actually working. The newer one does this sometimes. It doesn't mess up like that. But before I say that, I want to test the audio to make sure that it's all matching up. So let's go in and check the audio out. Sorry, I just now got back. Are you okay up to this point, Karma?
Yeah, I am overall. Like I said, it's really low, so it's kind of hard to hear exactly what's going on. But and then on here on Jitsi, I can only see like the top box where it says or online or offline mode, and like it doesn't show like nothing you're doing.
It doesn't show
in the boxes. No, it doesn't show anything you're doing on the boxes.
Oh yeah, in the boxes. That was a thing that I got to work out right there. On when I go in to do new ones, I got to make sure that's something I got to allow inside of the blender. Which is, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's something I can talk about right now on this video, so that not only you but like everybody who's watching understands. Like when I'm moving my mouse around there, that's supposed to be a pop out, and for me to show that, I have to have permissions either on my OBS or on my blender to show pop outs, and I have to sort that out. So
yeah, to keep project onto the screen, because if not, it's keeping it private in order for it to be secure. Right. That makes sense.
And that's what's going on there. I was going to mention that to you the last time we did this, and I forgot to. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay.
But I just also want to say I was just now getting back in. I opened the door and realized it was starting to rain here, so I had to go get stuff ready outside because it was going to start sprinkling.
I saw your cat on your page, and your cat looks a lot like my cat. The black and white. That's so funny. Cool. Does his eyes turn yellow when, like, in the light?
No.
No, my baby, her eyes get so tiny. The black part is so tiny, and then her eyes turn bright yellow. It's so beautiful. It illuminates.
Oh, he's my little monster. He wants to go out at night and run with the alley cats, and then come in and eat food every once in a while. And
like he's only sometimes a house cat. He checks in to let you know everything's still good, but he's not a house cat. That's funny.
He comes in and he demands his food. He doesn't ask for it.
That's what their post was saying. How are you not gonna feed me one more time? And it's so funny because that's how she is. Like right now, I'm laying on the couch on my stomach. My iPad is facing. I'm facing the iPad. My cat's laying on my ankles. Like I cannot move if I wanted to. She's like laying on top of my blanket, but laying on top of like my blade. She's such a brat. She's such a brat. She's spoily. We were watching Harry Potter earlier, and she was cuddled with me, and me and the boys were watching. And then Harry went to go touch the water, and I got spooked. So I was like, ah! And then when I jumped, she jumped on me. She ran so fast. And I was like, I forgot I wasn't watching the movie. I felt like I was Harry for a second. It was crazy. It was so crazy.
I better get this started. I think we're getting into the part about cutting the video. I'll hit play.
Yeah.
I'll hit play real quick. Sometimes it actually works out, sometimes it doesn't. I gotta find another one where it'll actually show what I'm talking about. So go in here, click on. Oh no, I know what that was. On the old version of Blender, like up here on top, on the right hand side where it has the freaking format and it says resolution X and Y percentage. In the old Blenders, if I had it on 1920 by 1080 and at 100%, and down below, if I had it at 6 or 30 frames per second with these settings, and I put a video in that was say 60 frames per second, the audio and the video wouldn't match up, so I would have to actually go in and use a modifier, basically, where you have to put it over the video to where it would sync up with the audio and they would match with one another.
Is there a new version now?
Yeah, now. So far, every time I've tried to test this on these videos, they've always matched up. And on the newer ones, which is...
Oh, yeah. I remember you were saying that last week or the week before last, that now it automatically does it for you and you don't have to... Yeah, you don't have to do the measurements. I remember you telling me that, though. Yeah.
But that's a big thing, too, because that was one of the bad issues Blender did have.
Yeah, because I could imagine it'd be like a bad lip syncing. And you cannot add line the video up with the word motion with the sound.
Yeah, and it'd be all off sync, and people don't like that.
Like a Bruce Lee film. I am going to bite you. Lips still moving. Yeah.
See, that's not good when they know damn well you're an American. Yeah.
Oh man.
So let me go ahead and mute and hit play again. I was thinking it had to do with the volume, but then I realized what it was finally.
Oh.
Go to add, click on add, hit movies, go to videos, and hit unedited. I'll go to strange videos, add that one. That was really a bad example. Well, let's take my middle mouse button and scroll in until it comes into view. Stretch it out by hitting that button that right here at the bottom, the scroller. Then I want to switch it over from 30 to 60 so that you guys can see this. Oh, it's actually working. That's weird. Well, anyhow, before what would happen is it would be off and I would have to adjust the video with the audio, and then after that I'd come up here to add, go down the effect strip, hit select speed control on the options here, and the green strip would appear above this. The blue one is the video, the green one down below is the audio, and this is your speed strip. And that would adjust the speed of the video to where it matches up with the audio, which it doesn't really have any audio on that one, but you kind of see what I'm talking about right there. So yeah, so basically this has been more or less a review of everything that I've gone over. I'm not going to end it there either. I'm going to go ahead and go over some stuff too that I was talking about in the actual editing. Now I'm going to add a movie, so I come up here to the top of the sequencer, next to view, select marker and add. I select add movie. Now on the right hand side where it says system, I can go in here and I can pick through the filing system in the documents section, downloads, music, pictures, videos, and so forth. Or I can pick them here by selecting this up arrow or the back arrow or the side arrow, or I can create a new directory. I can also refresh the file list. So instead of doing this though, I'm going to come over here to videos and I'm going to select edited videos, or no, unedited, and I will come to gaming with Infamous. I will come in here and I will pick Saints Row again, but instead of Saints Row the Third, I will pick Saints Row 2. I will get the first video, put it on here, scroll out with my middle mouse wheel and do that until I see as much of the video as I possibly can. If that doesn't work, I come down here to this little tab at the bottom where that button is. I hold down on my left button and I move right with it, and it will adjust until I see it. Now both of these files are highlighted, so with them both highlighted, I don't touch anything except for the G button. I make sure that the letters on the right at the beginning of the strip is at 1 or are matching, and then the ones on the left, I want to make sure that they are at 1 and they're both saying 1. That means that the video and the audio are in sync. After that, I click on the left button again, I scroll back in, I take this scroller at the bottom and I move it to the beginning. I have this set for 15 minutes. Now the video itself is at 30 frames right here, so I don't know if this would actually do what I was wanting it to do. Let me find out real quick. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now if I switch this around to 60 frames, let's see what happens. Still matching up. That's pretty good. It started doing that whenever they came with the new versions, so that is a pretty good thing. But I'm going to go ahead and set this back at 30 the way it was, because that's the original resolution it was in. And the reason why I wanted to show it to you is because in the older versions that was an issue that you had to use, and you had to use your effect strips, come up here to speed control and add it to it to where it would sync the audio and video.
Do you not hear Pecos Dave? You don't hear Pecos Dave talking?
No.
Wow. Oh man, I definitely hear him talking the same thing that he was talking that day when we did his show, when you did his interview.
Uh-huh.
Like I can hear him talking on this as well.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's insane.
I'm wondering if that was coming through on him. Oh no, because I was sitting in here and like I was on I'm sorry. Every time I cough it messes with my mic. But I was sitting in here and I'm usually by myself, so it's like I don't have anything planned when I do stuff like this.
You don't hear on the stream. You don't hear him though. So maybe I don't know what's going on, but I hear him talking because he was talking about the desktop people and like what he did for a shuttle. He had to run a shuttle. Like I'm listening to all of that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's wild, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see some. Oh, wait, actually, are you watching the live 24/7?
Yeah, I'm watching it on the stream. The same thing. It started 41 minutes ago. I'm watching what we're doing now on the stream because I'm only able to see the whole screen in order to see what's happening on Blender through watching it through the browser. On Jitsi, I don't see it.
Okay, now
on Jitsi, it's only one little block. I don't see none of the folders. I don't see any of the right menus or anything like that.
Oh, okay. I see what it is. You have the 24/7 live stream playing
in the background while this one's playing. Right.
Because it's on the 24/7 live stream right now. So you're hearing both of them. It won't affect this. You can listen to both of them if you want. But
does anyone else hear it like that? So if someone else is viewing your stream, they hear it?
I don't hear it.
Oh, okay, so maybe not. Maybe because too, if you're subscribed, it would be different.
Yeah, I mean you're good. Let me see here. All right. Let me mute myself that way you can hear better.
Okay.
Right, fixed, which is good. Now. I'll go through the basics with you. This is, I call it a cursor. I don't know the proper name for it. The sequence slide.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah, it could be the sequence slide. No, it's not. This down here is what I was talking about. But right here, this is my little cursor. It goes all the way through. Now if I want to adjust this to where it fits up perfectly with the edges of the scene, I come here, I click on the blue strip, which is the video, and then over to the right in the transform section on the right hand side under the strip tab. Always make sure that this is on the strip tab, the top one. To the far left there you got tabs. One says strip, one says tool, one says modifier, and one says proxy. Make sure it's on the strip one. Go down to transform, which is the second option. Down here where it says scale X and then Y underneath it, you select the X section, and if you go to the right on this button, you can bring the video out. If you go left, it brings it in. Now on the Y section, if you go to the right, it brings it up and down. If you go to the left, it goes inwards, up and down. Now up and down, it'll go outwards. If you go on the right hand side, that's the way I should have really said it. Now what I want to do is I want to match this up. Make sure that the edge right there shows those little gritty parts. Now on the top and bottom, the way this is all set up, it doesn't look, or it doesn't really it's not too reliable. So what I'll do is I will come to this scene right here and I'll look at it, and that is actually a better example. So let me see how much of this actually needs to be edited. So I turn around and use the Y to the right and left to adjust it to the best ability that I can. Then I go up here to the X and I use the left and the right, and I adjust it there too. And that is how you adjust your video. Now if I don't want all of that black on the top and bottom to be there, I can just zoom it in to get rid of it, or I can just leave it the way it is and let it look like this. A cutscene's basically where it shows the storyline. If you notice, there's that little black right there. So what I do is I come here to the Y, or no, to the X actually. No, it is the Y. And I tap it once, and that'll be gone when I do the render. And it'll make the video smoother. So I've got that covered. Now, in order for me to highlight both of these, I can do one of two things. I can do like I've been showing you. I could hold down on the right click button or the left click button. I can drag the mouse down, creating that little square, or square like ring, and I can put it over the top of both of them and can highlight it like that. But I'm going to click on here to where they all go unhighlighted, and I can show you another way. Now I can do it another way. I can go ahead and hit A, which is select all, and it can do that. Now that's only if those are the only two strips on there though. So I only do that if there's only those two strips. Now I have both the audio and the video selected, and what I want to do is I want to cut that. So in order to cut that video, I select the K button and I click on it. Now since the mouse was on the right hand side, everything to the right of the cursor, the blue cursor right here, is highlighted. Everything to the left is not highlighted. I can hit Control Z to undo anything that I've made mistakes on, So I hit Control Z to undo that cut. I move the mouse over to the left side. I hit K, and as you see, the highlight is on the left side now instead of the right. So that's the way you can do your cutting. Now say I want to take and I want to move both of these out of the scene. What I do after that is I keep both of those selected, and I hit the G button. Now I don't want to put it in any specific place, so I don't hit X and I don't hit Y to keep them straight. Since they're both selected and they're both perfectly in sync, I can just move my mouse wherever I want to put it and it will go there. Now if I don't want to do that, all I got to do is right click and it will go back to where it was. Well, almost back to where it was. Now if I want to bring that down to the first row with the rest of the strip, I hit G and I hit Y, and now you see there's a yellow line over by the 1, and that will make sure that it goes just up and down without moving to the left or to the right. Bring it down and it fits right in there perfectly. Now to make sure there's no gaps, I can hold down on the left directional arrow and it will go backwards, and as you can see there is no gaps. Whenever you see the white that's around the video up on top on the preview, that means that the cursor is above the highlighted area that you've got selected. When it's not on the highlighted, that will disappear, so you don't see any empty space there, so you know that it's perfectly selected. Alright, so I've showed you that. Now I'm wanting to select this area right here by holding down on the left click button and highlighting both the audio and video, and I'm going to show you something that I do, and you can use this with clipping or without clipping. Not clipping, but snapping. Snapping is up here, which is a very useful tool, but sometimes you do have to turn it off and on, so just be aware of that. But here's a trick that I've done, and really I don't have to do it, but I still do it as a habit. I hit G with it selected, and then I hit X and I drag it over the top of the other clip, and it will automatically snap at the beginning, and it always makes sure that it goes right back to the thing. So I can show you an example. I'm going to turn the snapping off, and I can hit G, then the X, and then move my mouse over the top until that entire strip turns red. Let it go, and you'll see what I'm saying. That's with or without snapping on. No gaps. So I believe I've covered everything over again, and to kind of go over some of the stuff that I was doing before, and later on I will come back with another video to go even further with it. But this is basically what I've done so far, and I'm reviewing it. I hope it's helpful to you guys, and if you do like it, and it's helping you, then let me know, and I'd love to hear if it's helping you or not. And if you have any questions, feel free to leave a question in the comment section and I can get back to you. Okay.
I hear it's getting down to the end.
Yeah, it's already done. So it's like I said, I mean, this isn't really a tutorial. It's just basically a walkthrough, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, it's just how I do stuff on here. It's pretty, it's pretty useful in some of the things, but, like, I'm not really all that inclined. I'm not as good as what a lot of people are when it comes to tutorials and explaining stuff either. So that's the reason. That's the reason why I don't want people to think that that's what I'm trying to do, because I'm not really good at it, you know.
Yeah.
But like, this is just the way I do stuff on here, and it's simple stuff. Like, if you get on YouTube tutorials, they'll teach you a lot of good stuff, but they're like really, really specific about things. And like, there's some things I noticed that they don't mention that's important, you know, like the fact that you can use the undo button on a lot of stuff. Like, when you
I remember you were saying that, how important that is and how significant and easily it can help stuff. Like,
yeah,
just the quick press of undo can save you a lot of time.
A lot of time and a lot of effort.
Mm-hmm.
And they seem to forget to mention that fact, you know, and that's a pretty important fact. So a friend of mine on YouTube, he's trying to do his own videos and stuff, and he's doing like he's into like the history of serial killers, and like, you know how they do on the crime TV shows.
Yeah.
Well, he's got issues that he needs to work through, and I was telling him that I could help him out, like making short videos and everything, kind of let him get or see how Blender works and stuff, and maybe that would help him. And that's one of the reasons why I did this, is because that's how I learned, you know, go through, watch videos, and just kind of do what they tell you to do, and you'll, as time goes by, you start getting good at it. And
do you share your videos in like your Discord and stuff like that, or do they pretty much know through YouTube?
All the people that I know on Discord are all associated with YouTube, so it's like I could post them on there, but like,
they can see it on your YouTube channel.
Yeah, they see it on my YouTube channel. I don't like go out and just like subscribe to everybody either anymore. I used to do that stuff, but I kind of learned over time that it's just best, you know, to like network and subscribe to people who freaking actually like are interested in the shit you do. So
right. Instead of you getting a whole bunch of nonsense. That's one thing I find, like with minds attempting to find like-minded people. I like when I am able to kind of like search or see posts that represent some stuff that I might be interested in. Because if not, there's a lot of like anime and like pictures, which is cool. I'll look at that a little bit, but sometimes it'll be just like the whole thing the news feed is about. And I like to look at mine for stuff that's not usually on the dominant social media sites. You know, like I want to see different stuff. I look for different stuff.
Well, it's like that's one thing I forgot to mention too. What was it, yesterday when we were talking about that?
Yeah.
The thing that they, and I agree with them when they do say, this is one of the things I do agree with, that YouTube and all of them says is, you know, don't go after like the popular freaking videos and try to mimic them, you know what I mean, because there is competition on these platforms. You know, kind of get your own niche.
Yeah, the authenticity that we were speaking of. I think that was better though, but yeah.
Like, if you're a gamer, don't go out and try to freaking make videos of what
everybody else says is the number one freaking video being streamed, you know, because you're not going to get as good of views as what freaking Mr. Joe Blow does, who has 100,000 subscribers.
And half the time they'll be bot subscribers, but what difference does it make? Because they're still going to show the support. That's what they get paid to do.
Most good videos aren't the top 10 freaking videos being streamed. It's usually the ones that that you're familiar with and are popular for you. You know what I mean? Like there's a game that I do. It's called Metro. And Metro, a lot of people don't watch the videos for Metro, but the ones who do game and actually enjoy that that kind of game, they love it. So if I'm making those videos and I'm trying to make the best quality videos for that game, then people are more likely going to watch my videos than what they will somebody who's just throwing videos together.
They prefer stuff that's new, though. I feel like it's better when you have fresh ideas because it's stuff that they haven't seen. And how many times can you show somebody the same move on different videos? So when you're doing something completely different, I mean...
Well, it's just like I was telling you. I mean, on Super Mario 64, I'm amazed with how many people still like that game.
Yeah.
But you're not going to find Super Mario 64 on the top 10 stream games on YouTube,
All the more reason to be able to be a dominant force and being able to represent that.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. But that's the one thing I do agree with them about. Even YouTube and Twitter and Twitch and all of them say the same thing, stop trying to go and mimic the viral videos and stuff like that. Just do, search around and get your own niche and go from there. So, with me, I like to just shoot stuff and cause a lot of destruction, kill some zombies. Like everybody wants to do the playthroughs where you get from point A to point Z. But on the way, I like to freaking show myself like killing 500 freaking zombies and shit. You know what I mean? With a freaking machete.
Right.
I don't. I mean, because that's the way that's the only reason why I play the game is to kill freaking zombies.
I can imagine the graphics or something like that.
But that's another thing too. Like even when you're making videos, come up with your own style.
Right.
Don't just like cut and dice because you want to freaking make a video 15 minutes long and take out all the important scenes because it's just taking up too much time for you. You know what I mean? Like you got to get from point A to point B within 15 minutes, so you're going to cut out all the important stuff.
Right, because you're rushing.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've been noticing that a lot when it comes to the editing and stuff. And don't get me wrong, like I've had to learn to do just what I said not to do when it comes to working with like Rapid. Rapid is like that. He gets a long footage and freaking he can't focus on every single freaking fight or every single thing, so he has to condense it down, which I understand. Yeah, but I still don't like doing that, and plus there ain't much action in a Pokemon fight.
Right, Jigglypuff Pokemon go at it.
So it doesn't hurt as much.
That's so funny. Oh man, right though.
Oh, that man drove me nuts. I swear to God he did. Like he couldn't just let one freaking challenge be enough, you know what I mean? He just couldn't let it go. He freaking wanted me to do that Gen 1 Pokemon Yellow, and now he's like, man, you did really great. We gotta have you do Gen 2 and everything, And I'm like, okay.
That's cool though. Now I got you. And like you said, you hadn't even played Pokemon before that, so it got you into something.
Yeah. Well, I'm not really all that proud of the fact that I played. And I liked it. That's the bad part. I liked it too. You know what I mean? That's fucked up. Like, God damn, Roger, what's wrong with you?
That's funny.
Yeah. But we did a good job. You was patient, and I'm glad you was able to actually listen through that. Even though the volume was low, and that's another thing that I can work on too. Get the audio up, stuff like that.
So that way we can see cause he played his music video on Jitsi that he played that Atomic Lover. And it was loud. You could hear it.
The problem is the actual video that I was playing there. When I recorded it at a low volume level.
Ah, that's why.
And the mic was most likely too low. You know, so audio has always been the problem when it comes to this stuff. It's always the problem. It's the worst thing about video editing and out of everything. I mean, it's horrible. And it's constant. I've got to always be on guard with it.
I didn't even know that you could change the level of recording. Like, I know when I go in the edit, I can change it, and it'll be like, do you want the volume to be like at 50 or 100 or whatever? But I never knew that you could do it during the recording.
Yeah, you can actually do it like with Blender here. I think I'm gonna go, or I might have already gone over it in one of the videos, but you can go over it and take care of all that. So we are done. I'm gonna go ahead and end this.
You're reading the story to me tomorrow. I remember.
Yeah,
we get to read the whole story.
Tomorrow's the storyteller.
Yep, the whole story.
Yeah, it's the start of the story. So
no start. I get the whole thing tomorrow.
That's what I'm saying, from the start to the.
You think you're gonna give me another intro? It's 3 weeks of an intro, man. Like, what do you mean? You're not gonna do that 3 times.
We've covered everything else. All I gotta do is read it now. That's it. And if you want me to stop and have a conversation about it, then that might freaking slow the process down. So it might not be all of it, and it's fine if you want to stop and talk about it.
Okay.
Because even if you do, we're still going to continue where we left off, so you'll get to hear the whole thing.
Right. Yes, sir. I'll see you tomorrow then.
All right.
Have a good night then. Be safe.
You too, bud.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'm here with Karma Love, and today we are doing another episode for our topic of history, and today is about Phoenician history and theology. You want to say hi, Karma?
Hi, everyone.
All right. So, before we get started, man, I want to hear about your interview. How did it go?
First of all, John is so cool because this is why I have to start showing up early, because I come at the time that it's supposed to start, just because if not, I don't want to be like over early or rushing other people. And we had no sound. We had no sound check, and so as a result of us having no sound check, we had so many issues. I don't know what's up with my Discord. Like, I've never used like voice on Discord. Mm-hmm. And so as a result of me never using voice on Discord, I don't know, like I did it in my settings. I did everything I could, but I was unable to hear him. He could hear me, but it's so crazy because look, I could not hear him on the phone, but he was talking to me and I was answering the questions that he was asking me. Wow. It was muted. It was so wild. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. And so then we hung up. We finally got it on WhatsApp, and so that worked, and that was good. After us getting it on WhatsApp, he was able to put WhatsApp.
You got your finger over your phone.
Oh, he was able to put WhatsApp on his computer. You know how I don't even know. He was able to put WhatsApp on his computer, and he did it like that, and he was able to record it. And it was just cool because of the things that he was talking about, and just his different occurrences and stuff like that. It just made it more interesting because it was like, it's just nice and refreshing to talk to someone who does not think my experiences are weird or absurd or highly unlikely. Because I'm used to people like that kind of discrediting like the stuff that I can do. And it was wild because then they channeled me. I don't know how it goes, but anyway, I had a message for him and he was like, you were spot on. And I didn't even know. I just started telling him what I had to tell him. And like, I'm speaking Garcia and they're telling him, like, they're like, hey, you have to do this, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it was just so cool because, like, after, he's like, wow, you're right. I know exactly what you're talking. He's like, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I told him, I said, I don't know what it is, but you know what it is. And whatever it is you're supposed to do, you have to do it. You're debating whether or not you're supposed to do it. And it was so cool because he's like, wow. Like, and so, I don't know. It was so neat. I really appreciate you for setting that up. And he said he'll do an interview for me as well, so.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on my channel. I'm attempting to get my YouTube channel back together. I have so much content, and I don't post anything.
I added you on his Discord channel, and just so you know, man, you can post anything you want on there that's related to it. You know what I mean? And that goes along the lines of what he's actually looking for with his channel. I mean, everything you talk about is just, it goes in perfect alignment with it. So.
Nice. So, yeah, I appreciate you. You're like the best middleman in the world, man.
I just led you to the right place. You know, that, like I said, or like you said, you know, there's people out there that want to be mean. You know what I mean? And there's also people out there that are good people who can relate to you, and it's just a matter of leading somebody to where they need to be. People that are close to them and like-minded, you know.
Yeah, and that's just dope of you. Cause like, even if, like, I don't know, you connect with what connects. You'll like force stuff on people, and like, I don't know, but I hope whatever.
I'm a ladies' man. You ever watch
You're
that
just
movie?
The man.
You ever watch that movie?
Man. No, the Ladies Man. Hold on. No, that's Bruce Bigelow. I feel like I watched the Ladies Man before. I was thinking about Deuce Bigelow. I said Bruce, but Deuce Bigelow. That's what I was thinking about. But like, you're just the man. I haven't watched it. I'm gonna see if I can look it up.
They call me Chocolate Thunder.
I love that, yo. I'm telling you, Chocolate Thunder. Like, Chocolate Thunder. Like, it's what's it, Coming to America? And his name was like, give it up for Chocolate Thunder. And like, for me, it's just, I don't know, you're that guy. Like, I don't know, I hope everything good that could possibly happen in your life does. Like, I don't really care about what you used to do or whatever, however it used to be, because like, who you are now is like a dope person. Like, you're dope, and like, all those experiences made you an awesome person. Like, to be around, they're always vibes. You don't never, I don't know, I'm comfortable with you. Like, we'll sit here for 2-3 hours talking about history, and you couldn't pay me to sit around listening to history when I was like, not a kid, but you know, teenager. Nobody wants to hear this. What are you talking about? Now I'm like, oh wow, and the Phoenician, and then I'll hear stuff out, or I'll watch something and it'll relate to what we're doing, and I'll add it to my notes, and it's cool, man. You're a dope guy.
Well, now that you're done bragging on me and making me out to be so great, let me start this reading. I want to do the Semiramis reading, and we can hit once we get to that serpent goddess. That's when I want to stop, because that's what really stuck out to me when we were reading that, and it was towards the end of our stream, and we never really went into that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we have to get to elaborate. I understand. Okie dokie.
But this is Semiramis, and
Her name is pronounced in Greek, Arabic, and Armenian, and she was the legendary Lydian Babylonian wife of Onus and Ninus, who succeeded the latter on the throne of Assyria, according to Mopses Coronats. Legends narrated by Diodorus Siculus, who drew primarily from the works of Ctesias of Cnidus, describes her and her relationship with Onus and King Ninus. Armenians and the Assyrians of Iraq, northeast Syria, southeast Turkey, and northwest Iran still use Sumerian as a given name for girls. The real and historic Shamaramat, the original Akkadian form of the name, was the Assyrian wife of Shamshi-Adad V, who ruled between 824 BC to 811 BC. She ruled the Neo-Assyrian Empire as its regent for 5 years before her son Adad-Nirari III came to age and took the reins of power. She ruled at a time of political uncertainty, which may partly explain why Assyrians may have accepted the rule of a woman when it was not allowed by their cultural tradition. She conquered much of the Middle East and the Levant and stabilized and strengthened the empire after a destructive civil war. It has been speculated that being a woman who ruled successfully may have made the Assyrians regard her with particular reverence, and that her achievements may have been retold over generations until she was gradually turned into a legendary figure. The name of Semiramis came to be applied to various monuments in Western Asia and Anatolia, whose origins have been forgotten or unknown. Even the Bahistan inscription of Darius Herodotus ascribes to her the artificial banks that confined the Euphrates. He knew her name because it was inscribed on the gate of Babylon. Various places in Mesopotamia, Media, Persia, and the Levant, Anatolia, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Caucasus received names recalling Semiramis. Okay. So, while the achievements of Semiramis is clearly in the realm of mythical Persian, Armenian, and Greek historiography, the historic Shamuramat certainly existed. After her husband's death, she might have served as regent for her son Adad-Nirari III. Thus, during the time Shamuramat could have been in control of the vast Neo-Assyrian Empire between 911 and 605 BC, which stretched from the Caucasus Mountains to the north of the Arabian Peninsula in the south, and from West Iran in the east to Cyprus in the west. In the city of Assur on the Tigris, she had an obelisk built and inscribed that read, "Stele of Shamuramat, Queen of Shamshi-Adad, King of the Universe, King of Assyria, Mother of Adad-Nirari, King of the Universe, King of Assyria, daughter-in-law of Shalmaneser, King of the 4 regions of the world." So she had a lot of clout.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Her rank was heavy.
Mm-hmm. Now, according to Diodorus, a 1st century BC Greek historian, Semiramis was a noble parent, the daughter of the fish goddess Draco. Now, this is the one that I was wanting to know about, and let me remind you too, this is coming from a Greek historian, so most likely it's not true. Don't ever believe the Greek.
That is just so funny.
I hate saying it. Robot even said it the other day on his history thing. He's like, freaking Diodorus didn't know what he's talking about, and that's generally the way it goes with him. He was a liar. Yeah, just plain and simple. He was just a flat out liar.
That's wild. But see, that's the thing, because Greek mythology, like, I would think that a lot of those, you know what I mean? It makes it difficult when you know that they created, I don't want to say created, but like the foundation of most of the mythology that we are aware of. It makes it kind of difficult to believe, you know what I mean? How do you sort out between the real and the not?
Now, according to him, though, there, Semiramis was of noble parents, the daughter of a fish goddess, Dercato of Ascalon, and of a mortal. He related that Dercato abandoned her at birth and drowned herself, and that doves fed the child until Semus, the royal shepherd, found her. Semiramis married Onus or Menones, a general under King Ninus, and she became an advisor to King. Her advice led him to great success, and at the siege of Bactra, she personally led a party of soldiers to siege a key defensive point, leading to the capture of the city. Ninus was so struck that he fell in love with her and tried to compel Onus to give her to him as a wife, first offering his own daughter Sonani in return, and eventually threatening to put out his eyes as punishment. Out of fear of the king and out of doomed passion for his wife, Onus fell into a kind of frenzy and madness and hanged himself. Ninus then married Semiramis. That's pretty fucked up.
Right.
Like, you see what I'm saying? I mean, they were brutal back then. This is like stories, man. You know what I mean? It's like freaking children heard this stuff, man.
Right.
That's some pretty. That's crazy.
He's like offering your daughter, like, hey, I'll give you my daughter, and like, it's just like, Daddy, you're not gonna offer me, are you?
Look at the end, though. I mean, he fell into a kind of frenzy and madness and hung himself. You know what I mean? So that right there is crazy. I guess that would kind of go with Judas too. That's probably where they got that whole idea. Because Judas did that after he betrayed Jesus.
Wow. Wait. What?
Judas?
Yeah.
Whenever he betrayed Jesus for the gold pieces.
Yeah.
He was supposed to have gone into a frenzy and a madness and eventually hung himself. So.
That's
okay. So let's figure out what Dercato is. Alright, from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. Okay. Now it says
Atargatis, known as Derceto by the Greeks, was a chief goddess in the of northern Syria in classic antiquity. Now, this is supposed to be redirected from Derceto, so I'm guessing this is the same person, but it said that it was Greek goddess of northern Syria in classic antiquity. Primarily, she was a fertility goddess, but as the Baalat, the mistress of her city and people, she
Wait,
was
hold on, excuse me. Can you send a link?
Yeah. Now, this is what I was talking about where I wanted to go over this, you know what I'm saying?
The serpent goddess, yeah.
And there it is in the chat.
Thank you.
I can change my screen share to show that too. Atargatis is what the name is supposed to be on there. Here, let me go back into reading it. Primarily, she was a fertility goddess, but as the Lot, the mistress of her city and people, she was also responsible for their protection and well-being. Her chief sanctuary was at Hierapolis, modern Manbij, north of Aleppo in Syria. Michael Rostovches calls her the greatest mystery of the North Syrian lands. Her consort is usually Hadad, as Asherath, doves and fish were considered sacred to her. Doves and fish were considered sacred to her. Doves as an emblem of the love goddess, and the fish as a symbol of the fertility of life for the waters. See, there we go. So doves represents the love goddess.
And see, I never knew that. I always thought they symbolized spirituality. Symbolize spirituality, although it does make sense because I think they do release. See, they release doves at weddings, but they also release doves at funerals. That's interesting.
And then fish were the fertility and life of the waters, and fish as a symbolic of the fertility and life of the waters. According to a 3rd century Syriac source in Syria and in Uhay, Edessa, the men used to castrate themselves in honor of Terafal. Now, castration.
And they used to do it themselves.
You weren't cool back then if you didn't cut your balls off.
But to do it yourself?
Yeah.
I know guys who are too afraid to shave with a razor.
I mean, dude, people were freaking lining up, freaking castrate other people, man.
Disgusting.
I mean, there was nothing cooler.
Wild. Nothing cooler, nothing. Come on.
Like,
you
weren't
think
cool.
About 10 things right now.
You weren't cool in Syria if you didn't cut your balls off.
That is so wild. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now we should do another poll. Would you cut your balls off for $1 million?
This is today's time. That's not in style now. Okay?
No, I'm asking you for it, but we did it for money. So we were talking about the money.
That's on another episode. That's on another episode.
Continue. That is insane.
But you know the story of Kronos, don't you?
Okay, so not the story probably that you're about to tell me, because Kronos.
You know who Kronos' father was?
Wasn't it that guy with the
Uranus?
No, we just read about it.
It was Uranus.
I know, but it was just funny because it's like
You know who his dad was? Like, oh, okay.
But
we
he
just
was.
read about Cronus. Yeah, we just did him. I'm looking at my thing now.
Now, you gotta understand something. Kronos was the son of Uranus, but Uranus had a sexual appetite, and he'd run around having sex with all these different women, and it annoyed his wife. So,
I could imagine.
so, so what happened was Kronos castrated him. Like, it goes all the way back even into the freaking Greek and the Phoenicians, man. Castration has always been there.
There's a guy that looks like Cronus on mine, and I do remember this because we talked about Gaia, but I don't remember it. Uranus, like,
no,
Uranus being the dad. I thought it was
the blood from his balls dripped into the sea and created sea foam. Okay, and the sea foam eventually, I believe, created Aphrodite. Not possible. It could have been another goddess, but it was Aphrodite. You see, that's kind of weird that it brings that up too, because like here you have the love goddess, and then you have the fish who are symbolic to fertility and life of the water.
Yeah.
That's.
I was just looking about what else we were learning, because I remember, that 8th year is where we were, that AER. What is AER's connection to Cronus? Because
Aeon goes farther. It goes into the Scythians and the Sumerians. And Herodotus was actually doing research on the Scythians. Okay, so and time periods too, to find out. We really do need to kind of go back and look at time periods, because I couldn't tell you specifically which came first on a lot of these stories we've been talking about. So
see, this is what threw me, because we were talking Erebius and Nyx, and then and Cronus. So like we were talking about. Remember, like it was, you say air, it was air, but when I looked it up, it came and pulled up 8th year, and then it's talking about
AER.
Yeah,
I remember that. R.
Yeah, that's
air.
why I was, because I knew Cronus was familiar, but it just says that 8th year was the offspring of Cronus, and Cronus is the god of time. That's right. And then, okay, because I had it in my notes. I'm like, I know this name, but I don't.
You know who Cronus is, don't you?
Yeah, well, the god of time, and then but
you know who his son is, right?
8th year.
Well, it even goes Zeus. Zeus, he's the son of Kronos, and Kronos was trying to eat all of his children. He was hungry.
What in the heck is this? You understand? And see, stuff like that makes me really weary, because like I know parents that sacrifice their children and their children's children. Like I know parents that'll sacrifice their grandkids, and I can only imagine like where it comes from. Like there is a reason this mentality even today is so dominant or prominent.
Mm-hmm. Now,
I didn't know that though. And I feel like maybe I do from Hercules. It makes me want to go back. You know that cartoon movie Hercules? That was such a good movie. It makes me want to watch it, because I feel like they talked about Cronus being Zeus's dad in there, but it was real brief. It was like in a song or something.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting.
Uh-huh.
Now, according to a 3rd century Syriac, where we just left off right there, from that day to present one. Okay, according to a 3rd century Syriac source, in Syria and in Edessa, the man used to castrate themselves in honor of Teratha. But when King Abgar became a believer, he commanded that anyone who emasculates himself would have a hand cut off. So if you
if you decided to cut your balls off, freaking, they were also gonna cut your hand off. So you're gonna be walking around without freaking balls and a hand missing. Alright? And from that day to the present, no one in Urhai emasculates himself anymore.
I mean, like, it's really crazy that the extremity to get people to stop having, hey, you're gonna lose your hand. Cut off your balls. Did they not know that's how you make kids? Like, once you cut off your balls, you make kids.
You don't need your hands after you cut your balls off. I mean, there's just no need for them. Yeah, I mean, what else do you need your hands for? Shit, like.
Put it to eat, or use the bathroom. Or
you got another hand. I mean, you got the dirty hand, you got the clean hand. That's the way they lived. You used your dirty hand to do dirty things, and you used your hand to do clean things. Just keep your dirt.
That's already instilled in me. I only use my left hand for, like, I literally use my left hand for everything. The only reason I stopped is because I found out that the left side is the side that you would use. But because I'm right-handed, like, I you would think that it's opposite. Like, oh, you'll protect your right hand. I mean, you'll use your right hand. But no, I use my right hand to, like, write and stuff. And I can write with my left hand, but I'm not ambidextrous. Both the kids are, but not terrible. And then it's crazy because it's like, I have a cookie hand and day. Like, my left hand does all the dirty work. Like, that's so wild. Mm-hmm. That's insane. Do you have a clean hand and a dirty hand?
No. I'm multilingual.
Multilingual. Isn't it limbo? Because they're your
lingual.
Lingual is language. I was saying lingual because they're your limbs.
Okay. Let's move on.
Okay.
She is sometimes described as a mermaid/goddess due to identification of her with a fish-bodied goddess at Ascalon. Now, the origin and name Atagatis is seen as a continuation of Bronze Age goddesses. At Ugarit, cuneiform tablets attest multiple Canaanite goddesses. Among them, 3 are considered as relevant to theories about the origin of Atagatis, and that is Atarat, described as Lady of the Sea and Mother of the Gods, then Anat, a war goddess, and then Atart, a goddess of the hunt, also sharing Anat's warlike role, regarded as analogous to Ishtar and Asherah in Ugaritic god lists, and as such possibly connected to love. So Atart is connected to Ishtar.
Right, the god of fertility. That's right. Wild.
And Ishtar is also Inanna. So you have Atart, and it does say on page 2 of what or page 1 or page 2 of what we're reading that there is influence, Sumerian influence when it comes to a lot of stuff that comes out of that area. So John Day asserts that all 3 shared many traits with each other, and many have been worshipped in conjunction or separately during 1,500 years of cultural history. While the worship of Ashtart and Anat as a pair is well attested, Steve A. Wiggins found no evidence Ashtart was ever conflated with Atharat. He also pointed out that the concept of Atharat, Anat, and Ashtart as a trinity of sorts popularized by authors like Titva, Framer,
Kensky, is modern and ignores the role of other deities in Agarit. For example, Shapash. Now, Shapash, okay, is a version of what later became Shamash. And actually, that Shapash has got something to do with something important too, as well as the importance of the connection between Atherot and I, or L.
Are we gonna go back to Sharash?
Shapash? Is that the one?
Shapash. I said Sharash.
No, Shapash was a Shapshu or Shapsh, and also Shamshu was a Canaanite sun goddess, and Shamash is actually a sun goddess with the Sumerians, and he is also the son of the son of Enlil, I believe. Now, the weird part about Shamash is he also blends into Mithra actually, but Shamash is maybe a Babylonian god. I'm not sure if he started out as a Sumerian god, but he could have been Babylonian. So he was actually the twin of Ishtar, to be honest.
Who was?
Shamash.
Shamashu.
Yeah.
Shamash and Shamashu. Okay, but it says it's a girl.
No. Let me see that.
Shapshi, and also Shamashu.
No,
was the Canaanite sun goddess.
We're talking about Shapash.
Oh,
Shapash.
Oh, not this little bubble that you have pulled up here.
Little bubble. Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
I went.
That's what I thought we were talking about.
Yeah, it's down here at the bottom, just under origin of name. You'll see.
I see Shapash.
It's pretty interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, hold up. It is.
It does say goddess, yeah.
Her most common epithets in the ergatic corpus are NRT, in the Pantheon list, KTU 1. Yeah. All that good jargon.
Yeah, but
Shamshu and Shapsh and Shapshu. It was a Canaanite sun goddess. Yeah.
And then when I read a little bit further, it talks about the correlation to the Phoenicians, but I mean, we haven't gotten over there. The image of, we haven't yet to get there, but yeah.
This is all related to that Assyrian queen, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, that's some cool stuff.
Mother of the goddess. Mm-hmm.
He also pointed out that the concept of Etherot, Anat, and Ashtart as a trinity of sort, popularized by authors like Tikvia, Framer, and Kensky, is modern and ignores the role of other deities in Ugarit, for example, Shapash, as well as the importance of the connection between Atherat and El. Now I'm thinking now El, I believe, is the god that Christians and Jews worship. So if that's an El, it could be an I.
And see, it says Shamashu was the royal messenger of El. Okay.
Shapash. I'll bring it back here. It says Shapshu, Ugaritic, or Shapsh, and also Shamshu was a Canaanite sun goddess. She also served as the royal messenger of the high god El. Yeah, there we go. That's it. That's him. I know the statue right there in the picture. Her probable father. Her most common epithet in the Ugaritic corpus are in our same stuff. Also translated as torch or luminary of the gods by various authors. Great Lady Shopshoe. Eternal Shopshoe. In the Pantheon list, KTU. And all that, yeah. That's pretty cool.
Do you know that there's like pictures of like Set and there's like 3, and they say that that's the Holy Trinity, quote unquote, in Egyptian history anyway. Like, does he not look like one of those statues? Or maybe
well, with this statue, I'd have to say you would have to like compare the
details.
The time period, really. See which one goes back the farthest to see which one was older and which one is similar to which one, you know what I mean? Which one came first.
Right. Which one is mimicking the other, right? I got you.
You know, because they had a habit of doing that back then. Now, down here in the cult area, if you notice under cult, it finally mentions Shamash. It says, unlike Shamash or Utu, which Utu is Shamash. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see. Shamash was... Yeah. So Shamash was the ancient Mesopotamian sun god, earlier known as Utu. He was believed to see everything that happened in the world every day, and was therefore responsible for justice and protection of travelers. As a divine judge, he could be associated with the underworld.
Oh, that's interesting. So that's what you were talking about when it was saying goddess. That's who you were referring to. So their names are similar, but yeah, I see now the difference.
Unlike Shamash or Utu in Mesopotamia, but like Shams, also called Shamsum or Dat Baldurum, is a sun goddess of Arabian mythology. She was the patron goddess of Himyarite of the Himyarite kingdom. Her name meant shining sun or brilliant. She was the South Arabian equivalent of the North Arabian sun goddess Nuha. So she was an Arabian goddess. So Shapshu was a female solar deity. In addition to attestations in Ugaritic text, Amarna, letter EA 323, uses the Sumerogram for the sun deity, Utu, as a feminine noun. Now, Utu is also a part of the Sumerians. There's two Utus. There's Utu Shamash, and then there's a female who is Utu. But that Utu is a spider.
What's the significance of the spider?
Probably nothing. It just it's like they bring the name Utu up with UTU, and I know there was two Utus in the Sumerian pantheon. There was Utu Shamash, and then there was Utu, who was a female spider, and she protected the gateway to the underworld.
Where did you go for this? Because I'm looking on mine and under cult. Because I'm looking at something else. I'm looking at the link that you sent me about Adoragitis. I clicked
I clicked on Shapshu.
I see here. Okay, and that's how you got to the code, because I don't... When I click... Oh, no, I clicked on the wrong one. That was
here,
the guy.
Let me post this link. That way you can see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Get you hooked up. There we go. Shapshu. Yeah, this is some pretty cool stuff. It just keeps going deeper and deeper.
Yeah, and the connection, the correlation, like I was saying, like what we were talking about, Atagardis or Atagatis. Yeah, like looking at that and just showing how everything correlates. Even if we go all the way to, we can get to Egypt, we can get to Sumerian, and then we're back in it's Phoenician. And it's just wild because, like, I don't know, I never knew that everything. Hold on, Shapshu. But see, I still don't. Oh, okay, it's because it's on my phone. Let me put it on the iPad. Because it's like I still don't see where it's talking about cult, but it's just because.
Okay, so you go down past name, and it's just past that.
Yeah, I got it now. It's just I had to do some things. It asks me if I would like to hide the appeal for a week. I hide the appeal for a week, and every time I open a link, it's still it's like showing me, hey, we would like your money. I'm not paying you, Wikipedia. You're not even
not free.
Yeah, right. Yeah, information is no longer free. Like, it's knowledge. You have to pay for your knowledge, which is foolish because educom means to bring out of. But anyway, oh, I see it here. Unlike Shamash. Okay, I got it. Okay, it's just making sure I can follow along.
Now, Utu as a feminine noun, Seti Ra'am Utu, given the letter's prominence with Yaja of Ascalon. It may refer to Shapshu. Similar, the letter EA 155 from Ambilaki of Tyre to the Pharaoh includes a feminine Utu, Lugal, Utu, Duratam, line 644. Old Akkadian names such as Talad Shamsi, Samas gave me birth. And Uma Samas, Samas is my mother, Samas, might indicate a female sun goddess tradition in 3rd millennium BC Mesopotamia derived from the northwest Semitic solar goddesses. Okay, and that's where I was talking to you about where I don't understand, like, everybody using the term Semitic as like a prejudice thing, because there were tons of Semitic people in that region that weren't Jewish. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but even in that, there's a movie. It wasn't The Ring of Power. It was something else that I watched, and it was talking about how the Jewish control. Where's my notes at now? Because because they were talking about the Jewish control that, and that word, and they created that concept just for people, New World Order. I think I got it under that. Who do not do what they like. Come on. Here it is. Jews have been known to kidnap, blah, 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 the Holocaust. Nothing. I was just reading that. I wasn't so
Thanks,
there.
man.
I was just,
trying to keep this history here, you know.
I was just reading out loud. Disclaimer, this has nothing to do with the show. The views and words that come from my mouth are no reflection of Roger Hanson or the history show.
All right, so
no.
I'll read the short little direct description they have for the Northwest Semitic. Northwest Semitic is a division of the Semitic languages comprising the indigenous languages of the Levant. It emerged from Proto-Semitic in the early Bronze Age. It is first attested in proper names identified as Amorite in the Middle
Bronze Age. So, like when you hear Amorite, that was a Semitic group too. So.
And where was their location? In
Northwest Semitic. Yeah. So that it would include Levant and areas like that. You go there would be Semitics too that would be up around the Turkish area as well, and Armenia, areas like that.
I'm still looking for where because after this I want to see, because I gotta organize these notes. I'll just like start typing somewhere and it'll be in the wrong section, and then I'll have like a whole bunch of tabs. Like literally when you look at my Firefox, it has the infinity sign because that's how many tabs I have open. It doesn't have a number anymore. It's just literally the sign of infinite. Like, yeah. I was just looking because I heard this before, and people like to just completely associate it with one culture, but there's more to it. It's more than just what,
It really is. And then Samas. Okay, like, there's a difference between Shamash and Samas. You know, I mean,
isn't Shamash the woman, and then the other one, or
there's a story actually about her, and it's different. It's not even related to Shamash, to be honest with you. I mean, at all. Now Shamash was an ancient Mesopotamian sun god, earlier known as Utu, and that's Sumerian Utu, UTU, which means sun. He was believed to see everything that happened in the world every day, and was therefore responsible for justice and protection of travelers. As a divine judge, he could be associated with the underworld. Additionally, he could serve as the god of divination, typically alongside the weather god Adad. While he was universally regarded as one of the primary gods, he was particularly venerated in Sippar and Larsa. The moon god Nana, Sin, and his wife Ningal were regarded as his parents, while his twin sister was Inanna, Ishtar. Occasionally, other goddesses such as Manzat and Pinnaker could be regarded as his sisters too. The dawn goddess Aya, Sherida, was his wife, and multiple texts describes their daily reunions taking place on a mountain where the sun was believed to set. Among their children were Katum, the personification of truth, dream deities such as Mamu, as well as the god Isham. Utu's name could be used to write the names of many foreign solar deities. Graphically, the connection between him and the Hurrian solar god Shemij is particularly well attested, and the latter could be associated with Aya as well. While no myths focusing on Utu are known, he often appears as an ally in other figures of both Sumerian and Akkadian compositions. According to narratives by the Muses' death, he helped protect him when the Gala demons tried to drag him to the underworld. Now, the Musi is the husband of Anna, or Nana, I should say, and she's Ishtar. So, you know the story I told you about Anana being going down into the underworld and then being
and
crucified.
Having to meet her sister.
And then,
the person that.
And then Inky raising her from the dead.
This is our first. Oh my gosh, it's like our first date. No, but seriously, that was when we first. Yeah, I do remember.
Now, the music. You remember how I told you that Inanna had her follower go to all the temples, and it was Inky who finally helped her.
Yeah.
Well, see, she also, according to some of the stories, had her follower go to Dumuzi, and Dumuzi was sitting on his throne just being lazy, and he said, you know, fuck it, I ain't doing that shit. You know what I mean? So when Inanna came back from freaking the underworld, she went up on Dumuzi and seen him sitting there just being all lazy on his throne, and freaking had him turned into traded him his life for her life, because you can't come out of the underworld without freaking
reincarnation,
without another life taking your place.
Yeah.
So if you're resurrected and brought out of the underworld, you have to have somebody take your place. So she had to choose who it was that was going to freaking take her place, and she chose Dumuzi. So Dumuzi freaks out, starts running off, and before the demons could get him, he says a prayer to freaking Ishtar's brother, which is Shamash, because he followed him. And Shamash, being the great guy he is, freaking turned him into a snake and allowed him to crawl off and way to safety.
The great guy that he is, you gotta be like. But once he turned into a snake, was he able to turn back into a human, or was he a snake for the rest of eternity?
Dumuzi is a snake.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
So what about the snake goddess, the serpent goddess then?
Now, Dumuzi's death, he helped protect him when the Gala demons tried to drag him off to the underworld. And the Gala demons in Sumerian and ancient Mesopotamian religion were great demons or devils of the ancient Mesopotamian underworld.
Look how their heads look like the third eye. Did you see how their face looks like the third eye?
Yep. Eyeballs.
That's crazy.
Now, the reason why
Gilgamesh.
Yeah,
I bet that.
Epic of Gilgamesh is an epic poem from the ancient Mesopotamia. The literary history of Gilgamesh begins with 5 Sumerian poems about Gilgamesh, king of Uruk, dating from the 3rd dynasty of Ur. These independent stories were later used as source material for a combined epic in Akkadian. It's pretty cool. That's actually the first ever written epic. Ever. What do you think of that?
I think that's really crazy because I didn't know it was the first one when I was reading it. This Northern probably just telling us that no one was listening, so I can only imagine.
So, and I brought that up because we were talking about Shop Shoe, and we went into let me see. Attagaddis. All of this was because of that, and Attagaddis is supposed to be related to Shemaramat. So we went on our pretty good tangent of history there, and 4 regions of the world. Now,
we still haven't really.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, she was the mermaid goddess, but mermaid serpent, is it interchangeable? No, right? So we still have to touch
Well,
because
now the mermaid thing, okay, that would be more of the Phoenician side. I doubt if like you got to take it into text, you know what I mean? Put it into context and the people and the regions that they were in, you know what I mean? Like right here. Can you see that map?
yeah,
Okay.
kingdom, Phagarian kingdom, the Egyptian kingdom. Yeah, I can see it.
Now
Assyrian
down
Empire.
here you have Iraq and you have Ur. This is the Sumerians in Susa right here. Nippur, Kish, and Kutha.
Can you put your mouse on it? I don't see it.
I've got
okay,
it.
there it is. I see it. I see it now.
Now, all of this,
Gotta turn my brightness up.
all of this up here, Asher. No, I ain't even gonna. Asher actually is pretty cool to mention because it was kind of like a port during the time where the Akkadians landed on. But this area right here was more of the Akkadian area, and they all eventually joined together. So they had this region here. All of this was conquered by the Sumerians at one time. All of this.
And see how it changes? Like, so on the key, it had two different, like, so this was Assyrian Empire during this time, and this was Assyrian Empire during this time. Can you go back to where we can see the key? Because I'd like to see the difference. Here it is. Okay, so the light one, 871, came after, and that was bigger. 824.
No, 824.
So technically, 824 is newer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes backwards. Yeah, right. So 824.
So it was bigger, and then okay.
Yeah. And
then
this,
it shrank. I see now.
This is the Assyrian kingdom right here. And see, right here is just a little area compared to all this. So all of this got intertwined into all of this. You see what I mean? And this would be the Levant right here. Down here would be Judah. This is where the Canaanites. This is where the Canaanites were at.
And that's Lebanon over here, right? What turns into right here on this, is that because this is not the top? Is that not the top of Egypt right here that we're looking at towards the left? And then is that not? No.
No, that's Libya. That's Libyan.
I'm
right
just saying
there.
Because where are we at on the overall map? Because Tyre, Biblias, that is the Phoenicians. That's where they were at. Right. Lebanon.
See Byblos, Sidon.
Philo Byblos, Philo Byblos,
Tyre.
Cyprus,
It's all right there.
But that's where the Phoenicians dominated, though, right? Isn't that little? Yeah, and it turns
Cyprus right here.
Lebanon.
That island right.
Yeah, where it says Paphos, and Salamis.
Paphos and Salamis, all that. Cyprus. It was all Phoenician at one time, and then Canaanites is all in here, and they were ruled by the Assyrians.
That makes so much sense seeing it from this side now.
You know, and that's why.
What are? I heard you say about the Sistinians, but what about the Thracians? The Thracians? What about them? They're up top to the left. No, not the Scythians. You told me about them a little bit, but if you go over to the left,
right here.
No, you gotta zoom out a little bit. Right there at the top, above Greek city-states, and then you see what's that?
The Thracians. Let me see. Okay, that would actually be the region where Alexander the Great came from.
So
that's
the
messed up.
Thracians, Phoenicians, they're talking about right there too, like right here. You got the
at the top next to it.
the Paeonians actually is what it is. The Phrygian, I know about them. Now the Phrygian were the ones that they believed. Well, the Phrygian and the Thracians maybe were the ones they believed that were a part of the mysterious sea creatures or the sea people.
And we just learned about the sea people and in their boats, and then wow, that's so cool. That's so neat, man.
And see, what happened was these sea people, they came down and they swooped down on Egypt, which is right here. They just, bam, hit them real hard. And this is what Robot was talking about, where he believed that the Philistines were actually the mysterious sea people, because afterwards the Philistines settled in this area right in here, right around Judah, on the shores, and Ascalon and stuff.
But the Phoenicians never called themselves Phoenicians. I want to see Greek. Hold on. Let's just talk Greek city-states. Okay, so the Greeks are up there. The Phoenicians are down here, but they're enemies.
Well, Lydian. Okay, Lydian is a Phoenician area right here. And then the Phrygian kingdom, all that was Phoenician at one time. The Aegean Sea was controlled in this area by the freaking Phoenicians. The city of Troy is right up in this area somewhere, up around the northern part of this peninsula.
And that's where the Iliad takes place.
And the Black Sea is opened up here. Like, everybody thinks the Black Sea is closed off, but it's not. There's that little bitty opening.
Right here in the middle between Chalcedon and Byzantium. Oh, my goodness. I wonder what it's like to travel through there. Like, what it looks like, you know what I mean?
Well, that's how the Greeks do illegal trade with other countries that they're not supposed to. They still do it to this day.
Wow.
That's why I say you never believe a thing those Greeks people say. They're just, they make shit up. And see, that's the reason why the Phoenicians were so smart, okay, was because they understood that if they blocked this area off, since it was their territory, that the Greeks would have to pay tribute to go through this area and get to this part of the world and trade. So
what was it that they liked that this other side has? Like, what were the resources and the things that were being traded that was not available for the Greeks, or if you're aware, I mean,
Well, the Greeks actually had good resources, but the thing of it is the Phoenicians were the freaking sailors. I mean, the Greeks actually had to build their own navy to freaking fight against them because they were unequipped. They also had to do it against Xerxes whenever they fought against the Persians over here. And that was later on.
Wait, over here. Yeah. Oh, there it is. I have the map zoomed in, so when you move your mouse to the side, I didn't see it.
You know, and everybody believes that, like, the Greeks were sailors and stuff, but they really weren't. I mean, a lot of their conquest took place on land. They were completely freaking unprepared against Xerxes when he marched on them. The only reason why they survived was because of... have you ever heard of the story of the 300? It was a movie that came out.
I heard 300, but the 300 that I heard, wasn't that the ones where they were inside of the horse, the Trojan horse thingy? That's not that?
No, this one was where they were in a little crevice valley that the Persians had to come through in order to make it into Greece up here by Marathon. And Macedonia is this area right here, and they were going to come in like this.
Wait, hold on, slow down, because I don't see your mouse at all. Macedonia, go it again.
Macedon.
Where?
It's
the
over.
Mouse isn't even moving.
Do you know where my mouse is right here?
No. I'm zoomed all the way out.
I'm over by Greece again, the Greek city.
I see Greeks. Yeah, okay. Remove your mouse. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Now go up where I'm looking right here.
I see Macedon. Yeah, and Thasus, and yeah, I see here now.
See, they were going to come around here like this, and then they had ships that were going to meet up with them over here too. Okay.
Yeah.
And this was where they were going to attack them. And then the only way they could get into the rest of this area to take Athens was to go through this little valley, kind of like that would box them in. So these Greeks, 300 of them, went in there and they fought them off within that valley, which created a freaking bottleneck on their troops, so they could kill them off. And because they did that, they ended up foiling the invasion. So the Persians had to go back home because they didn't know what they were doing. They couldn't.
They couldn't withstand.
Yeah, they couldn't hold up against those Greeks. But Marathon is also
a gas station.
Well, the city of Marathon, okay, is also what inspired the Olympics, because in order for the Greeks to know that they were being invaded by Xerxes, one sole Greek runner ran all the way to Athens. And when he got there to warn the Greek, he was able to warn him where he quickly died. He died.
Wow.
He died because of all the running he did.
Are you kidding me?
No. Yeah, I'm kidding you. It was just. It was the Greeks. They, like I said, they lie. Okay. There ain't no way.
Hold on. Wait a minute. So did he even get to warn them?
Yeah, he warned them.
Oh, he did, and then he died. At least they got the warning.
Yeah, like
What if it was a consequence of him telling? Like, what if he snitches get stitches type thing? Like, no, you gonna tell?
They immortalized them. That's why they have the Olympics now. Like, you ever know that the dude that runs in the middle of the Olympics and puts the fire on the torch?
Okay, yeah, that's him.
That's him.
What symbol? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He was immortalized.
History is so neat. I wish I would have paid attention when I was a kid. I'd probably know so much more. But like, they don't tell you all of this. But because they do not tell you this, it's worth learning. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And if I would have been able to sit here and actually indulge, I could imagine how much more I would know about culture and society, especially where we get our practices from and why we behave and accept things that we do and denounce things that we do. Because even now, it's just everything seems to be completely related, and we're taught that it's not. We're taught the separation, not the correlation. I had no clue that this guy comes from, and I didn't even know that the Olympics were Greek, but I guess that makes sense now. And then you see Olympia over here, so it's like, I don't follow the Olympics. A lot of people do, but shout out to the people that win type of thing. It's not, sports aren't my thing. I mean, I do basketball only because, though, of like what has happened with sports, like the barbaricness of what they do and the exploitation. I used to play tennis, and basketball is my favorite sport out of all the sports if I have to pick. But just because of knowing like the practices and the culture behind it, and that has deterred me from indulging as much,
Mm-hmm. Well, we actually have an hour and 10 minutes of recording and an hour and a half of streaming, so I think we need to stop here and then go into the fourth page, because I didn't think we were going to actually get this much good stuff. This is actually good information.
I like how we travel while we're working.
It's really good. like we're pulling up maps and stuff. Now, if you want to get more into this, Karma, besides us doing this, there's another good guy. I mentioned that one site before, but there's another good guy on the internet you need to check out. And he goes by his channel goes by History with Psy.
Is that the one you sent? That's not the guy with the Phoenician history and stuff where you sent me. Well, you posted the link and I just indulged with it for the.
But he's another guy. He's forgotten kingdoms or something, or fallen.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking about.
History with Psy is like short 15-minute videos that he goes through like certain parts of history and things like that. So he's pretty cool if you want to check him out. So he's got a lot of good stuff.
Awesome. I'll look into him as well then. History with Psy.
Yeah. I can post a link in the chat. That way you can check them out.
Yeah, and then other people can know too as well. Okay, awesome. That sounds good.
So I'm gonna go ahead and end this, okay?
All right, and then tomorrow we're on for conspiracy, huh?
Yeah, tomorrow's conspiracy, and we will talk about some good stuff tomorrow.
If you have any subject matter or anything, I know we don't have to, but if there's anything specific that we're going to do or whatever, if you'd like to let me know, Ken, I'm going to attempt some organization. I stayed up all night to make sure that I did not oversleep for old John's interview. So I slept a nice bit of my day. I'm about to finish up our homeschool lessons. I have 2 more lessons to do with my boys, and then I'll be up for the night, so I'll be able to get some stuff done as long as I stay focused, which is the goal. So I'll be able to get some organization stuff done. And if you send anything, I'll be able to see it. Also, I saw that thing that you posted about, I think I was on the phone, I was like distracted, but the thing about Minecraft. So thank you. Their iPad is usually on the weekends. I let them play while I do your show. Like they had to finish their definitions during the show today, and then they got to play on iPad. So whenever you post it, I'll make sure that I share that.
It'll be on the 6th, and I went through and made it kid friendly too. So
nice. Thank you so much. Like they love doing new stuff in Minecraft. Like there'll be some days to where, because I have them on YouTube for kids, but I'll be able to link it to where I can allow the video, so it's no biggie. Right. And yeah, they'll sit there for hours and just watch guys play, just so that they can learn. You know what I mean? So that's awesome. Thank you. You're the greatest.
Let me get this taken care of, and we'll get back to it tomorrow. All right?
Yep. Have a good night. Be safe. Thank you for everything.
You too. Hello, everybody. This is Roger Hanson, and I'd like to welcome everybody back to another episode of my Live with Roger Hanson stream. Today's topic is gaming, and I have another interview set up today. Pretty cool, actually. This is a guy that I've been following on his videos on Discord and YouTube. He goes by the name of King Lion of Lux, and he's a pretty cool guy. He's probably one of the most interesting gamers I've seen on there, because he plays games that I've never even heard of before, and that's one of the topics that I do want to get into beforehand. Now, before I ask you to introduce yourself and give yourself or tell everybody a little information, King, I'll introduce or let everybody introduce themselves that is a part of the panel, okay? So, first is my co-host, Karma Love. Karma, you want to say hi?
Hi, everyone.
All right. Now, we do have Detective Fallen, who is actually muted and can't figure out how to get out of muted, but he is in chat, and he can say hi in chat if he wants to. Then, after that, we have Hello from Fallen, which is right there on the right-hand side. And next, we have Rapid Glitch. You want to say hi, Rapid?
Hello, everyone.
Alright, and Rapid was in a previous interview that we did. And after that, we have RJ Casual Hardcore Gamers. viewers. You want to say hi?
What's going on?
There you go. So this is going to be the panel, and there are also guests. But the whole aim of it is like we've done previously. We're going to give you your interview, and each person, when they hear something that interests them, they can ask you a question. You fine with that?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So with that, do you think before we start you could introduce yourself, kind of give a little bit of a background in your gaming and the things that you'd like to tell everybody about yourself?
Yeah. So, my name is King Lion of Locks. I do mostly single player games. Every now and again, I do games will be multiplayer. They'll be either with other content creators or my friends. I like to do all things anime, so a lot of things that's on my channel will be anime related games. And every May I do a month strictly for anime stuff. I call it Anime Month. October is Spooky Month, and with that I do every day a spooky game. So it's a little bit of a challenge and a goal for myself to just try and do the whole 31 days a video a day. It helps boost my helps people know who I am and gets my name out there.
Okay. Now, I do appreciate you doing this, and I mean it when I say that. You probably come out with the most interesting games I've ever watched on YouTube. So, with that, before I get into the interesting stuff, I want to get into the more traditional stuff you've done, you know what I mean, and things like that. But before I do that, I wanted to give Detective Fallen a chance to ask the first question, because his question is pretty damn cool, and I think it's something that we all really do wish to know. All right, so with that being said, Fallen, would you be willing to type your question out for me? I'll read it for you.
Actually, if you guys can hear me now.
Yes.
He's back from the Shadow Realm.
Cool. Oh,
all right.
That is
Does
cool.
Everything sound good?
Yes.
Am I too loud
good.
or anything?
It sounds great, dude. You're great.
All right. So King, my first question for you, sir.
Yes.
How did you get your name, King of Lion Locks? Like, okay, look, before you answer, I understand that them things are godly, but like, did you have to fight somebody for this title?
So no. So a little bit of the thing about me is like one of the characters that I was watching around the time when I was thinking of my name was Seven Deadly Sins, and one of the characters was Escanor, the lion sin of pride.
Okay.
And so around that time, I was heavily into working out. It was like COVID had just started, so I was working out more and going and doing this. And so it was a little bit of a self-image boost. So the Escanor during the nighttime is who I saw myself when I started. And then Escanor during the sun, like when the sun is up, when he's all in his muscular form, is who I strive to be when I looked at myself and after I got done working out. So that was who he was. The locks that you guys see online is the person that I see, is the big man. It's the I'm prideful, I can do this, there's nothing that I can't do because I am him.
Oh man, I like that a lot, honestly. Like it's like another persona for you, basically. I can relate to that heavily.
So
that's like my name itself, Fallen. That's like a whole nother character for me myself. So like, I can get into that.
see, he said it better. I was gonna ask you that question too, because you do have a pretty cool name. And like, I was like sitting there looking at it the first time I seen it, and I was like, oh wow, man, King freaking Lion of Locks. What the heck? And then I realized you had the dreadlocks and stuff. So
Yeah, I also was a fan of Thundercats, the original version and a little bit of the new one, but mainly the original one. So it came out, so it also has Lion-O in it.
yeah,
So
that's pretty
that was
cool.
the other thing.
That's pretty cool. Now, since we've got that taken care of, there's some
games that you've played that I thought was pretty interesting. And first, I wanted to get into, like I said, the basic games that generally everybody knows about, and that is The Last of Us. Could you tell us a little bit about your gameplay of Last of Us and what you took from it, and the kind of experience you had while playing it?
So my experience while playing Last of Us, I was playing that and The Walking Dead around that time, and I am a very let's just say that if I was to ever have kids, let's just hope they're never girls, because in The Walking Dead you take care of a little girl named Clementine, sweet as can be, and then in the Last of Us you take care of another little girl, Ellie. You know, not as sweet, but you know she can handle her own, and you know you can appreciate that. And so throughout that game, you bind a connection to this character that you want to make sure that she gets to her destination safely, without spoiling it for anyone that hasn't played the game or seen the show. And then once you get to the destination, you get told that, you know, something could go awry and you may never see her again. And I feel like that my response to that was justified. You know, they all have to go. One way or another, I'm leaving with my child. So, you know, I would say if you play it, you should definitely play it. I'm in the middle of playing the second one, but I have not finished it yet. I know a little bit, but no spoilers on the second one yet.
So you basically just freaked out and decided you were going to kill everybody on the first one, huh? They were going to take your baby.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that's a man right there. I'd have done the same thing, man. But,
very justifiable.
Yeah. Now, the whole gameplay of it, would you say that it was pretty good, or is there some things that needs to be worked out when it comes to playing it?
Not really. I played the remastered one, so I haven't played the PS5 version of it. So I can only say that for the remastered version, it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I've heard some things about the PS5 being a version of it that they added some gameplay mechanics from the second one to the first one. I couldn't tell you because I haven't played it yet, but I enjoyed it. I would say I hope we don't get any more remasters or retelling of the game anytime soon. But you know, the ones that we do have, I would say if you ever have the chance, you should definitely play it.
Yeah. Now, you were also talking about Walking Dead, and I noticed that you did that, and I was gonna bring that up too. Is there anything there that you'd want to talk about when it comes to the basic thing, but with the Walking Dead? Is there anything that you'd like to say?
Yeah. So for the Walking Dead, this would be my third go around playing it. So that's why it's a little bit harder for me to keep playing the series, at least up until where they just not finished the series. But it's basically you play this guy named Lee, and you're taking care of this little girl called Clementine. This is around the start where the zombie apocalypse starts to kick off, and so there are some people that are dead, some people that are still alive, and you just try and find your way to Savannah to get Clementine to her actual parents. One little tidbit: Lee is a criminal. He kind of killed somebody, you know, because his wife she was being unfaithful, and so the guy had to go. He had to take a long trip down a short cliff. But after that, Lee was taking care of this girl, and some things happen, and then you just continue on the story with Clementine. So I enjoy playing the game. I enjoy playing the series a lot. It's just this would be my third time playing it, so it's kind of hard to get back into it, but I'm persevering because I want to see how it ends.
Yeah. So you haven't been able to finish it yet?
Not really. I'm hopefully going to try to do that. That might be one of the games I play for Spooky Month, because it technically counts as a horror game. It's a horror story-based game.
Mm-hmm. Now, before we go any farther, do any of you guys have any questions?
I've definitely got a statement. I definitely enjoyed personally. If you do decide to do that for Spooky Month, the later on that you were talking about, when I was watching your videos, I got into it a lot more when it was the script kind of got flipped and Clementine was kind of taking care of someone herself, you know.
Yeah,
that was an amazing part. The story got more interesting. There was more like groups involved. It just expanded the world a lot.
and I want to get to there. I know it definitely gets better. I'm past season 3. It's just that when season 4 was in, when they were making season 4, that's when Telltale had went under, and I was like, I never thought I'd be able to play it. And once they did bring it up, I wanted to do it for the channel, but just having to play that all over again it's just hard. But I definitely want to see how this ends.
Oh, for sure.
Anybody else? I can't believe RJ isn't gonna say something. I mean, I know
It's
RJ.
gonna lead to me just yelling at King for no reason. So that's mainly why.
That is uncalled for. Uncalled for. I feel
I
like
will
I have
say Ripley. He was one of the greatest protagonists of any game I've ever played in my entire life. And I'm sure King can agree with that.
Yes, he did. He did not have to go out how he went out.
I don't know if you know King, but the ending. Well, depending on how you play the game, but if you end it, well, actually no, it plays out the same. The ending scene of the last chapter of the first season, where it's Lee and Clementine in the room, because something bad happens to Lee. If you choose it to where Clementine resolves the situation, putting it mildly, the ending scene cuts, and it goes to black, and you can actually hear a little whimper, and that whimper is the actual voice actor of Lee crying for real in the studio. Just a little inside thing there for you.
Wow.
Yeah, that's one of those games where you'll replay some scenes if you just need to cry. You just go replay that if you need to let out some tears, because it'll do it.
Does it tell us what the cause of this man's pain is?
I mean, I can say it. I mean, I don't give a crap about spoilers.
No. Not the game. Not the game itself. Like you said, it was in the recording studio. They caught him crying. Did he hurt himself or something?
No,
happened?
The dialogue was so.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Was so sad.
Gotcha.
Doing the lines
for
made him cry for real.
Yeah. My first time watching it, first time playing it, I had, I was younger, so I can say this, I cried. It was at least a good couple tears came down, because I was like, this is,
it's
not
okay,
made
man.
me feel away.
Grown men cry.
Yeah.
You don't need to put a caveat on man tears.
Yeah.
It makes everyone cry.
I know. The last time I seen it, it was freaking Maxie when he was doing Nier, and freaking it got to that scene, and I was like, I want to see his reaction. And then whenever freaking girl got froze or turned into stone, dude, he comes to the end of the show and his face is just like, you could tell just by looking at him he was fighting off the tears. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, God. I mean, it's just.
Am I just a monster then? Because I felt nothing when that happened.
Yes.
I'll feel
I know what scene you're talking about. I played the game, beat it, got all 4 endings. I felt nothing.
I felt nothing.
I mean, it was like bad, but like,
RJ didn't show up to the set. It was Sergeant Dickum.
Yeah, I wasn't really feeling that mad about it. I was like, okay, someone died. All right, cool, move on.
Maddening. It's maddening.
What? Like, okay, come on. Wait, King, do you know what we're talking about?
Yes, I've said I played the game 3 times, so I know that that ending is sad. Like I said, that was this.
Wait, you played the game too?
Yes.
No, Nier. Not.
No, Nier.
Nier.
I've seen people seen it.
He transitioned to Nier, the first Nier Replicant or Nier Gestalt, whichever one you're playing. And there's like this chick that dies like halfway through. I mean, she doesn't really die, but she like kind of dies. And I'm like, okay, cool, you're dead.
Like,
Did not care. Like, okay, you can't compare that death to the death of Lee, or like
No, it's not.
The
No
Last of
comparison.
Us, and be like, oh, I'm just as sad. Like, nah, I'm not even close to sad.
Yeah, but this is Maxie we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And it's still not impactful.
Maxie loves Nier, man.
Maybe from Automata. Maybe from
Yeah.
Automata, but not the first year. It's like from 2010, man. Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over some storytelling from 2010.
Yeah. But I was like, I seen that and I was like, oh hell. It was like freaking, he was sitting there, you could just look in his face and tell he was ready to break out in tears. I mean, it just, I was surprised he was able to stay on the stream as long as what he did. But it was something else. It was more his reaction than anything else. But
Yeah, he'll be fine.
he went on to do it further and everything. I'm still
Yeah,
trying.
there's four freaking endings in that freaking game.
Yeah, I can't do all four of them. That game drives me nuts.
Getting the platinum is annoying in itself.
Yeah.
Spent so much time getting that platinum.
So, Lion.
Yes.
Now we get to the good stuff, man. You and your buddies have a competition that you call ABL. You think you'd be willing to discuss that and let everybody know what that's about?
Yes. So the ABLs, or otherwise known as Anime Battle Leagues. Also, I will let you guys know the name is terrible. I'm aware of that. I'm open to better names, but no one. Actually, I take that back. My little brother has given me another name. We're gonna try it later. But as of right now, no one has given me a better name than ABLs. But it's Anime Battle Leagues, which basically is you play all types of fighting games that are anime based, good and bad. And sometimes you get a bad game where the graphics are basically, for lack of a better word, ass, or the characters are just floating in the air that should not be floating. I will play them mainly for anime month, and then once I unlock the characters, I'll have my friends come by for a cash prize. We'll play the games. Whoever scores the points, whoever gets the most points wins, and there are penalties that the contestants that lose has to take. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I enjoy it, and it's a fun way to have my friends come over and play, and see their reaction on playing anime games that are good and bad. The final games that we normally play are like, when hopefully next year will be the new Dragon Ball Z game, if not Demon Slayer, the Hinokami Chronicles, or Naruto Storm.
Yeah, I know. Detective Fallen played Dragon Ball Z, and my son played it. Now, is that the one that's just out? Is it the newer version?
Fighters is out now, but we have that. I have that too. That one we haven't played, but it's the one that they've been teasing since early this year. It was the new Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 4. That we haven't had any updates as to when the game comes out, but if it does come out next year, that'll probably be one of the finale games that we play once I've unlocked the characters on there.
That's pretty cool. Now, when you did that game, there was a game that I freaking noticed on there that I wanted to ask you about. I finally figured out the name of it. We had the conversation earlier and I couldn't place the name of it.
Yeah.
Did you catch the name I put on? It was let me see here. I had it too. It was just up here.
One Piece?
Yeah, One Piece. Yeah. What the hell is that game about, dude? That is One Piece Burning Blood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I think that's probably the most freaking unique game I've seen you play on there, to be honest with you. It's
really?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think it's cool as hell. Just from what I've seen.
Pretty unique anime too in general, so
would you be willing to talk about it, kind of explain the game and stuff like that? And
yeah. So One Piece Burning Blood, it's without giving too much spoilers on it, because I have to play that game for Anime Month. But it's it tells a story of One Piece, but one of the scenes of it, the Rescue Ace arc of One Piece. So you have Monkey D. Luffy, Ace's brother, and he is trying to rescue his brother from the Navy because they have captured him. And their goal is to execute Ace as well as Ace's surrogate father, Whitebeard. And it's a beautiful scene, and the game does the anime justice in terms of how it looks, and the scene by scene, they do that well. Now the gameplay, not so much. That was one of the first official bad games I realized when I was younger. Me and my brother, we played it, and we were like, okay, the hitboxes are everywhere. You can literally play, you could pick one of the admirals, and he has like a guard cancel move, and you could just keep spamming that and win. And we were like, you can't be this character because he just cheats. It's like, it's not my fault. It's not my fault this game is bad. And so we played that, and I've kept it all this time, and I'll play it with either Jasmine, my co-host that plays with me, when anytime I play any One Piece game. And so she's been asking, when are we going to play this one and another one? So I was like, yeah, we might do that next year.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, a lot of people are giving me shit now because I wanted to go over and redo or do a game that I've always wanted to play. So I've been streaming it, and freaking everybody just keeps giving me shit about it. Like, nobody likes that freaking game, you know? And I'm like, dude, freaking, I've been wanting to play it for like 6 years since it came out, you know? And so finally I started doing it, and that's what they had. That's why I ruined it for them, was the block. You know what I mean? Like, people just don't like it. I have no clue why.
It's not a. I don't like the game mechanics. It's in the category of homie games where it is a bad game to play by myself because I'll either rage or just flat out just not have a good time. But if I was to play with someone else and we both were to have a bad time but a good time together, I'm okay with that. That is a good day for me.
Yeah.
King, is Burning Blood like the Pirate Warriors?
No.
Like, play similarly? How does Burning Blood play?
So Burning Blood was the 3v3 fighting game. So it was
okay.
One of the ABL games.
Well, I didn't watch that, so I just want to know how the game is.
Yeah, it's a 3v3. You just fight.
So it's just a versus game.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, so like Dragon Ball Fighters. Right?
Yes, actually.
Okay, because I know that's 3v3.
Yeah, similar to that, but open world. So kind of like Storm, where you can move around, as opposed to just being like 2D or side scroll.
Like Naruto or like DBZ.
Yeah.
Like you got like moving around like in a circle. Okay.
And you get to choose your own teams too, right?
Yeah, you can pick your own characters and your teammates.
That's pretty cool.
There were actually more characters that we were supposed to pick from, but the game is a little buggy at times, and so I may have to play the game over just to add those characters back on there. We'll have to see. So because I want to have all the characters for everyone. Each time I do the ABLs, I want to try and have every character so people can have all the characters that they like to play as opposed to just being handicapped to when the game first came out.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, you got me sold on it, because the videos I've seen, or that one, that's pretty tight. I mean, I really did like that.
Well, thank you. That was I take pride in those because that's when I first started to do like intros from my channel. That was like my very first intro I created, and I actually do graphic design and stuff. So all the stuff that you guys see on the channel, I've made myself. And not too much of a spoilers, but I'm working on a new intro for Spooky Month, and I sent it around to some of my friends that are in it, and they enjoy it. So I'm hoping that you guys will also enjoy it.
Right on.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
You make really good intros, man. Like,
that one you got on now. Like, what's the saying he says? He goes,
what is your name?
Yeah, never.
I can't remember the beginning of it. He's like talking about who's the strongest, or
yeah.
I haven't watched all the anime myself because I lost interest after
he gets on there and he's like freaking. He doesn't even care what the dude's name is. He's like, you're gonna get dead anyhow. And shit, you know? Like,
Yeah, and that's Eskimo for you in a nutshell. He's like he's him. Who's to say that he can't do anything? He's the one that decides. So
yeah.
But yeah, and I really like how it cuts to like your Persona character as well. Is that like a Keyblade? I think in the character's hand.
No, that's actually Escanor's enchanted axe Rita. I collect weapons, and so eventually I want to be able to get that. And whenever I go to Comic-Con, they have it, but it'd be kind of expensive at the moment.
Okay.
But I do want that to kind of go on my wall.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty cool looking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've got that covered. Now, the pirate game, I forgot the name of it, but I did want to mention that one. That was an interesting game too. What's your feedback on that one? The one that RJ was talking about.
For Pirate Warrior.
Yeah.
So Pirate Warrior was supposed to be a short game. It was a game that I wanted to do with my friend Jasmine. It was her first time doing YouTube with me. Mm-hmm. And it was a One Piece game. She loves One Piece, so I figured she could be like the Lorax, so I can get if I need any information, she can help me out because she knows about One Piece. And the game itself is supposed to tell the story of Monkey D. Luffy from when we first see him in One Piece to up until we get Ace's Devil Fruit. That is at least 800 to 900 episodes of One Piece.
Oh, man.
Condensed down to what I was hoping to be a 10 hours game. No, that game is almost 32 to maybe 40 hours. I think I'm either lowballing it, but it was around that amount. And so was supposed to be 1 month turned into 1 month and a couple of days after into the next month. But it was a good game. The new one that has came out has been out. I want to play it because they have the DLC for Joy Boy in One Piece, and the only reason I know who Joy Boy is because I've read that part in the manga, and I was just waiting to see what it looked like in the anime. I have not caught up with the anime, but I skipped to see that part, and now that I've seen that part, I can go back to just saying One Piece is too long, and I'll watch it once we finally find out what the One Piece is.
I was gonna say, I feel anybody who says they've watched every single episode of One Piece might be lying.
I would beg to differ. I have two friends that have said that they have watched the beginning and end of One Piece of where it's caught up to right now at least 2 to 3 times.
That's dedication.
Yeah, that's their anime, and I'm like, you know what? I respect that. I just can't. I will catch up to it once they have finished, and then I can be like, yes, I can say that this anime is really good because I know what the One Piece is. But if the One Piece is just the friends we made along the way, I was told by a friend that I was told never to contact them because if that is the case, they will block me on every social media platform.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that my buddy David, I do my podcast with, he's watched them all too. That's his favorite anime of all time.
See, so I don't know how people do it, but they do.
It's dedication.
Have you seen the Netflix adaptation? And if so, what do you think about that?
I heard it was good. But
Yeah. I haven't seen it. I've seen, actually I took that back. I've seen 2 episodes of it. I haven't seen all of it. There are some things I've had a little bit of gripes on, but it's mostly just, animes turned into live action. How well can that just be adapted and the characters for it? So other than that, that was my main gripes. My friend Jasmine, she said that she liked it, so she's more of an One Piece fan, and if she didn't have an issue with it, I was like, okay, maybe it can't be that bad. So I let it rock. I'll probably look at it a little bit later. I did hear that they're going to be making like 12 seasons of it, so it'll be interesting to see.
12 seasons.
Yeah, that's crazy. But
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even think. Did they even do Ghost in the Shell for 12 seasons?
Well, wasn't that bad?
Yeah. We really don't
so
have
there you
good.
go.
I mean,
This was good, so it can go for 12 seasons.
well, I'm just saying, like, they didn't even do that one that long, did they?
And also, I don't think the original anime lasted that long, actually.
That's
Okay,
pretty.
what do you know about that? You know about that one?
For Ghost in the Shell, not that much.
I don't think it was that long, though, so I don't know if they could even do 12, even like 5 seasons worth.
No, I know it didn't come close even. Everybody
It
makes
didn't last very long. But then again, it wasn't a, oh gosh, what do they call it, King? The big, it's like one of the four.
One of the big threes, but that was an older. Yeah. It was an older anime, so it came out around the time Yu Yu Hakusho and Inuyasha came out. If not around that time, maybe a little bit before it.
The OGs, man.
Ghost in the Shell came out in 1995. That first one.
There we go.
Yeah.
So it was a slow burner anime, but it wasn't bad. I just haven't been able to watch it. It's hard to go back to watch a lot of those. Like I can watch maybe Cowboy Bebop one good time, and that's because of the intro always hooks me in. But a lot of the old school animes, it's hard to watch it because they just take too long to get to the plot. They have to be a really good one that I connected when I was younger for me to go back to watch to it.
Yeah, but man, look at what you play though. Like, I mean, dude, you got that dude I was talking about on there. Freaking, he was Mr. Pimp. You know what I'm saying? Freaking kick your ass with a freaking pair of freaking step boots and shit. Remember the big old clog boots that the pimps used to wear when they were walking around?
Yeah, I still don't know what character that was that you're talking about. But
I found it. That's the whole reason. It was you and your buddies. You were playing freaking competition. And he chose him. The dude was like in a freaking regular suit. And then he had a pimp hat with a freaking overcoat on and everything. It was cool as hell.
Did he have ice powers?
Oh, God. Don't make me go look it up.
Have you played anything JoJo related?
I have.
Oh, yeah. Wait, I forgot to even mention JoJo on here, huh? We were going to talk about JoJo,
That outfit
too.
sounds like some like eccentric stuff that would be on there.
I thought that's who he was talking about at first.
No,
it's
now JoJo is what he mentioned before. I had to actually go search it out on his playlist, and what I found it in was it was One Piece Burning Blood, and you guys were doing your competition. The
Doflamingo? No, that man's not in a purple suit.
Yeah, but he showed me an episode of him on that, and I have it, I believe, on my saved, but I don't really want to post it up for copyright and stuff like that. So.
Oh no, you're cool. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I like to play all types of anime games. If I know the anime, I will definitely play it. And thankfully we have a lot of anime games to play, good and bad. So that I like playing the games. For JoJo's, I have played the JoJo's Bizarre Adventures Eyes of Heaven, and then also JoJo's Battle R. Battle R is a fighting game that I played with Horrific Gamer. And Bizarre Adventures Eyes of Heaven is like a non-canon what if story to JoJo's, and I enjoy playing it. I just have to finish it right now, but I'm at a part right now where there's gambling, and I'm not a really big gambler, so I'm trying to get a friend to come by and do a cameo because she helped me beat it last time when I played it.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you want to, you can speak a little bit up on it. It's up to you. I mean, because freaking I like them from what I've seen so far. I forgot to mention them beforehand. I mean, so if, like, you want to like kind of give us a little brief description of it, you feel free to. I mean, because
yeah, I don't mind.
That was one of them actually that I thought was pretty cool. The one that we were just talking about was the one that really tripped me out. I like that one a lot. But But JoJo did catch my attention. I mean, it's a pretty cool game.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy all things JoJo. That was actually one of the animes I watched with someone when I was growing up, and we watched all of it from the beginning to I guess part 5 or I guess part 4. And it's basically just a story of a family that's fighting a demon, not even a demon. It's kind of hard to describe because there's like several parts of JoJo's, and without explaining each and every part of it, it's crazy. All I can say is that there is a character named Dio who is him, and that's like you strive to be like him, but you can't be him because he's just unattainable. He is a god, and he's just the sauciest man alive. Like, you just see him frame one, he comes down, he's introduced in a all suit, comes down in dabs on the main character, and then kicks his dog. Now, the kicks his dog part is messed up, but that's not the worst thing he does. But I have to tell you, that's the first 5 minutes that we get introduced into Dio. He comes in, he flexes on the main character, and then kicks the main character's dog. And then when our main character tries to tell him to stop doing that, he basically bitches him and then pulls his ear. That's Dio frame 1. We get fast forward into some more stuff where he becomes a vampire. He learns how to control the world. He comes back. It's all a mess. But the story of it is what would happen if Dio was to succeed. And come to find out, his world is not too different from our world. It's just some of the characters that died, he somehow changed time to make them come back and fight for his side.
Yeah. That sounds like it's pretty cool. I mean, the last one that I seen that you posted up there, the dude was like dressed like he was homeless and shit. And no, that wasn't that one. Oh hell, that was what was it? Dogs. What do you call that one? The one you're on right now. Something dogs.
Watch Dogs.
Watch Dogs.
Okay, Watch Dogs. Yeah.
Okay, I got that mixed up, but the game freaking reminds me a lot of Mad World. What you're talking about with JoJo's? That's what I was asking you earlier. Was have you ever played that? And like, whenever I see that. That's the first thing that stands out to me is Mad World. It used to be on a Wii, and I mean the freaking comic setting and everything, the comic book setting and everything is just really awesome. That's what really caught my eye on that one. So
yeah, I've never played Mad World before, but if it's anything like Watch Dogs, then it has to be interesting. I enjoy the Watch Dogs series. This I'm actually playing for the second time. I played it before when it first came out, and so now I'm playing it for the channel because it was a fun game when I played it. It's definitely a game that you have to have a lot of the stuff unlocked ahead of time. Because it makes the game that much better, because you have to worry about the stuff like the police officers. It's kind of hard to do my job when the police officers are attacking me, which I know that's part of the game. But I feel like if I can do a lot of the side quests, level up faster, now when a level 1 police officer tries to attack me, I can now stop traffic and blow up the streets, and now I don't have to deal with him ever again. And I can just keep progressing along the story and then just keep doing that. So I kind of like doing that for games.
It just kind of makes me think that it's like what they should have done with Saints Row. You know what I mean? It's like that every time I see your videos, it just makes me think if Saints Row would have done that way, it would have been a whole lot better. You know what I mean? Because of the atmosphere.
Now, are we talking about the new Saints Row or the original 3 or 4?
4.
No.
Yeah.
I would say I'm cool with the second one, and like I can understand why people like part 2 better than part 3. You know, the third. But like I never got into the 4th one yet. So, but I think they could, if they would have had something like Watch Dogs incorporated into that game, freaking, it would have just been over the top. I mean, seriously.
What I wonder is how. I like to know how you get Mad World vibes from Watch Dogs.
No, from JoJo.
Oh, Joe. Okay, I didn't know you were switching to JoJo. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, he switched mid thought on that one.
I was like, yo, those two are the farthest related from each other because I haven't played Mad World, but I know about it. It has that black and white comic book thing. It's very bloody, but it's only because of the black and white tone of the art design. But like, isn't that like more of a? Is it more melee based or is it shooter? Because I know the big thing was like a chainsaw you can use and just wreck up shop.
Freaking mayhem. I mean,
it's utterly mayhem. Actually, it had a pseudo sequel called Anarchy Reigns. I don't know if you know about it.
I don't know.
On the PS3 and 360 actually, but they couldn't call it Mad World. I think for copyright reasons. But it actually is connected. So if you ever, you could probably emulate it or something. But if you want to see what the pseudo sequel to that game was, you can go pop that in.
Yeah.
Sometime.
I didn't even know. I mean, but I remember Mad World. It was, I mean, that thing was chaotic. You know, I wouldn't even know what to classify it as. Like, that's one of the games that got me interested in the kind of stuff that I go into, like killing and shooting.
Classify that as heavy metal.
Some killing stuff. That's all I care about. I want to go in and kill it. Like, they got that alternate ending on Metro too, and my son kept telling me, man, you're not supposed to do that. They're not gonna give you the right ending. And I'm like, the right ending? What the hell are you talking about, man? I just want to kill them, see what happens.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to do. That's all I want to do.
So
I hear trying to tell King, he won't listen to me, but because I played Watch Dogs as well twice, and that game can get utterly chaotic and crazy if you want it to. I keep telling him to get the grenade launcher, but he won't listen to me.
I don't need it. I'm at the point
it's not
now.
about needing it. It's about destruction.
I am fine with causing. I am fine with causing traffic.
You can literally get a pump action grenade launcher, like a literal, automatic machine, like automatic grenade launcher. It has like 12 grenades and just literally just destroy everything and kill everyone.
In that last video,
so many missions can become redundant with that thing. Like, because the game has a hard on for having you do driving missions and also do these like stupid, like you need to stop a, what do they call it? Like not a conveyor, like a
convoy
thing or whatever. And you literally just like when I played it, it's like, okay, cool, I gotta go do that. So I go park a car middle of traffic so that they'll stop, hide behind the car. When they get in line, say peekaboo and just pop out that grenade launcher, and just that's it, you win.
Yep.
But
that last video,
to me.
You remember that last video that freaking he did where he went into the shop and in the comments, I think you said freaking get a grenade, and then me and Paul made a comment. It was his last stream that he did, and he posted it up on WLC, and I was like sitting there and I was looking at the freaking shop whenever he went in there to look at the weapons, and I'm like, oh my freaking god, dude. That's what got me really surprised. I couldn't believe they had that much stuff in there.
Yeah, you can, the shops are ridiculous. And best part is the grenade launcher is only like $45,000. That's it, and you will get that very, very quickly. It's just utterly ridiculous. I don't know, like, but King won't do it. King's a big old hater.
Believe it or not, I have it. I have the grenade launcher. It's just that one, I like running my car into things, and two, I like causing traffic and destruction. That's why I like spec in the hacking and stuff. Like I could go with the running and gunning of it, but I'd rather just blow you up and make your phone blow up or do all that stuff. I don't really want to have to.
That's way much more work, bro.
That's the fun of it.
Destroy everything.
That's the fun of it.
What I'm hearing is you like to make things harder for yourself. That's what I'm hearing.
Now, do you get in a car and like try to run all the bad guys over?
That's way too much work.
I find that works because when I try to do getting out the car and chasing after them, sometimes chasing them takes way too long, and it's just like unless I shoot you, which I feel like that doesn't work for the characters system. Like if I shoot you, then I don't get as much points as if I'm able to take down and then knock you down. So like I'm running for what could be 5-10 minutes just trying to chase this one person down in the middle of an actual mission. That part I would say was annoying, but other than that, I like running after people. I like chasing them with the car. It's better than having to get out my car and then having to run after you for another 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. Now, like on Saints Row, whenever all the gangs are like hanging out in the little areas, I like taking like a vehicle and just slamming it into them and freaking just kill all of them as much as I could. And then like when the car's ready to explode, I bail and just run, and everybody who's within the vicinity will blow up, you know. I like doing that, but that's for like a massive amount of them when they're all bunched up, especially around the gas stations. And I get what RJ is saying too. Have you noticed if the cars are easy to blow up or if they're not?
They are with the grenade launcher.
Like even with a gun though. Like
I honestly never shot a police car with a regular gun. Just a grenade launcher. When I found out that was an option, that was the only option that mattered.
He's like, fuck it.
King's third reason for not using the grenade launcher is to make RJ mad.
Yeah,
pretty much. That's like a general MO for him in his day-to-day life. So.
Yeah. Whenever I play a game that he's played, I was like, okay. I ask him like, okay, what did you do? Okay, I'm gonna do the exact opposite, and still work.
Actually, he did take my advice a little bit because I told him that like, as soon as you have like the world open up a bit for you, and you have all these side missions that are kind of showing you, you might as well just do them so you can level up before you start the story missions. Otherwise, you're gonna have a really bad time. And he did do that. That's why he has a lot of the upgrades much earlier than you would expect, because you kind of need to with the way the game works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the way he plays it reminds me of how I played Cyberpunk. Honestly, I liked all the technical stuff. I didn't want to just go through, shoot a guy in the head, and that be the end of it. I wanted to be able to like hack the cameras and have everybody like slow down and hack their system so they could like malfunction or whatever and just come through with the sword.
Now I can't speak to Cyberpunk, but like with Watch Dogs, the reason why I wasn't keen on it because it's just, first of all, it's too slow. Secondly, it's just not as effective. And so like I'm just trying to just get through the game. Like I'm
gonna have to give that one a play.
I don't know why it's so why it's almost as if you're getting punished for going about it the, I guess, cooler way. But it's like, why would I do that?
That comes back to what we were talking about though,
my progress.
You know, like Metro. You know what I mean? Freaking if you played Metro freaking the way it was supposed to be played, it would suck. But if you get into actual gunfights, which I know you like Metro, because
love me some Metro.
You know, I mean, freaking the gunfights are insane on that game, and they're fun as hell, you know. And if I followed the rules and did it according to the way people want you to do it playing Metro, then, yeah, I'd have a good ending, but it would suck.
Oh, Metro is a bit unique in the sense that they want you to do a lot of unobtrusive things to get the good ending. Things that aren't even related to the game.
Yeah.
Which is pretty dumb. Because I played Metro Last Light and I got both endings. Back then there was only two. It was a good or bad. And to get the good one, it's like you have to get all these like, I don't know, the people call it a point system.
Yeah.
And it's like to get points, it's like play the guitar. What? Why am I playing the guitar? I'm trying to live. You want me to noodle on screen? Like what? Why? But like those are the things I want you to do to get like the good ending, or like interact with this bear, give it to a little girl. It's like, excuse me, what? And so that's a slightly bit different example, but because I didn't mind the survival aspects of that game, and you can make it a bit trivial depending on what difficulty you're playing on. But that particular game I didn't mind. But then again, I have a soft spot for Metro, so they can't do anything wrong in my eyes.
The game that really got me, that really stuck close to what you were doing there, King, was it's like when you go into fight, it kind of reminds me, and I'm not going to say it's the same because it's not, but it's the gunfire that really sticks out to me with I'm having a brain fart. I was just streaming it too with freaking the cop one with Payday 2. Okay. Like on some of your gunfights, it's okay to freaking back off. You know what I'm saying? Because I had to learn that with Payday 2. Like, I'd get into those gunfights and I'd get sucked in, and all of a sudden, freaking, I've got all these people coming up on me. You know?
Oh yeah. Once you start to see you getting swarmed, stick and move.
Yeah, and that's what really caught my eye about the game you're doing right there. That Watch Dogs is pretty cool when it comes to that, because like those gunfights, they get pretty hairy by the looks of it. I mean,
they definitely do, and I wish I could learn the art of waiting, but how I play is I am bulletproof. Next time, bring kryptonite. So I'm gonna keep coming after you, and I'm gonna keep hacking at you, and one of two things are gonna happen: either I'm gonna get tired from hacking at you, or you're gonna get tired from beating my ass. And so we're gonna see which one happens first. And 9 times out of 10, my tenacity will beats them, and the will of it, like which one gives out. My tenacity does not give out. I will keep going at you doing the same strategy until I win. I just need either to get stronger and just to be able to hit harder, or I need to hit a little bit faster, and that's all I need to do. And I just need life to be able to take that. I believe in the berserk guts way of I don't care how much damage I take as long as I take you out.
but you know there is a difference between running and evading, though, right? Because like Maxie's the one that taught me that. Like back whenever I first started on Home Away from YouTube, he noticed how I freaking wouldn't evade. And he said, you don't have to run, just evade. Like, there's an option to evade certain situations. Like, you can jump and dive and stuff like that. And that actually is one of the biggest things that I learned, and it was from Maxie. He's a pretty smart dude when it comes to those games.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Lox is both stubborn and dumb, so that's not really going to work with him.
Hey, it works. The process speaks for itself, so I can't be dumb. Now, am I stubborn? I'll give you that. But the process speaks for itself. I just need to. My numbers aren't big enough, and then once my numbers are big enough, then I can just one-shot it, and that's all I have to do. I don't need techniques. I just need strength and tenacity, and I'm going to wear them down well before they wear me out.
I was gonna say, RJ, you should believe in this method with all the Dark Souls you play.
Nope. Because that's hard strategy.
He's like, nope.
Not even close.
He refuses to give me my flowers. Eventually, he will
The way
agree
he
to.
plays games infuriates me. So no, I would never. I would never. Hearing him play God of War was the most frustrating thing I've ever heard.
But it worked.
I wasn't there for it. I can't prove it.
I know whenever you guys are like sitting on the couch together and you had a video where you both are sitting together, and I like, man, he kept sitting there freaking trying to talk to you and tell you do this, and you're just staring straight ahead at the TV like, yeah, and I could just see it in freaking RJ's face where he's just pissed off, dude. He's just getting frustrated. I was like, I got a kick out of that.
Yeah. You're probably talking when I went to visit him.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was I don't know if it was necessarily a good time, but it was a frustrating time. I can tell you that.
He was smiling through the whole thing. He enjoyed playing the games.
Did I?
Yes. He was smiling, and so he enjoyed it. We were able to find good and short anime games so that way he can get a taste of it. And I will say, he has been saying he might be interested in playing some anime games. So you guys may see, RJ play on his own anime games on the channel. You know,
I don't know about all that.
I might see that. He was talking about it. He was talking about it.
No, he's not BSing you guys. I have actually made a spreadsheet of all the anime games that have well, not every one of them. I'm not gonna play like PS2 era or whatever, but like anything that has a trophy list. I've written it down. I've written it down, and there's like 70 games. There's so many games, and I separated the big anime games or the big anime franchises, and then I put all the miscellaneous ones in their own grouping, and it may be something I pursue. I may do like a live stream series where I'll live stream all the games and get the platinum on them as well.
Once you get involved with his freaking ALC or ALK, whatever that is.
ABL.
ABL.
I was going to last when I visited, but his thing includes a bunch of drunk fools being drunk, and I don't roll with that, so I had to step back from that.
Yes, which I completely understand that, and the penalties are, you know, to get inebriated that's what weakens the players next go around, and I would not put my friend through something that he would not be comfortable with doing, so I understood that.
Yeah.
Crazy how you call me friend.
But you are the homie, are you not?
I know, I'm being funny. Just leave me alone.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, for me, I you guys know I don't drink anymore. I haven't drank since 2003, so I mean, I do understand that completely, and I think that's a pretty good thing. That means you're a good friend. You know what I'm saying? So I stand by that. I mean, that's a pretty upright thing. You know what I mean? So I really do agree with that. I think that was a good call. You know, that's called a friend, is what I think. But you know, I enjoy having, you know, you guys around and stuff and talking on the chats, because first of all of you are funnier in the chat. Yeah, I don't know if you realize it or not, but you are. And I'd like to have you guys come back sometime and do another few things like this. Did you like it? Did you like doing this kind of format, hanging out?
Oh yeah, it was interesting. It's my second time doing I guess third time doing a podcast. It was, you know, I had a good time. You know, I will say, than other people's podcasts that could or could not be in this channel right now, that could be in this chat right now, I had a good time. You know, if others would make me more of a regular person, they know who they are, I would probably, you know, the answer might change. But you know what? I would like to come back next time.
All right. And same goes for you guys, all of you, Rapid, Fallen, RJ, and I mean, that's basically what I'm doing is for mostly the group, you know, that's in home away from YouTube, something that we could have freaking that we've done together, you know what I mean? That's why I'm putting it on my other YouTube account, is because freaking I don't want it to be about views. I want it to be about all of us, you know what I'm saying, hanging out and freaking talking like this. So just you know, get to
and it was really good. I was gonna. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, let's go for it.
I was just gonna say it was really good to get to break the ice with some of y'all, because I've never actually like chatted with you guys. I've heard you guys' voices through your videos. I see you guys typing all the time, but that's about it. And that's partially my fault, because I definitely feel like you guys are the kind of people I could reach out to and be like, hey, you guys want to do something together, you know? So
Roger, you're not letting me ask questions today?
You want to ask?
Yeah, I would like to ask. So, okay, you said that you do your tournaments and you're about to start your spooky one, and then, like, I know that Rapid was telling, well, Retro, was telling us about he does his Christmas time thing. I was just wondering, like, what are your favorite games? But I was going to say your top one, number one. Aside from that, what other type of tournaments do you do besides those, or are there any, or are there potential for more? And then how do you actually get involved with being able to participate in your tournaments? Are you on Discord and stuff like Retro is, or like how does that work?
Okay, so I'm gonna have to have you give me those questions one at a time again. But I'm gonna tackle the ones that you gave me first. So I do apologize if I'm missing any of them. So one of the questions were how do you join the ABLs? Like how do you want to participate into it? I will say that it's mostly homegrown because one, you come here, if you come into my house, you can sit down and play. It's a bit of a chill scene, as well as people get to do the penalties here, as well as you get the money. I haven't been able to think of a way to do it for online because some of the games that I play, their online servers have long since died out. They're like PS4, early PS4 games. So I typically say you have to come here to do it. I haven't met anyone besides RJ that I've been comfortable enough to give my address out. Maybe if I do get comfortable meeting some more people, I will, but it's mostly people that I know. And then you asked me top five.
Well, no. What other type of tournaments do you do? But so your tournaments are not really like Nostalgia Retro. He does his tournaments and like it's where multiple people can join. But that's not something that your tournaments are able to do.
He does his at home
with the homies.
Yeah, so it's different.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so then, like, what's your favorite games? The games that you make, you design your own games, right? That's what I was hearing. You make your own games, or are you doing what they were telling me about what is glitching? So basically, it makes it a different type of game because you're able to access the glitches and stuff like that, or you're making your own from the ground up.
I'm actually not. I don't make games. I'm a graphic designer, but I do like some of my intros or the stuff that you see in the videos are stuff that I've either created or I've added to. So like my intro is something that I've created from in Premiere Pro. A lot of the borders that I do, I've done myself. All of my thumbnails I've done. That type of stuff. I'm not really into making games, but more so the assets that are used for games.
Okay, and then so you don't make the do you stream your videos? Like your videos, because that's how you met Infamous then, right? You stream your videos online while you play. Do you do it live or do you do it to where you record and then you just play it back and do it as a playback?
So I do both. I do record and I also stream on Twitch. So on my King Lion of Locks channel, all of that has been pre-recorded and edited down. So I'm able to, judge it up, give it my own little touch onto it. And then on my King Lionel Twitch VOD channel, it's all of my Twitch videos just cut down. So those aren't edited besides just being cut up and then they're just onto the YouTube channel. The only issue with that, and while I'm not so heavily on that channel, is because the process of getting those videos from Twitch to YouTube downgrades the quality, so viewing it is a bit of a headache. Until I can get that figured out, I kind of don't want to do too much more videos on that channel and they still look as bad as they are.
Yeah.
And then, so my other question was, when you heard top 5, I said I was going to say top 5, but I just would rather know if, like, you could play no other video game in the whole entire world, and you would be no longer able to play any video game but this one. Which one would you pick?
If I could no longer play if I could only play one game, what
you
would
could
it
only
be?
play. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just only one game. What's
That's
your
a
favorite?
hard question.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's a brutal question.
I don't think that's a fair question to ask anybody in this group. Dude.
Because it's like
Definitely.
there's so many to choose from. So pick.
Well,
Which is
Fallen,
okay.
actually, Fallen would be easy. I know he would narrow it down to 2. It would be freaking Resident
Not
Evil
two. Two's not an option.
or Devil May Cry.
Oh, I don't know about that though.
But
Okay, so you all say your favorite one, but first you, because it's your interview.
yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be tough though.
So I have it labeled down to 2, which is it's a toss-up, believe it or not. It would either have to be Tekken 3 or SSX Tricky.
Classics.
Yeah,
That's culture right here.
I would have to say SSX Tricky 4 would be it, because that was my first game that I would play like ever. Like, my mom would let us play that one, and she did not hold back not one bit against playing against little children. But that was my fun game. I would say that SSX Tricky would be the game I would play.
Okay. And so then you guys can say the rest, but it was just wondering because
good.
You don't want to tell me your favorite. I'll get your favorite out.
My favorite.
Okay, you tell me now. You tell me later.
I hate games. I fucking hate them.
Are you kidding me? Have you played my videos? Have you made my
Every time I
videos?
turn it around, I gotta edit them bastards. It's like
I like editing.
If I'm not like playing a game, I'm having to edit them. You know, it's more of an obsession than I like, to be honest with you. I can't stop. You know what I mean?
Believe it or not, I enjoy doing that part of it. Like I said, this part is what I strive to do, and I wanted to do YouTube. And so there are days that like I'll record and like I'm like, man, I don't want to do this, but once I get into it, I'm enjoying it. Next thing I know, the sun has gone down and back up, and it's the middle of the day of the next day, and I'm like, wow, I've been editing this whole time. People have like contacted me like, hey, have you slept? Have you eaten anything? And I'm like, you know what? Now that you mention it, I guess I am a little hungry. I didn't even think about that, because I'll just be in the zone just doing stuff.
Yeah. Now, we are at an hour and 8 minutes. If you want, we can go on more, but if you want to give it a stop, it's up to you.
I'm good. I'm talking to you guys and then working on an end card, so I'm as long as you guys need me, I'm here.
Do you guys want to ask him or talk about anything else?
Kind of got lost in that last little conversation. I was loving the like what you're doing with your channel a lot. I do want to do, like, I inspire to do a lot of stuff that you guys have incorporated into yours, like the edits and the intros and the outros, because right now it's just raw footage for me. So like I really like watching your guys' videos. It really helps me like see where to go.
Yeah.
No, I actually like your videos without freaking intros and outros, to be honest. Fallen, you do a real good job at setting it up and doing it the way it needs to go. You know.
Yeah, but then I see someone like King and his beautiful, like, you know, I can't even explain it. It's just great stuff to watch. Like, I really want to get into music eventually, kind of like the homie RJ, not RJ, but the homie RJ. And just like edits in general, just.
Hey, YouTube University. I knew the basic, and then whatever else I needed to know, I learned on YouTube. So I can definitely say you can go there and they'll teach you how to do a lot of things.
For sure.
They still got that out.
YouTube.
So as YouTube's university or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I would guess so. I see little extra videos on the right all the time talking about what you can do to improve. But with that being said, so King, where like do you eventually like plan to go with this channel? Like, do you just plan to keep doing the same type of videos? Is there something that you're aiming towards eventually? Is there more stuff you want to incorporate into your videos? Like I was saying, I would like intros, outros, music in mind. Like my own music, like me making music and putting it into my backgrounds and stuff. Like, do you have anything like that?
So my goal is to be better than year one me. So be better than my previous year. So last year for Spooky Month, I was not able to complete the whole month, and the videos kind of just got lackluster. At least for me, I felt like I was dragging that last part. Same for Anime Month, but this year for Anime Month, I was able to finish the whole month, putting out videos for every single day. If I was to miss a day by a couple hours, I would still be able to upload. You guys would get double upload, so I would upload it that next hour, and then later that day you would get another video. So I was still able to finish it, and that wasn't something I was able to do last time. This time now I wanted to do something different, so I added a intro, and I wanted to make it the whole month and post content. The goal is to just be better than I was the year prior. Any way I can, just always try to be always evolve, basically.
Very admirable. Very admirable.
I gotta say, you have gotten better every time, dude. Every freaking episode, every game, actually. Because, I mean, you have a real unique choice in games. That's something that I do have to say. I mean, that it really sticks out. Now, Rapid, you've been quiet. You still there, man?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
You got
I was going to ask King if there's ever been a time while editing that almost broke you. Like, I say that you're working on a series and you just find it hard to get through. In the editing process, has there ever been a time where you just went, no, man, I just can't do that today?
Yes, when I was first learning how to do it, there was a time where I tried to do my own podcast for friends of mine around prime COVID, and just having everyone's camera aspects on my gaming computer without an external hard drive, it was chugging to the point at which it would say like it would take days just to pre-render, and I was like, I just can't do this. Now when I have that same issue, I learned that there is a limit to how much I'm able to work on. So the biggest files that I work on now are probably my multiple camera aspects. So like the Man of Madame videos where I have multiple views of my friend, of me, my cousin, and his friend. That's pretty much as far as my computer can take before it's like, I don't know how you expect me to finish this video in time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it can be tough. Definitely.
Oh yeah, that's a big reason why I don't sit there. I don't process videos just to edit something out, is because my videos won't process this very fast enough. So they just take too long. It takes like 3 hours just to get a 30-minute video straight.
But I enjoy doing it. It's a bit of a challenge. I will say during that time, while it is nerve-wracking to do, it is satisfying knowing that, okay, I got a video done for today, so now I can start working on the next day. And then if I'm able to get so like my goal is to at least have a week in advance. Right now I am 4 days in advance. I just need to get these next 2 videos out, and I will have my breathing time, and then I can start working on a little bit of the harder videos that I need to do. But it's satisfying knowing, okay, I have a week done, so now I can relax a little bit, and then it's exhilarating.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
You know, I want to make it clear too. I don't hate editing. I just want you guys to know that. It's just, it drives me nuts. It's probably the most freaking like obsessive thing I've got in my life. You know what I mean? Like, having a break is one thing, but when you go to sit down, all of a sudden you got to get back up and do it again. You know what I mean? You can't stop.
It's definitely something that's rewarding, though.
Yeah. It is. I enjoy it. The crazy thing is, I work at a job where I sit at a computer all day, and sitting at the computer all day will make me tired to the point at which I'm actively yawning and I feel bad. But when it's like lunchtime and I bring my laptop out and I'm working on it, I'm wide awake and everything. And I felt bad because my trainer would always look at me and he was like, how are you wide awake now? But then as soon as you go back to your desk, you're just yawning. I'm like, I can't tell you. This is boring to me. I'm looking at numbers all day. I don't want to do this.
Yeah, it's not challenging enough. Which I mean, nobody wants their job to be over challenging.
So, everybody done with their questions? Everything? Hey, no. Somebody say something? Right.
Karma, I thought did you have more questions, or was that all the questions?
No, you answered everything in a nutshell. Oh, wait, hold on. What about other tournaments? Are you going to be doing any other tournaments? Do you see, like, when we talked to Retro was saying maybe about having, I keep saying Retro, okay. So when we were talking before, he was saying about possibly doing like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle that he was supposed to do it. His people kind of did it and then it kind of fell through. Do you see any other tournaments that you might do in the future? Do you see yourself putting them like to where they're accessible online so that, hey, baby, so that way everyone can have like an opportunity to participate? Or is that something you're not giving a lot of thought into as yet?
The online part, I don't know. Again, the hardest part is just if the servers are still active. And if a person I know has those games, then certainly we could try that. That would be the hard part of it. Any other type of tournaments? You mentioned the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. For that game in particular, the 4-person game, I want to get my cousins and my brother in on that because we used to play that at Chuck E. Cheese when they had the machine, and not to say we bully kids off that machine, but you know, for lack of a better word, we bully kids off that machine so that way we can play it. So I've been trying to get them all to come back so we can play that, and you know, that'd be interesting to see on the channel.
Yeah, then you should definitely get with Nostalgia Retro because he is going to, he's doing that. Like, well, he was thinking about doing that. And so then maybe if you guys could get together, it would be more incentive. And then like your 4, his 4, that's 8 type of thing and have like some type of tournament. But that's just a possibility. And then do you see yourself getting any other games? Because you keep talking about how old the games that you do now. Like, are there not any newer games that you're interested in that you would possibly consider, you know, getting as into, if not more so into, that you are?
So the only rules for the ABLs is that they have to be an anime game, and so the rule kind of changes, depends on what you consider. So case in point, I make this joke, but Tekken is considered, it is an anime. It is there's an anime that's out on Netflix. There's an anime TV show, and then there was another anime version of the movie for the show. So it counts as an anime. Some people don't consider it to be an anime. It is. There's going to be it is. There is a anime Devil May Cry that's coming out, so Devil May Cry will now be considered an anime. I would add that to Anime Month, but that's the only rule. It has to be an anime game. And so recently,
now consider. Sorry, go on. Devil May Cry has an anime series already. Just
that is true too. Sorry. It also has one, which was actually really good when I saw that one. But that's the only rule. And so with that being the rule, the only recent new games that we have would be Street Fighter, Tekken 8 when it comes out. What else? The Dragon Ball Z Fighters. I want to get that. It's just I have it on the PlayStation Plus. Just playing those games, one I have to play through to get all the characters, and if it is a chore to do, I kind of don't want to do that. But I eventually will do that because I like to see people play fighters. I just know that I wouldn't have a good enough time playing it.
That's gonna be. I think that's a pretty good idea. And see, I was talking. I've been doing stuff with Rapid when it comes to retro games, and I wanted to do the same thing with freaking XCOM. And I know people don't really like that game too much, but I think that it would be a good freaking game to make challenges with, you know, and set that up. But I really like what you're doing with that. That's why I wanted to talk about that anime group that you've got going with the games, the ALB.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I enjoy it. It's a fun way to get some of my friends over to play games that they wouldn't necessarily think to play or know of, but are anime fans. And seeing their reactions to games where the characters that they do know of is floating in the air, or why you can spam one attack and it's just broken is fun. And then also the camaraderie and the shenanigans of what happens when a friend is a little bit inebriated. Like, I it has a happy ending to the story, but like one of my friends who's known more so for playing storm games had to play the other games too, and he was losing on purpose, kind of, sort of. He didn't know how to play it, and it was on a PlayStation and he plays Xbox, but he was losing, and he kept having to take penalty shots. It got to the point where it was now got to Storm, and he was like a drunk savant, where he was still good playing Storm, but all the other games he just was bad at. And when it finally got to me and him playing each other again, he lost by a hair, and he tossed my controller. Now since then he has bought me a new controller, but when he tossed my controller, it hit one of my blades that was out, because it was like around the time we went to Comic-Con, so we had these actual katana blades, and it hit it and it like cracked the controller a little bit. But he got me a new one, and I was like, okay, I appreciate that, man. So it gets a little crazy, but that's the fun of it. As long as you replace anything you break, I'm cool.
Yeah, that's why I had to move out of Kansas City, because I had friends like that up there. We'd all get together and have parties, and then usually it was me. I was a drunk ass that freaking caused some kind of problem, and fucking playing video games. All they wanted to do is play video games and freaking D&D, and here's drunk ass Roger sitting over there. So, so it was time to quit.
I want to be the barbarian.
No, the rogue.
Oh, okay, the rogue. I can see that.
Like the DM's always pissed off at you because you got to be the rogue, and freaking rogues always think like you're sitting there and you're like, okay, I crouch to the ground, and the DM looks at you and says, okay, everybody sees you crouching to the ground. Yeah, but in your mind, oh no, I'm crouching, nobody can see me.
I roll for initiative.
Yeah.
Sorry, King. What's your stance on Pokemon, and would you ever do a Pokemon Nuzlocke?
I would. I just need to get a Switch. That's probably down the line of when we get the Switch 2 that comes out. I probably will do that, but I like doing Pokemon. As long as there is a good fire type and the evolution does look good, I will play the game. If it's not, I won't play it.
That's fair enough.
What's your favorite Pokemon?
I hate to sound basic, but it would have to be Charizard.
Yes.
Like I said, I've affinity for all fire types. So if it's not Charizard, it's Cyndaquil. Even the evolved form of Cyndaquil, I liked all of them. It wasn't until we got to like a Fire Fox and then a Fire Pig that I was like, you know what, I'm good on Pokemon for right now. But eventually I did come around to liking it again. Around the Fire Bunny was okay. Score Bunny was kind of cool. The new one I haven't seen that much of, but I just heard it's glitchy.
Yeah.
I just finished Gen 1. That's the first time Rapid forced me to do it. Like,
you wanted to do it.
He's like,
who doesn't want to catch them all?
I didn't really. I made it to the last gym, and I was like, dude, I don't want to go any further. And Rapid is like, yeah, dude, you got to finish. I'm like, dude, I beat all the gyms.
You got to do the leak. You got to see through it.
But he told me that I was fired if I didn't do it, and I valued my job, so.
Dang, that's crazy.
But one thing that I noticed was surf. Okay, now in all the Pokemon games have you played, is surf as powerful in the newer ones as what it was in the first gen? Because that's the only one I've ever played.
I've only played a lot of the the ones on the 3DS. So back then it was any of them on the Switch. I could not tell you because I don't have a Switch. But when I see streamers that play it, it does look like it has gotten a little bit stronger. The designs of it looks cool. I just definitely do think that we need an updated Switch. And once the Switch 2 comes out, hopefully the gameplay looks a lot better for Pokemon.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. See, and they took you asking about Pokemon, and that didn't even cross my mind, Rapid. See.
Yeah, well, it was on the subject of anime, and it kind of just came to me with the whole challenge thing as well, and yeah, I think a Nuzlocke would be something you should definitely get into. I think it's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, definitely for that. I would take it one step further and do not only just a Nuzlocke, but if I do a challenge other people that have Pokemon, that has the Pokemon game, that will want to battle me, that would be something that I would do for that, because I would definitely want to do that. I just need to get a Switch for that.
Isn't there like a Pokemon fighting game out nowadays? Like
Pokemon?
Not like where you just like go and capture them and then do the turn-based battles, but you can like actually have stadium battles. And I know they had Pokemon Stadium back in the day.
Oh, they've got an internet one, don't they?
Yeah,
I think RJ called it. What was it, RJ?
There was Pokken on the Wii U.
Yeah.
Which was actually literally made from the guys that made Tekken.
Yeah.
You take that, play that in your competitions.
But that was only for the Wii U.
Not for the
Yeah,
Wii U.
I don't have a.
Well, I
don't have a
can
Wii U.
I can take care of that if you guys want to. I mean, but you probably, the only person I know if would probably be interested in what I'm talking about is freaking David, and he's not on here. So, but it's an emulation, and you can do it, but you got to have a good computer.
I was gonna say Doug was here earlier, wasn't he?
Well, I don't know if Doug does emulations.
Well, I was just saying he was here earlier too.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
realized he disappeared on us.
But I don't know if you guys get into that stuff or not. But like if you do Ryojinx, you can do it right on your computer.
Okay, I have to look into that. I know my laptop's not the strongest right now, and I am looking into getting an upgrade. So probably when I get an upgrade, I would definitely start doing emulators. But as of right now, I haven't really thought about doing that.
Oh, they actually re-released the game on Switch. It has all the DLC and everything in one neat package, so
Yeah.
you could find it easier to get a copy for that when you get a Switch too.
It might come with it. Because
Okay.
I don't know, if I talk to my nephew again, he's got a Switch, and he has a lot of cool stuff that they came with, because they're expensive as hell, first of all.
Yeah.
Yes, and I've been holding out until the second one came out, and my friends have one, and they're like, "Why you been waiting this long?" It's like, "Cause I know the second one's gonna come out, and as soon as I get it, I'm not getting the second one. I'm gonna use, if I'm spending this money on the first one, I'm gonna get all the value of it out of this one before I get the second one. So I would rather wait till the second one comes out and then spend all my value with that one."
I do hope that they make it backwards compatible though. I'd be really disappointed if it's not.
If your previous games don't work on the newer one, that would be a bummer.
I would rage if that happened. I want to play the older Pokemon games on that system with the updated software. I want to play all the other. I want to play the Mario Odyssey with better graphics, or the Legend of Zelda with better graphics. I want to play those games on a better system.
Well, on Pokemon, you get Gambit. Alright. Now, Gambit runs freaking all the first, second, third gens pretty good. Now, that's for Pokemon. But, Rapid is really good when it comes to, Zelda and all that stuff. So, if you ever need some tips about the original games, he can help you out there. He's crazy when it comes to Zelda.
Yeah, Zelda's definitely my thing, I guess.
Only kinda.
Just kind.
Yeah. Once in a while.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I've wanted to finish a Zelda game. I've actually never played any of them, at least by myself. I've had friends that have had the game and I've seen them play it, and I maybe pressed a button or two, but I've actually never played a Zelda game before. But it does look interesting.
I can relate to that. I think the first one I actually played was the one that came out for the Switch. Which one was that? The one where...
Breath of the Wild?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I did get addicted to it though. I tried to solve all the little tower things, the tower puzzles that they have that you have to use the abilities to figure out. That was a pain. That is one reason I will not play that game again. Like, I cannot be as strong as I was before.
Okay, I have a good idea though. You know how you're saying that RJ is going to do an animation game?
Yeah.
I think it would be cool if he does an animation game, then you have to freaking sit down and let him record you playing Rockstar.
Rockstar.
Rock Band.
Guitar Hero or Rock Band.
Which Guitar Hero or is it? Which one is it?
It's Rock Band, but he would have to come visit me for that to happen.
Oh yeah, you can record it though.
Oh, he still needs the game. I can't record it.
King's over here like I have no finger coordination.
Yeah, see what happened. See how my fingers are set up. It's just, it would not look good. And I've seen him play, and as well as he does, I don't want to have to show him up or anything. That's just too much of having that put effort into it. I would rather let him have that. That's his thing. I don't want to take over
anything. How he goes from like completely scared to all of a sudden like, oh, you know what? Actually, what the problem is, I'm just too good.
I don't want to have to show up and shatter his record. He gets 99s, and I'm like, it's not 100. So like, I don't want to go out and like just destroy all his records. I'm gonna let him have that. I don't want to do that to him. That's the homie right there. I ain't trying to mess his records up.
I knew a dude in Evansville that was on house arrest, and he freaking played that game, and he got so good he could play it on his feet. And I told RJ, I was like, dude, I want to see you do it on your feet, because that's freaking amazing, man. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. He literally took his shoes off and he'd freaking play that game.
That's overkill.
Yeah. I've never freaking seen anybody do that before.
I wasn't even good at Dance Dance Revolution.
You did Dance Dance. Oh my god.
I love that game.
Yeah, I noticed that. What was the name of that?
Oh man. And Yakuza.
Yakuza.
Talking about all the dancing in the Yakuza games that I do, and Devil May Cry, they had the breakdancing gauntlets and stuff like that. So
how many hours did you do the dance contest on Yakuza? Probably
too many.
I know it had to have been like 6 or 7 hours.
Oh, the mini games in all the Yakuzas they're out of control.
Especially if you're trying to win them.
Yeah, if you're trying to actually complete them all, like it's a nightmare. I don't know why they're so mini game happy with those games, but they are.
Oh man,
it is an ordeal.
Hey, it keeps me busy.
So you guys want to give it up now? We're at an hour and a half. If you got something to do,
yeah, we can wrap it.
All right. Now, before we go, do me a favor and give yourself a plug. Let everybody know about your channel and all that stuff, and how they can contact you if you want them to.
Okay. Again, it's King Lion of Locks. You can find me on YouTube and on Twitch, as well as Twitter and Instagram. I'm not that much of a photo person, but I do like to post like things I see and my thumbnails and just other pictures and stuff on there. I'm preparing to do a spooky month where I post a video every single day for the month of October, so check that out. I play a lot of scary games with me and the homies, and if you enjoy being scared and seeing other people get terrified, then you are in for a treat.
All right. And I want to thank everybody for showing up. I know freaking it was a treat for me because I was really surprised Doug showed up. You know what I mean? Like that was just out of the blue. He just showed up, so I was really glad he showed. Fallen, Detective Fallen, RJ, Casual Hardcore Gamers, Rapid Glitch, who is actually Nostalgia Gaming Retro, which
That's why I keep saying retro and rapid. It's like, but then I remember like nostalgia is easier, but that's the only name.
He switches. He like can't.
I want to thank you guys for freaking showing up and drilling the hell out of Locks. He freaking got some good questions from you guys. You did a really good job.
I appreciate you guys with the questions. You know, this was fun. I enjoyed this.
And if you guys have anything else to say, you better say it now, or forever hold your peace.
Really enjoyed getting to talk with you guys. I appreciate you letting me drill you, man.
No problem. I hope to be able to work with you guys. You know, I would love to do some videos with you guys.
Alright, that'd be cool. And all of you guys are welcome back if you want to come on. I've already had Rapid on once, and he's more than welcome to come on. So, like I said, thanks for...
Oh, sorry. No, I was just going to say that... All right, you go.
I'm done. It's your turn.
I was just going to say that I've really enjoyed this, and it's been a great way to connect and to get to learn more about your inspiration and stuff for the channel. And yeah, I really hope to do more of these in the future.
No, thank you. I hope to do more of these later with you guys. It was fun.
See you tomorrow, Roger. We have Strangeness, right?
Yeah, Strangeness.
Okay.
I will see you guys. You want to say anything at all, RJ?
I hate you, Locke.
What did I do? What did I do? I feel like I was good today. Like I have done nothing wrong to deserve that hatred right now.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. I will always hate you.
Hey, that's how rivals gotta treat each other.
That's crazy.
Hey, the funny part is that first question I asked you, King. It had a follow-up question. When I asked if you had to fight somebody, I was wondering if it was like RJ, and that's why he didn't have any locks. You know?
No. RJ thinks that just because he's a little bit taller than me, he thinks I don't have a step ladder for tall people in my backyard. Not in my backyard, in my trunk. I mean, and so I told him I have a step ladder because he only has me about a couple feet, but I have a step ladder for tall people that I pull out and I set up, and then I step on, and then I headbutt you. So like you get too mousy. I'm like, hold on a second, I'll be right back.
Let me come up there.
Set it up, walk up, and then headbutt you to be like, now that you're back to eye level, watch your toe. Don't think you got the height of me, don't mean nothing. But yeah, that's just it.
You gotta understand something about these two falling, okay? Like, first of all, he just said that, okay, about him, about RJ. But like when I first contacted him and asked him if he wanted to do this, I was like, man, I noticed you got like your partners and everything, all right? He straight out responded to me by saying, "Oh hell no, dude! You don't need him. You got me." You know what I'm saying? Like you can
someone's putting
anybody.
some words in my mouth. No, it was the fact that they're not going to be able to do it.
No, it was Locke that said that.
Oh,
Locke's the one that said that.
Yeah,
no, Locke said that. He looks over. I said, you can invite anybody you want. He goes, oh hell no, man, you don't need him. You got me, man.
I was like, yeah, he's like, why you need him? I was like, no, but he's the homie. I don't mind. I don't mind him.
Yeah. So they're always doing it, man. They're always at it. I love it. Those two talking together, they bug each other.
He pretends like he's not my homie when he knows that when he needs a racing game, he calls on me. And, when I need someone to play an anime game for me, I call him just to complain about it.
That's awesome. That's great.
So I am glad that you guys were here. This is pretty good stuff. And I will talk to you later. Like I said, if if you guys want a copy of this, freaking let me know after the thing's done, and after I get it put up on Google Drive, I'll send it to you for each of you. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Sounds good to me.
And all you gotta do, I'll send you the links, and all you gotta go is download it and everything. It'll be up there ready to go. So with that, I will end it, and thank you guys again.
See you later. See you tomorrow, Roger. Good night. Be safe.
Good night.
Bye. Thanks.
See you later.
Thank you.
That was pretty good. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson, here with me and Karma Love, my co-host.
How you doing?
Hello. And today the topic is storytelling, and I am going to finally read my story. I had somebody on last week for a story that they're telling their story and everything, and before I do that, I want to let everybody know that if you have if you want to tell your life story, you're more than welcome to do it here. Contact me through the comment section in our live chat room, Live with Roger Hanson, or just direct message me if you can, and I'd be more than happy to talk to you and maybe set up a time to do it. Also, I want to make an announcement. It's a good one. Karma Love is going to be doing an interview tomorrow. Aren't you, Karma?
I am so excited.
You want to tell everybody a little bit about it?
Yep, old John, who was here, whose story was shared last week. We're going to be doing an interview, and he's going to be interviewing me. We're going to do it over on Discord. It'll be live at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If anyone's interested, you'll have to go through Roger and old John to get those Discord links. But if not, I know we're going to have it streaming. So, yeah, definitely tune in. It's just going to be talking a little bit about myself, I guess, like how I got where I am today. So that's it.
All right. Now, with John, he's not as cool as we are, okay? So just understand that. It'll probably be a one-on-one interview, okay? Because we allow a lot of people in here to get involved with us. But he likes...
Are you not going to be there?
No, this is strictly you and him doing an interview together, man.
Oh.
This is the way the professionals are supposed to do it. See, John's a professional. I'm just a freaking henchman, dude. I'm Chocolate Thunder.
Yes, you are. That's so funny to me, but
anyhow, this is going to be an interview with you and John, and most likely there'll be nobody else there. Okay. So then after that, what'll happen is it'll get posted, and it'll have you on it, and you'll become a superstar and no longer need chocolate.
Yeah, right. Thunder. You're crazy. You never forget about
thunder.
Where you come from. Then you be fake. I wouldn't even you're crazy insane. I'll only get to where I'm going because of where I've been at, and thanks to you, this is where I be. So no, crazy. Every 6 you'll see me, even unless I cannot, for other reasons. But yeah, no, you got me.
For woman duties and stuff like that.
That's right.
You gotta run to the playground with the kids and take care of the kids and stuff like that. So
literally feel like you just saw me, because I honestly was just doing that. No nonsense. I literally just left the park to make sure that we had a quiet background for our interview. So it's funny. For our show.
This would be the perfect time too, but since I've already gotten John and I've already gotten Pecos, you want to do your life story on here too?
Wait, what? No, I want to hear your story.
No, not today.
Oh, I was about to say, keep taking.
No, you're not. I'm dodging.
Yeah, you've been dodging me for like 2-3 weeks. Every week I'm like, can I have some more? You're like, no. I'm like, please, just a little bit. You're like, no, no, no. I'm like, no. I put my hand down on this bar thingy, my foot down. No, you will beat to me.
No,
But
at some later time, would you be willing to do it?
yeah, no problem. You should have did it first. The fact that you're pawning me off onto some, you know what I mean?
It's gotta be like that.
Yeah, you're supposed to do it first.
Well, see, Pecos he worked for NASA, so that was just a have to. Now, I even put him before I did frickin' John, who I've known for like 10 to 12 years, somewhere in there. We know each other so long. I can't even tell you I can't tell you the exact date I met him, dude. Like what year and how long ago. Okay.
And then you just now got his. But you said that you've been attempting to catch up with him for a little hot minute. You were saying that before you got, like, that's why it was so important that you got it done. You were like, man, and I finally got him. So yeah, no, we're just gonna have to thug it out for a little while and push this one out. I'll do my storytelling next time. We're doing his. And it's like, okay. And I mean, you even said it then. You were like, I had to do it on Discord, and I had to do it when he was ready. So I was just grateful to finally get it. So yeah, no, I understand. It wasn't even that. I was just saying, before you told him about me, you were supposed to interview me. Now he gonna get all the juice, and it's just gonna be redundant, not even as
trust me. Right now, I got other people thinking that too. Like on my gaming interviews, I got the Drew gamer that I know I need to interview him, and I've already gone through freaking John, old John, Rapid Glitch, and freaking old John. He's actually a gamer, but it wasn't game related that we did our interview on. That was for his life story. So that doesn't technically count. But I did Rapid Glitch. I did Zach. Well, Zach was before I asked him. But I did Rapid Glitch, and now freaking King Lion of the Locks. So that means 2 people so far. You've been killing
the interview though, and like I really definitely respect that, because you've been so consistent, and I like the fact that I did not miss much, because you really started going hard like since I've been around. So I don't know what you were doing before, but I'm just grateful, because I don't think I've missed much of anything. I missed that tech one y'all did last week, but other than that, like, yeah, I get to be a part of it, so it's fun.
Well, that one I wasn't too happy about. It could have gone better.
Yeah, I remember you saying that was, but I mean, it is what it is. You're going to do Tech Talk this week, right?
Yeah, hopefully. Okay. It depends on if I can get everybody. I'd like to get Pecos back on there, because he's the one that we got all that other stuff from that I wanted to talk about. But as well, he's got an invention that he wants to come out with that is pretty
the
cool.
Air conditioner one, I remember the cooling system. What I was really hoping, I really wish you could switch it to Thursday, because so on Thursday and Saturday I have basketball games, and Tech Talk is just not my area of expertise. So yeah, I'd come to support, and if I had be able to listen in, and if I had questions, I'd be able to ask them. But conspiracy is my absolute favorite, and the way it stands now, I'll be able to come from like 6 to 6:30. But my baby, he does basketball from 6:30 to 8. And I know this is his first game this week too. My other one had his game on Saturday. They were supposed to be able to do it together, but then the coach kind of dropped the bomb on me. And so I had to kind of rearrange it. So my baby does Thursday, and it's going to be whack, because I'm going to miss my favorite show every Thursday, at least for the next month or so. I'm like, I don't even know how to get around that. That's why I was hoping, especially if it's not anyone else's, like they have to do Wednesday, if you could get them to commit to Thursday, so we could do conspiracy on Wednesday, so I could be fully attentive and take my notes. And then on Thursday,
I could do it, but yeah, I can do it. It's not even worth worrying about talking on in here. Tan and them don't watch this stuff, so.
Okay, so as long as you can do that, then because I don't want to. I was so heated, and I told my baby, I was like, look, my show comes on, because I call it my show. I'm like, my show comes on Thursday. I said, so I'm gonna be at the game and I make sure I'm recording. I was like, but like I found a spot in the gym that gives me a little bit of signal. I did good. That's why I was able to stay on this last time that I was at the gym, because I found a little spot in the corner that gives me, like I said, it doesn't cut off my phone. But still, I ask questions. I be doing research. Like I like to be attentive because I find out so much stuff on conspiracy. So I just, if you switch it, that'll be awesome and greatly appreciated. And I'll have no excuse to not be attentive.
Let me fandangle that schedule around a little bit so that we can get something worked out. But I definitely can do something. I got to do it for my co-host.
Thank you. You're so great, and that makes me so happy because I was really sad. Like, no, my favorite show is the one I gotta miss, because I thought we were gonna do all of our games on Saturday because that's what he told me. But then he's like, "Oh no, he got to play with 6 to 8." I'm like, "But you told me before. I told you it's easier for me to come one time." Oh yeah, I know, but he's not big. Like, man, why did you just make? Because they were practicing together. He made it seem like he understood what I was saying. But no offense, men often kind of like just look in your mouth while you're talking, and they don't listen. And it's just like,
it's just like right now, man. I'm paying you good money. I don't want you to be going running off and freaking doing all that stuff. I mean, shit.
That's what I said. Like you're cutting into the funding, my guy. What are you doing?
What would Mark say? He's our sponsor. He'd be like, "What? Karma Love ain't here."
I know he was talking junk, but like the thing about it is, what I like about Tech Talk is because it's kind of like gaming. I can listen in and then chime in with my questions, but well, not all gaming, because some gaming days are different. But especially when you do interviews and you guys talk about stuff that goes completely over my head, and I just sit there and like, okay, all right, I hear you, but this makes no sense to me. Oh well, okay. I'll look up the games. Like I have like a whole bunch of searches of me looking up the games you guys were talking about, just for the ones that like sounded interesting, and I was like, all right, that might be interesting to play. And just so I still do those searches, but it's not like I can give too much input. Same with Tech Talk. You guys are teaching me on those talks. Like conspiracy, I'm Googling it and then I'm telling you, but like, you know what I mean? With Tech Talk, it's like you guys teaching me about different like cloud services and features that I could utilize and learning about the like Element. We talked about Element that one time, and it being like, you know, it's just like I learned so much stuff from you guys. So it's just like I can still tune in and listen. Anything that I miss, I can always go back to, but I can be present enough to hear. If I hear something, oh wait, let me unmute and ask my question. But conspiracy, I'm like all in with that. So it's like, no, I don't know what to do. And I'm glad I talked to you, because at first I wasn't going to say anything and I was just going to thug it out.
Right,
but,
you did talk to me, because that's what we need to do. We need to work with one another, get things straight, get the schedule.
Yeah.
Get
You're
schedule.
So cool.
Schedule is the most important thing. You know what I mean?
You should get old John hooked up with people. Well, I don't know how many people you really know, but just like how you hooked them up with me, just because he's getting started back again with like you were saying.
He's got more connections than I do. He's gonna be the one hooking me up. I mean, seriously. That dude knows so many people when it comes to freaking paranormal and stuff like that, and it's amazing, just to be honest with you. He can pull it. He already did like 3 interviews before he asked you.
Oh wow, I'm excited. Then like that's so cool, because like I mean, a lot of people, they kind of like you saw us, we were talking about that earlier, but like a lot of people kind of stray away from that, and they kind of get like, you know, a little discouraged and standoffish towards people that are able to quote unquote heal. And so just finding people that really take it seriously and that experience it and embrace it, as opposed to looking like, when I tell people I can heal myself, and my kids will tell people too, they'll tell everyone, like my mom heals me, like if something's wrong with them, and then like, and they can do it too to an extent, like they have their little powers as well, not to say little because they'll grow, but still, it's just like, it's funny because it's so natural for us. So it's like, it's a natural type of thing, especially my 8-year-old and then me. But it's still like, when you tell people who've never experienced that or never tuned into their own capabilities of doing that, they look at you like you're just gassing. Like, oh, you can't heal. You have to go to the doctor to heal and da-da-da-da. But like, what about the times the doctors are unable to heal you? Like, what about the time the doctors throw their hands up?
I've got an important question though. Do you want to hear this story?
Yeah, of course, duh.
I'm just wondering.
Because we're talking about everything except the storytelling. Okay. So I'm just gonna sit here and listen. But you said I can ask questions if I
Yeah.
have some.
As I'm reading, if you hear something that you want to talk about, stop me. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So here it is. This is the first short story for Clash. I haven't put a definite name on it, but I might just call it Zuthra. Just so you know. And then here it is. Within the lands of a far-off place, Lycia is a kingdom that spans 3 spheres of the known plains. Within it are streets of jeweled splendor and golden sunshine. These are not the only lands of Lycia, though. There are many diverse environments, cultures, and civilizations that dwell here among the different planes of existences. Lands that are unforgiving, primal, and filled with wild beasts. Jungles that reach up to the sky can take a person without ever leaving a trace of that person ever being there. Planets so unforgiving, the ground itself has the power to kill. Within the center of the divine throne room, a throne sits upon a dais. The dais rises about 2 feet above the floor, and each side of this dais has steps that leads up onto it. Transparent crystals were used in order to create most of the things within this throne room, making the environment bright and full of reflections. Pillars stretch high within the room to a ceiling that is so high it can barely be seen. Rumors have it that these pillars don't even connect to the ceiling, and their mysteries are but a wonder. They too cast off reflections of a mystical blue aura of beauty. Strange symbols are carved into these pillars and the daises as well. Energy flows along the surface of these pillars, swaying like snakes swimming upon the surface of a stream. The bright reflective glow of the throne, dais, and divine pillars cast off of the wall and down into a mysterious pool of visions below. Visions bounce in and out within the waters of this mystical pool. A blue aura hangs over it, and the water itself never sits still, as if it is boiling in low temperatures. The water itself, though, isn't cold at all. Still, it produces a mist that rises above itself into the divine throne room above. The energy springs up from the mystical pool of vision. As energy springs up from the mystical pool of visions, an astute, discerned watcher stands above it, staring down into its magical waters, watching the visions as they pass in and out, as if he is watching and deciphering those visions as they happen, harnessing the great secrets of this pool. Harnessing the great secrets that this pool brings by deciphering its hidden messages. His name is Zuthra, and he is known as the Overking of Lycia. Zuthra's eyes glow a bright blue with a gleaming transparent tiara upon his head. His long curly hair and a matching beard hang down past his shoulders and chest. As Overking, it is his responsibility to secure the future of his bloodline. That is his utmost responsibility above all others, even more important than the responsibilities of being the Overking. Seclusion is the only life that the Overking knows. He must live his life alone, so seduction is a part of the role he must play. As energy springs up from the mystical pool of vision, an astute,
discerned watcher stands above, staring. Wait, that's the same one. Yeah, I gotta edit that out. So how does it sound so far?
It's good. I can picture the description as to far where you're talking about the pillars and just where he's located. Well, the location as to where it's beginning. I picture it kind of dark and gloomy with a lot of like not a fog machine, but like the steam that you would normally see from a swamp. You know how when a swamp is just like untainted, when you start moving through the swamp, the fog kind of moves. You probably maybe could even put it in a swamp if you were to kind of animated in some which way.
Now this is actually the background that I had in a couple of the videos that I had. That's my animation with the pillars and the.
Can you put it on the thing? Screen share it?
Well, I guess I could.
Oh.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. It'll give me something to do.
And it'll give something to relate to show towards as far as it goes with.
Actually, connection. I don't know if they will allow me to.
Oh.
But let me see if I can pop it up and if it'll work. This first I'm.
Do you design your own graphics? You designed it, yeah. You do your own music, so I know you do your own graphics and stuff, yeah.
Oh man, let me see what's showing here. No way.
The purple.
Okay. I just want to make sure nobody sees my porn.
You have to put the mosaic on when you do the edit.
The mosaic. Porn in mosaic. Get her done.
That's so funny. That's what I say every time I go look to show somebody my pictures in my phone. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Don't swipe too far left, my guy. Come here. Give me my phone back. It's like, what you got in here? Like, yeah. I hardly have porn or anything weird, but it definitely creates for an interesting experience reaction when they look like, wait, what? Oh, yeah. See, that's the same thing that you. So that's his throne right there in the middle where he'd be sitting there, right? The chair. Yeah. That's the same picture that you have on some other things that you do. Like, on some of your videos, I've seen that picture. Okay, so yeah. See, like, I could picture swamp, right? How you have it raised up at the top. I could picture even not necessarily alligators, but something to where it's like, oh, piranha underneath. Yeah, because it's better than alligators.
This is supposed to be in his throne room, man. It's not no alligator swamp.
Oh, okay. So there's no piranha underneath. I would think just in order to limit accessibility type thing, it would be like, you have to go through. He has to kind of push the button to let you walk towards it, and before the button is pushed, there's no direct path towards it. And then, like, if you have not been granted quote unquote access, you kind of have like the piranha chomping and stuff.
Well, this whole area, okay, first of all, is just you exactly like you said. They're not getting to this throne room without permission. Okay, like an average human being like me and you, okay, would never be able to even see this room. Like, only people that sees this room, it would be people who are closest to him, you know what I mean, or that have a connection to him. So, like, this is like, like getting into the room, getting into the throne room would just be, it wouldn't be possible. The story as it progresses, you'll see what I'm talking about when it comes to that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, like, even getting to the divine palace is another issue, but I need to read on so that I can finish the story, and then you'll know like the whole structure of it, because I finally did get it all written out, so, but you'll understand once I get it done.
After you said get her done, now it's just now when you said once I get it done, it's just It doesn't even sound like you're supposed to say it. It's supposed to be get her done. Get her done.
It's supposed to be get her done.
Yeah, you sound like yes. Hey, have you ever seen that Duck Dynasty? You remind me of Duck Dynasty. Yeah, you could.
He's not as good looking as I am, though.
Definitely far from it. But your voice is kind of like raspy like that. Like that'd be so cool. I could hear you saying "get her done." Like that's so funny.
That's because he smokes cigarettes and they don't let him smoke when he's on TV. He said it a couple times himself. So.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's why he's always grumpy and shit. You're talking about the old one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he's always grumpy, is because they won't let him smoke on TV.
Yeah, the sons are a bit controlling, especially the main character one in his life, but that's funny.
Okay,
I'm ready.
Okay, now, energy spills upward out of the pool of visions as Zuthra raises his arms into the air. This energy flows through his body as Zuthra closes his eyes, and visions of the past enter his mind. The pillars begin to glow as priests dressed in shrouded cloaks gather around him. Zuthra places his hands into the water. It keeps blinking out on me.
The display.
Yeah.
Make it longer for like a minute or two.
I don't know why it keeps doing. Oh, it's back on. So, Zuthra places his hands into the water of the mystical pool of visions and opens his eyes as he raises his arms into the air. Lowering his arms, Zuthra takes the hand of one of the priests standing beside him, and they all now circle the pool. And they are all now circling the pool. These memories seem to transfer between them, like a conduit transferring energy from its source to its outlet. Afterwards, the priests return to a corner within the throne room, and this ritual is then repeated over and over again. When Zuthra raises and lowers his arms, at the end of each ceremony, a priest will then announce in a loud voice that is heard across the entire throne room. The act of providence is knowing of things before they happen. An intelligent being, all intelligent beings live within the known planes of existence, and there are 6 known realms within these planes. The first 3 are ruled by Lycia and are called the higher heavens of Lycia, Protean, and the cardinal realm. Then there are the 3 darker realms ruled by the Draco, a reptilian race of beings. These are the Orphidian, Serpentine, and the Saurian realms. There is a lot of diversity throughout all of these realms, with many environments, cultures, civilizations, and beasts that run wild within them. Within these cultures, civilizations, some people live basic lives day to day, while others travel the stars. Some travel between the realms, while others know nothing outside their own world. Some realms are uncivilized, primal, and filled with every kind of crawling thing, but some are more civilized. Tribal beings are spread within every realm, culture, and civilization abroad. Civilizations travel the stars and have advanced civilizations. Civilizations that travel the stars and have advanced civilizations are everywhere too. Some with a moral outlook on things, while others can travel the stars and have advanced technology but have no value for life. The dominant species within Lycia are humans, while the dominant species within Draco are the Draconians, of course. Slavery is practiced throughout all of the realms except for the higher heavens of Lycia. I call it Lycia too sometimes. Not every culture and civilization within each of these realms practice the use of the slaves though, and are against it. Others destroy cities and villages for the single purpose of collecting slaves. It is the survival of the fittest, and only the strong shall survive in unforgiving and barren environments that are able to kill. Just as much cruelty is committed by humans as well as by the Draco. The Great Seduction is the esoteric teaching handed down through generations of overkings. It can be performed while the target is asleep, awake, in the real world, or in some illusionary world created by the overking. Survival of his bloodline is the most important thing to an overking, one of many who came before him. So to every overking, that's a typo I messed up on. Survival of his bloodline is the most important thing to an overking. One of many who have came before him is what Zuthra is one of many who came before him. Each responsibility for finding wives, performing the great seduction, and consecrating his marriage to them through impregnation. Okay, was you getting ready to say something?
No. I was just letting you know I was still here. We're getting a delivery, and right. I don't have to do anything. That's the only reason I'm muted is so that it does not get noisy in your background on the recording. Keep going.
It's fine. I just heard a weird noise when it happened.
Oh, my chair, my chair is like, yeah, you see what I mean? My chair started squeaking. I'm sitting at my bar, and the chair started squeaking. So it's not a bar with alcohol, but it's just, how they have this thing.
I know what you're talking about.
I'm working. Thank you. Hi. Okay, I'm gonna mute so we can keep going. They're almost done. He's helping.
All right. Okay. Memories of consummating his marriage with Ulubu enters Zuthra's mind. He would watch her through the pool of visions and thought she was the beautifulest creature that he had ever seen. His desire to have her overtook him, and he committed the great seduction, making her his wife. Zuthra waited until she fell asleep, and he visited her in a dream. Ulubu was from the plains of Proteon, on an unforgiving planet called Lucius, and was a Cistercian maiden who survived in the tunnels below her planet's surface. Her desires were simple. She was only interested in the sight of a beautiful masculine man, one with the eyes that would hypnotize her and the hands that would caress her with ecstasy. Zuthra was exactly what Ulubu desired, so seducing her wasn't too hard. Memories of seducing another wife, Senti, a sentinel huntress who lived among the wild, entered Zuthra's mind. She was a huntress, and because of her desire for the hunt, Zuthra was able to seduce her. Zuthra came to her in a dream, taunting her with the visions of a beautiful beast. In the distance, she glanced the most beautiful beast that she had ever seen. She raised her bow and aimed straight, then let go of the quiver, only to miss the target. Her blood began to boil. She did not like missing her target. She followed her prey, and when the sun began to fall, she laid under a tree to rest because the weather was beautiful that day. She was tempted by a dream that Zuthra implanted within her mind until finally she was impregnated by Zuthra. And through
that's crazy.
Huh?
I just think it's crazy because like he plotted on her, and then as soon as she kind of went to sleep, he just basically attacked. But anyway, go ahead.
He took her.
Yeah. Like
he took her.
That's so wild.
She was impregnated by Zuthra, and through consummation, she became his wife. Zuthra remembered how hypnotic she was with her slim but muscular body. Her hair was bright. Her hair was a white, golden blonde, and she had glowing blue eyes. Memories of seducing another wife, Senti, a sentinel huntress who, see, they did it to me again. Yeah, I gotta.
You have to change the settings so that it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like,
I duplicated it in there. I think it is in my settings. Yeah, it did it to me. Let me get this taken care of. I'm glad I had to do this because this is off of my my WordPad. So.
Oh, wait. So that's different from like tablet then, huh? WordPad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard of this recently. There is something called Remarkable. It's like a WordPad, but I never heard of it until like maybe about 2-3 weeks ago now. I've been longer, but I didn't really pay attention until 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay, I've got all the information now. I can just take those out. They added in 3 parts that I didn't want there. Okay. Memories of seducing Tiana, his third wife, it also entered Zuthra's mind. She was the ruthless one among them, but beautiful nonetheless. Every night she would sleep over a torture chamber as her slaves were beaten to death. She enjoyed the sound of them begging for mercy. Zuthra seduced her out of bloodlust, disguised himself as her slave as she tortured him out of bloodlust. Her desires grew, and she was seduced by Zuthra. He impregnated her as well, making her his third wife. So, right there, I just had to keep it short because she's a wild woman. She's crazy.
Yeah, I know, and I like it. You gotta make this a movie. Can you not see all of them and like all the pretty girls that you've described? Tiana, man, I hear what you're saying, but you're gonna have to make her like, I don't know. I want her to be brown and like, not even if she's not like
I'll give you a little spoiler. Tiana is just the first. Okay, with her people.
Yeah.
Okay, she's like the first in the generation. So the story doesn't just stop at this generation. It goes on to further generations after these people. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just introducing who she is and what her civilization is right now. But as time goes on, there's going to be more stories with later generations added into the short stories. So it's pretty cool. And I'm debating now because this is just my rough draft, okay? So this could also be just like folklore for a later generation to believe in. You know what I mean?
Right. So, or you manifesting because you become what you think about most of the time, and once you write it down, it's as good as a spell. So if it has that to happen, you could actually be creating it to happen.
Don't be saying that to me.
Are you kidding me? I want to be Tiana. I don't necessarily care about the beating of the slaves and the torture of that, but the men that have wronged my existence, please let me. Let me, yes.
You just want to be a woman with leather and a whip.
Yes, yes, yes. You peasants, how dare you betray me? Yeah, stuff like that. I know. I know. They say I have to get counseling, but I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it'll work at this point. All right,
Okay.
we're going.
Now, imams were responsible for ruling over the Overking's place when he wasn't there to rule himself. He wasn't there to rule for himself. Eventually, mistrust among the people, with whispers of draconian infiltrators influencing the imams, began to emerge. Zuthra, aware of the rumors, investigated and found to his dismay that some of the rumors were correct. Dealing in illegal trade and in the emergence of a drug created by the Draco called Soma quickly spread across the realms. Eventually, the only responsibility of the imams consisted of trade negotiations with the merchants. By the time this took place, though, the merchants were already being influenced by the Draco, conspiring with them in illegal trade. Merchants and warlords are never to be trusted. Unethical dealings among each other in slave trading and illegal dealings with the Draco. The merchant class is built up with their own federation, dictating to the people who they can do trade with and who they can't. In order for its citizens to do any trade, Lycia has to trade within these federations and nowhere else. This is proclaimed by law. While enforcing trade agreements, these same people deal with warlords who travel freely within the realms, plundering citizens and taking slaves for trade, forcing citizens to pay tribute for protection. Warlords make big profit off of being the middleman between the merchants and the Draco too, trading in slaves and genetic research material. In these lands, most of its people didn't see good or evil and right or wrong. The ones who did believe in something, though, believed in darkness and the light. They believed that there was also a balance in all things too. Most believe in survival of the fittest, though, and only the strong survive. Prepared to sacrifice his own life for the Draco, Optu ventures into Lycia by ways of a transport ship. He made his way to the Cardinal Realm and established contact with thriving draconian tribal settlements in that realm. From this point of operation, Optu began to teach the ways of the Draco, converting humans into followers, sending with him an exotic drug, eventually known as Soma. The intentions of the Draco were clear. Their eventual takeover of Lycia was well planned, and with the use of Soma, it didn't look too far off either. Soma had the ability to control the person using it utterly and completely, turning them into mindless slaves. Optu began in the Cardinal Realm, converting underhanded merchants and its inhabitants into followers. Soon a cult of followers grew up around Optu, and as more followers came, his influence grew. He was soon moving into Protean as well. Eventually, Ob-2 had a tight holding not only on the merchants, but he also had control of imams as well. Most of the merchants were controlled by Soma, but not all of them. The ones who actually weren't controlled by the drug and still traded with Ob-2 did it out of pure greed. As time went on, Ob-2 was finally captured. Not in time though, the damage was already done. Zuthra's enemies were close at hand, and the final episodes of his kingdom's demise were within sight. Ob-2 was placed under close supervision by Zuthra's faithful sentinel guard within the lower levels of the Divine Palace, close to both the sentinels and Zuthra himself. But, as I mentioned before, this was only the beginning of the end for Zuthra. Ulubu was from an unforgiving planet within the realm of Proteum and had to survive in underground tunnels in order to survive. She was honored by the act of becoming the wife of an Overking, and she didn't really have much for a future on the planet of Lucius, where she came from. Senti was a beautiful blonde huntress who was desired by every man who encountered her. Marriage wasn't that big of a deal to her. The hunt was of more importance. Besides, her people were the honored guard of the Overking themselves, so becoming the wife of an Overking only seemed logical to her. These two wives loved the idea of being queen to a certain extent, considering one was a huntress and the other a Cistercian maiden. Tiana, though, was from a world that was harsh, whose society was ruled only by women and saw no value in men other than reproduction. Men in her world were nothing more than a subspecies, so becoming queen infuriated her. She vowed vengeance on Zuthra for what he had done, swearing to herself that she would be avenged for the treachery that was done to her. As Ob-2 was taken into custody, Zuthra had no idea that Ob-2 and Tiana had allied together against him. A moment of clarity comes to Zuthra when the reality of his wife's betrayal comes into light. Tiana was in league with Ob-2 and his cult of followers, prepared to move against Zuthra in an all-out assault for the throne of Lycia. The Imams had been divided, the ones who were still loyal to the Overking and the Imams who betrayed him. These were the self-proclaimed satraps, now working hand in hand with Tiana, Ob-2, and the Draconian. Merchants and warlords followed the assault on Lycia as well. The Imams who stayed loyal to Zuthra gathered their forces and quickly fortified the king's divine palace. Ob-2 was then subdued at this time and taken to the divine palace, where he was placed within its lower levels. The news of the uprising was swift, and there wasn't much time in which to act. Not all of the sentinels and imams were able to rally. It was too late, it seemed, for some, as Tiana and her forces had finally gathered and were ready to move on Zuthra and his forces. Soon, mighty cities within Lycia began to fall, one after the other. Fires raged as flames fell from the sky from the assault. With help from the Draconians, the final assault and destruction of Lycia was swift. Warlords, merchant ships, satraps, and Tiana were able to move quickly through the empire effortlessly. Armed by the Draconian with battle cruisers, Tiana moved through the barriers between each plane with ease. As she did, Tiana and her forces destroyed everything within their path. Nobody. Huh.
Okay, you said effortlessly, but
Yeah.
you do have it saying
Effortlessly.
Yeah. I know it says effortlessly. Sometimes I know the words get ahead of you. I was just making sure for the story.
No, let me
you
make
had
sure I got that because that's a good spell check. You caught
Yeah,
it.
I was just making sure. As I'm not hardly listening. No, I'm just joking. I love it. I didn't want to be the grammar teacher, but at the same time, it's like...
Yeah, effortlessly.
Yeah, you have it. Okay.
Okay.
I was just making sure. All right, go ahead. Proceed.
Now, see, I do want to at another time describe that more, but because I want to make the barrier between these planes, you know what I mean, more descriptive as it goes.
Dominant so that you can see it. Like, yeah.
I want to kind of describe it a little bit. I don't want to do too much because, like I said, I want to let the readers have their own imagination too, you know.
You could even do that a bit in the second one, which would probably make it to where, you know what I mean? Because you have the first one, they kind of know. And then maybe each book can, it mentions it so they know what they kind of set them up for. And then in each story to come can kind of like emphasize on specific planes. You know what I mean? Like touch on each one of them and everyone, but have what's going on one plane be a focal point of one story, what's going on another plane be a focal point, not necessarily a focal point, because you still would like to have the main story, which is this attack on Zithra. I don't know how to say his name. Zithra?
Yeah, Zithra.
And said Zithra. So the attack on him to be able to be, of course, the focal point, but in the process kind of describing like the people that come from different planes, how it was that certain planes has certain type of people. Maybe like the trading system that goes on, because I remember you were talking about that. Yeah, like those could be all from different ones. But okay, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to make. I knew for a fact that you had it right, but just in case you did not before you published it, I just, you know what I mean? Sometimes, please, I spell check about 6-7 times and still end up with at least one typo, especially if I do it on my phone. Now I'm such a good typer. So on the laptops or the iPad, it's not as bad. But if I do it on my phone, it doesn't matter. I can spell check 150 times. It's still going to be at least
It was
one.
a good call. It really was a good call. That's one thing that I always want to check is my spelling, make sure that's okay. And I mean, the one thing I found out from my old sponsor, Robert, because he's a local writer, is he's like, don't worry too much about your grammar, because a lot of these publishers like the accents that people give when they do their writing.
Right.
But he was real big on the spelling, and he said even when it comes to the spellings, it's okay to get some of it wrong because they've got people who'll do that for you. But it also shows how important it is to you if you're actually making an effort, you know what I mean, go through and change the spelling and stuff if it's wrong.
Exactly. You're not rushing through it. It's important to you and it matters to you, so you're doing it as a reflection of that same thing. So no, I agree with him. I agree with Robert. He's right. Yeah. Okie dokie.
Alright, so armed by the Draconians with battle cruisers, Tiana moved through the barriers between each plane with ease. As she did, Tiana and her forces destroyed everything within their path. Nobody could ever guess the amount of guilt and shame that Zithra felt in those final hours, as the enemy forces of his wife moved in for the final blow. With the death of so many of his people, all must have seemed lost to Zithra. Now only crumbling remains of those great cities remain, but there is a twist to the story. The closest of the imams, the more powerful ones near to Zithra, sit in the divine throne room with him. They devise a plan that Zithra is forced to accept, with the sentinels who protect Zithra, the palace in the higher heavens of Lycia. The imams transports the imams see, this is another typo. Okay, the imams transport them into separate planes of existence. Okay. They devise a plan that Zuthra is forced to accept. With the sentinels who protect Zuthra, the planes, and the higher heavens of Lycia, the imams are transported into separate planes of existence, created just for this higher heaven, just for the higher heavens of Lycia, the palace, and the divine throne room. Zuthra is protected by the barrier created between this plane and the others. There was yet another twist to this solution as well. Abtu was in the lower levels of the divine palace, held prisoner, transported to this plane as well. That is going to have to be checked over and rewritten right there. I messed that one up big time. So, through vision, Zuthra sees...
What's it supposed to say?
It's supposed to say the same thing. It's just the freaking writing was completely off. I should have gone through that one little paragraph a little bit better. I'm glad I seen that. So, right here, I did a real bad on here with high heavens of Lycia. The imams transport them into separate planes of existence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't even sound right. I was probably staring right at it too. Like, it's weird how that is. Like, you don't notice it until you say it out loud. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was probably staring at it the whole time, not even thinking about it. That's why I use the narrator when I do my edits. I'll let the narrator read it. I don't know if I did it with this one though.
No, that's actually a really good idea, because then you know if you are missing something.
Yeah, you can listen to it. Through visions, Zuthra sees his people gathered up by the Draconians. Like a herd of animals. They are used as food in genetic research done by the Draco, who are truly in power over what was once Zuthra's empire. He grieves for his people with tears that fall from his eyes into the pool of visions below. Shame and guilt shadow self-pity as these visions enter Zuthra's mind. He covers his eyes and shouts screams of anguish for the lives lost. Tears fell from Zuthra's face as he pulled his hands away from it. The scene had all changed around him. The imams were toiling as they did before, and the divine throne room was as it was before the attacks began, and with the divine pool of visions below his feet. Zuthra soon realized that he had just had a vision, and all the things that he had just seen had not happened yet. Zuthra knew that these were visions of the future, though. He had seen visions about the future before, and was familiar with the emotions that he was experiencing at that moment. He not only knew that the events he saw were going to happen, but he knew that they would happen soon. Out of nowhere, familiar words from a nearby imam filled the room. The act of providence is in knowing of things to come before they happen. Sentinels were given the order, evacuation of the terrorist capital of the Divines and the Divine Palace at once. Zuthra also ordered all major cities of all planets within the realm to evacuate too. After the evacuations, the terrorist capital of the divine was then separated from the other planes of existence, like what Zuthra had seen in his visions. All of the people within the empire were told to evacuate, so fleeing in a mass exodus, the citizens of Lycia were scattered in all directions within the realms of existence. Forgotten Obtu was now a prisoner in the lower levels of the divine power, sent into the same plane of existence as Zuthra, who was in the divine throne room, while he was prisoner within the lower level of the divine palace. Merchants loyal to Zuthra still assisted in the evacuation of Lycia and passage aboard their ships. The deceived followers of the Draco remained staying behind and waiting for their master's arrival. Zuthra made quick plans for the destination of his people, allowing them to flee to far-off places on the boundary of the known realms of existence, hidden away from the Draconian as well as possible. Places were established eventually where Zuthra's people could resettle and restart their new lives. Routes of escape were kept open so that stragglers could someday find their way back to the people that had resettled in these far-off places. Interstellar battle cruisers were en route to Lycia as the invasion began. As they fell out of hyperspace, though, they were intercepted by the Draconian fleet who had arrived first. Quickly, they were destroyed as Draco forces began to bombard the planet of Lycia below. Thankfully, the cargo vessels full of refugees had already left on their way to safety as far off destinations unknown. In far off destinations unknown. Zuthra remained within the divine palace and throne room, separated from his people, separated from all the other planes of existence, and waiting for the day when he would be able to return to Lycia and take back what was rightfully his. The cities of the Lycian Empire laid it waste, though the treacherous satraps remained behind to rule. Followers of the Draco stayed behind too, as the Draconian quickly seized power, placing Tiana on the throne, making her their puppet while they spin their sinister deeds. The Draconians had no wish to eradicate the human race, just the opposite. They wanted to enslave them. Genetic research soon began, and the followers of the Draco soon discovered that they were betrayed too. Through gene splicing, the Draconian wished to mix their genetics with the humans. This has always been the desire of the Draco since they first discovered the existence of humans. For generations, the Draconians had searched throughout the plains for genetically suitable specimens. With each failure, they left in their wake destroyed civilizations until they found humans, that is. Within their society, they hold genetically mixed beings as, at high regard. These creatures are looked up to from the regular reptilian Draconians. The dream of the Draconians to create a civilization that is someday mixed with human DNA, but that is a bit harder. No. The dream of the Draconians is to create a civilization that is someday mixed with human DNA, but that was a bit harder than what they had estimated. They discovered over time that humans are very cunning. While the Draconian while the Draconian admired human and Draconian mixed beings, hold up. While the Draconians admired human and Draconian mixed beings, they held little regard for humans themselves. Other than being useful in experiments, the Draconians used humans as a food source too. The human population that remained behind were turned into mindless slaves to do with as the Draconians wished. Some were used as cattle, while others were turned into unthinking cyborgs for battle. Then there was the genetic research which took place, changing humans into all kinds of hideous reptilian mixed creatures. Placing Tiana on the throne, they used human female slaves to communicate with her from a distance. The Draconians were capable beings able to use telepathy as a way to communicate from a distance. All of the human slaves under the control of the Draco could hear only their masters and nothing else. Tiana began to fall further into darkness after offering millions of her own kind to the Draconians as payment for what they had given her. Soon, all she wanted to feel was the pain that was given to others. It didn't matter if it came from males or females now. As time went on, the numbers of the Draconian occupied areas became desolate. As time went on, the numbers of the Draconian occupied areas became desolate. As humans began to realize that what was happening to them and others around them, they too fled to far-off places, leaving behind the nightmare of what they had experienced. Soon, Lycia became a desolate memory of a lost empire long ago. This, though, is not the ending, but the beginning. Long after the Lycian Empire had fallen, the great houses still thrive. Many of the refugees who fled retain the lessons of their past and continue forward. Great civilizations began to emerge in place of the old ones, and soon there was a new world. Many things change, but many stay the same. These houses would be what was left of that which was before. The battle between the humans and the Draconians persisted into the far future too. The history, what the Draconians had done, was passed from generation to generations. Humans knew of the Draconian plot and what they wished to do to them. As time passed, slaves fleeing the old land of Lycia told stories of the horrors done. These are just some of the things to be told, and there is much, much more to say. Zuthra still sits within the divine throne room upon his throne. Many cycles have passed, and he is still bound within a plane of existence, separated from the rest. He sits staring down from his throne into a pool of visions, watching his people thrive and grow. He sees the pain, the agony, the defeat that his people have endured, and still he sits, watches, and waits for his moment to claim what is rightfully his. And that's it.
Okay, so I was tripping about the fact that she got so depressed that she was ready to just the same type of pain that she had experienced. She had been inflicted. She was attempting to have herself experience because she was just so over the whole entire situation. First of all, the way you read it is so cool, but you should go like deep like just to make it sound so mystical, like so like scary almost, because it's some scary stuff that's going on.
How many pages you think that was?
You told me it was 16, so I'd be unfair to not like go with that. You told me 16. Was it 16 though? Was it a full 16?
No.
Alright, so let me guess.
That's the rough draft.
13.
I need it to be 16.
So 13, 11.
Oh, you can't know the number. I mean, I was just asking if you knew how many numbers it was. I mean, come on, dude.
How you gonna ask me and then not even tell me? That's so whack. What in the world? What's the point?
Now I gotta come up here and I got a page set up because that's important. I do need to know how many pages.
You might want to add that in, right?
Yeah. Now see, this is it says print page numbers. I think what it was is I needed to come in here and
why did I order groceries and they did not send me half of my groceries? So then I go to tell them at Uber and they're like, oh, well, you can't, you're not eligible for a refund, but we don't care that you don't have your food. Half of the stuff was for my kids. What really ticks me off is that they took my coffee and now they're just acting like it's no big deal. Like Uber such, this is the second day they did it. They let some guy ejaculate in my food yesterday.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and then have some girl that's not him deliver the food, and so we don't eat the food. Then I'm like, hey, it's taking them 2 days to resolve. First of all, it was fake. You can't tell me it wasn't Kanye West that came to deliver my stuff with his little friend, because the person that was in the car or on the paper wasn't not on the paper, but in the phone was not the right guy. And then some random girl comes and it was just everything was, all the food was thrown all over the bag. And look, you can tell they took 30 minutes to deliver it from somewhere that's 10 minutes away. You could tell it was some shady stuff going down with it. So of course we were like, we're good on it. Then today I ordered groceries for my boys and half the stuff is missing. Granted, I'm not as frustrated about the little stuff, but my coffee is missing as well. And then when I go to pull up the receipt, they're like, oh, there's no receipt. So then I contact the help desk and they're like, oh, this requires a special response fee. Are you kidding me? You cannot give me a receipt for what I just spent? It's like $200 worth of stuff. I would like my money. And they're trying to just play with me. Like, I really wish all the bad things that could possibly happen to everyone involved. And I mean that. I just had to say that on stream because I know they'll get me and they'll know how I feel.
Okay, are you feeling good now?
I feel better now. Actually, a release. It was like a serious release, much necessary.
So, that's the end of the story right there for now. And like I said, it's the first draft. I'll be going through and editing it and arranging it. And like I said, this is a short story, so it's going to be 16 minutes long. And I have to freaking add details to it. You know, like there has to be more conversation going on in there too. Make it more realistic, you know what I mean? Instead of
so
just
you know what they're
the
doing, like when they're about to have their attack, and it does. Excuse me. Does Zerther tell like what's going on, like this, or does he kind of keep it? Well, he does because he tells the mom so that they know that they have to be able to be ready for this attack. But I was just wondering, does he like kind of? You should have him expressive, not should, but can he be expressive? Almost want him to be in fear without him being able to show his fear. I want him to be kind of reluctant. I know, right?
Well, instead of describing his fear, I can have it to where it's showing through his words and what he's saying.
Yes, and his actions, the way the way he's moving, like he's moving incoherently, like you can tell that he's kind of all over the place, unexpected things. Yeah, it's like, are you sure you want us to do that? And he's like, yeah, just do it. And he's like snapping on people. Oh man, you gotta make this a movie.
Wow, it's pretty good, but this is only, like I said, a short story, and there'll be more to it that'll be added into it. I wanna make at least freaking 10 short stories, and I want to try to get them to where each short story is about 16 pages long.
Okay.
You know, so
what encouraged you to do this? Is it your just studying of like, because you study a lot of history and you can tell, because even like you said, Sisterin, we just read something.
Yeah.
Yes. And we just read something that mentioned this. Not even if it's not the same name, it was a similar name, right?
Yeah. Well, the the name's basically the same. I just can't find an alternative freaking name for Cisteran. So I gave it the name, but then I altered the way that people are. You know what I'm saying? So that they aren't as hardcore as what the real life Cisterans are.
Cross culture.
Yeah.
Cross culture. Like, yeah, we're talking about these people, but they're acting like these people.
Yeah. Since it is freaking fiction, I can actually play with it. Where if I was trying to do something that was non-fiction, I'd have to freaking keep it the way it is, you know?
Right. You'd not be able to, like you said, alter facts type thing and just mix it up a little bit. I love that about it too, because it makes it more entertaining, at least, and then it gives you more room to be able to kind of make necessary adjustments and present it how it's necessary.
Like Tiana, okay? Freaking Tiana and Alubu and all those names.
Yeah.
If you ever have time, freaking Google them.
What they mean? Like etymology, what they mean?
Just Google them and stuff. Alubu, Senti, Centi. Okay,
so I remember Senti, and I feel like when I hear Senti, I think of Sentinel, and then I think of a Senti monster. I don't know where where am I getting Senti monster from? There's a Senti monster, or wasn't that the big stone thingy? No, that's something else. That's the monster that turns into stone, or that is made of stone or made of mud or something. No, that's something else we just read. But Senti monster, there's something called a Senti monster, and then Alubu. I feel like I just. Oh, that was Usa. Maybe it was Usa or Isa or something like that. I thought it was Alubu, but it might not have an element. No, it's like USBA or something like that. USB, Usa. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't really remember at this moment anyway. I'm already frustrated because they took money from me and like, Jesus. But yeah, that's that. So I don't know, but I'll search it. And then next week, what are you gonna do? Going to start part 2, or are we gonna do something different?
I could probably do some of my homebrew that I have for Forgotten Realms. Cause I've been telling you about Forgotten Realms and stuff.
Yeah.
So I could do that.
That's nice.
Let me see.
I really like your story. Like, so are you done? Like, that's the rough draft. So you're gonna go to the final.
That is the first one. So I'm yeah, that's not what I was looking for. I am wanting to get back into my writing and stuff before freaking November. That's something I want to do, but I've got to get the outline started and everything. It's basically going to be a repeat of what I just went over with you.
Well, see, it's funny you say that, because I was writing and I just not finished, but I was doing my planner and I was like, yeah, I need to start back to my writing as well. But see, I would not. Mine is different. Like, I don't know. I like your creativity, because I mean, mine is creative, but it's more like I think we write based off our experiences, or like because I can hear, you know what I mean. Like, even if it's fiction, because it's like I hear you in your story. Like, no flex. I could definitely picture you being Zuka, and I can picture that, not in a weird way, like consoling women type thing like that. But like, maybe it'd be possible, or maybe a Ether type thing, because like I can feel that for you. But it's wild, because I can feel me being Tiana, and I've never killed anyone in my life, but it's just something about her.
You just want the leather and the whip.
That's what it is. And then and her fit, like I feel like she should have boots with kind of apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Oh my goodness, no! But the boots. Okay, the stiletto heels, but how is she gonna kill people in stilettos? Come on. But she has
what
like
a stiletto heel will do to a freaking
somebody.
Eyeball.
So oh my gosh, now she has to have stilettos, but she has to have fur around her stilettos. Like it has to be like a boot type of thing, to where she has the fur around like her ankles and stuff like that, like a lambskin or something like that.
Evil.
Yeah, like really, like her whole fit. I killed a cow for this, then I killed a bear for this fur, and like stuff like that.
Catch her out in a cow pasture, freaking eating a freaking cow raw, and just come up with freaking the ear in her mouth, and
that's so crazy. What do you mean we're under attack? And then she just gets up and like goes crazy, but she's so gorgeous, and guys are falling in love with her automatically. And then she seduces them like, "Oh, do you love me?" And then she'll act like she loves them as well and goes along. She cuts their throat off.
She's gonna have descendants. Okay, that's what you gotta realize. She's gonna have descendants, and like you think her character's good. Wait until you hear freaking some of her descendants that's passed down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we've covered everything about Lycia. Now freaking all these people have freaking done like a mass exodus out of the Lycian Empire to far off realms, and that's where you start learning about them. See what I mean?
Yeah.
So
that's what's next.
It's gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I'm glad I finally got to hear it. I've only waited forever. But
you had to hear the boring stuff. You had to hear the plot.
You kept stopping, and you're like, yeah. And then this is how I wrote this, and this is where I got this from. And then you'll read a little bit, and I'm like, wait. And you're like, oh no, that's it. We're done for today. What? What do you mean we're done for the day? Yeah, that's it. We're done. We're on time. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, like I'd be so frustrated. Like, and I know people was like that. We were going to basketball practices, and I know people would be looking at me like, why is she yelling like this? Because why are we done? Why are we done? But no, it's cool because like I got to hear it. So now I look forward to the next one. But I guess you sound like that's not coming for a little while, huh?
I'll start back up on it, and because like I said, I've got to start working on I've got to do the Draconian. I'm sorry, but they've got to be written out, and they're gonna be cool as shit. Okay, I mean it's gonna blow your mind with the Draconians. There's even in ufology, dude, the Draconians are just badass. Okay, bad guy. Whatever, dude, okay? They're just some badass creatures.
Raw shit, right, yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's where the story's gonna get going good. And then I'm gonna mix them in with the freaking reptiles off of Forgotten Realms. You know, people who are into D&D who freaking never tried Forgotten Realms, they're gonna get a taste of it if they read this book, dude. These reptiles are gonna be something. I mean... They're gonna be crazy as hell.
Yo, that's lit. How long before you publish?
Well, I have to decide how much of the secret space program I want to apply to this story.
I see.
And of course, it's not going to be anything related to Earth or this.
Right. Talk about the Trade Federation and stuff like that. Yeah, I know what you talked about, but you're just attempting to see how you incorporate it. But that's going to be cool because like that leaves the mind into a whole different type of thought process if you be realistic about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just think about what it actually is, the fact that it actually truly exists, incorporate it into a fiction. You can elaborate as well as exaggerate as much as possible and let people's mind completely wander and develop their own interests, as well as perhaps have them to be able to do some own research. You know what I mean? Just based off the interest. That's how you got me.
That's basically how I'm gonna do it, and I'm not even gonna mention the fact that it's inspired off of ufology and Forgotten Realms. I'm gonna let people just freaking read it and make their own conclusions. You know?
Yeah, I like that. That's so cool. How long have you been working on this?
Oh, it's just been here recently. I'm not gonna say it's been long. It's been about maybe 8 months. Maybe.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, about 8 months.
And so idea.
I've been working with my videos and stuff too, so I've been really
off and on with it. Not consistent where it's just hardcore you doing the actual writing. But like it came from your studies and that's kind of what triggered the influence?
Yeah.
Nice. I love it. It's cool. Great job. I'm inspired. I had coffee. I stay awake, but they stole my coffee because Starbucks costs $10 for a bottle. So I guess that's.
You shouldn't be going to Starbucks. We'll get you a coffee.
I didn't know. I didn't go to Starbucks. I ordered the groceries and see what I was going to do was mix the vanilla latte with my tea. That way, because the tea kind of makes me a little drowsy, but I put a little bit of that coffee in it with the espresso. No big deal. I have work to do tonight, so I'm like, okay, geared up for my coffee, and these freaking losers stole it. And it's just like, yo, you're so lame because it's like you couldn't afford the $10.
Let me finish what I was going to say. Okay, you can get coffee pots these days that freaking can do just as good as the shit that freaking you get from freaking these coffee shops. Okay.
It was a grocery store. I got it from Target.
But
it was for me to make in-home. Yeah, it was in-home.
You know,
it was in-home coffee, but they stole it.
Well, I wanted to finish that because that's something. Even if somebody's watching this and they hear that, they need to freaking wake up and go to the freaking store and they'll find these. I can freaking make singles now. Okay, back.
You have Keurig?
No, I mean, I can if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Just make single cups of coffee or single freaking espressos, whatever. I don't have to make it.
I don't drink just one cup. It's easier to have, you know what I mean, readily prepared, and then I just heat it up as I go. Yeah. Like I said, my tea, because I have the herbal tea, like it's supposed to clean out your insides and everything like that. But sometimes my other tea I mix with it, it makes it to where I get sleepy. So now tonight when I'm not productive, blame it on my Uber driver because like, why did you steal my stuff? And I still get charged. Like Uber sucks balls. Oops.
Just keep your mind off of the Uber driver and you should be okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna just do it myself. I can so do it, but you know, it's just annoying because my money doesn't grow off trees. I mean, it goes off a tree somewhere, but not around here. Shoot, not up in here. Not up in here. No, but for real.
We need to end this episode, but if next week comes around, we need to get together and talk about getting some stuff started with helping you out on your channel too. Like I want to kind of get together with you and help you understand like OBS and all that a little bit better, okay?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start working towards the download. I got to finish my planner. So it was on my list of things to do. I was going to do it while I was at the park today, but I'm dealing with some legal stuff, so I had to type up my...
I understand.
I had to type up my little letter to let people know, hey, you will not play with me type thing, but I'll figure it out, and I'll make sure I have time. But I see you be up in the middle of the night, so I won't feel bad about hitting you up. And if you get at me, you get at me. If not, then when you see it, I know you will, so it's no big deal for me.
Okay. Sounds good.
Well, I appreciate you, and great story.
Thank you, and I appreciate you being here, too. This was pretty cool. So.
Yeah, I love doing it. I like you make it fun. Like, I'm glad because at first I was like intimidated by you people. No offense, you people, but it was just like it was quite overwhelming, and the chat got kind of vicious. But you've always been so cool and just welcoming. You make me comfortable. Like, I mean, I don't even know if other people do shows, but I know that I like coming to yours, so that's cool.
All right.
Well, see you soon. Have a nice night. Be safe.
You too. You guys have a good night too. Hello everybody and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. I'm Roger Hanson and today's topic is going to be on strangeness again. With me is my co-host Karma Love. So you want to say hi?
Hi everyone.
Hello. Now Karma and me discussed it and today we are going to do a freaking episode on just strangeness really. It's about first it's going to be about the Paris catacombs, and then we're going to start talking about churches that have been made out of human bones, which is pretty cool, and it all kind of goes hand in hand if you've ever kept up with that stuff. you'd know what I'm talking about. So, with that being said, what do you think about that, Karma? Do you like that idea?
Yeah, I like the idea that we're talking about it. I never heard of it before you exposed me to this information. Like, never ever even knew such things existed. And
Uh-huh.
then for it to be so common, because even with the churches, see, I was thinking maybe it was one or two, but I'm sitting here looking at this list, and then it's just like it says here are the eight of the coolest churches made. So there's some that are not as cool that are made out of them, but there's definitely eight of them that are made out of creepiest churches made of bones. Here are the eight creepiest churches made of bones. And it's just wild because it just seems to be like, and this one's actually pretty though. But just for it, this one's really pretty. But the
Just
one
so
in
you know, I got the list of them, and if you want me to check with you, see if I missed any, we can do that.
Yeah, okay. How many do you have on your list?
I've got the 8 that you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just make sure they're the same eight, because sometimes we find out.
Right.
Yeah. So, kidoki, go ahead. You want me to read you what I have, or you gonna read me what you have?
I've got all of them right in front of me, and I can just say them to you. It's St. Michan's mummies that are in Dublin, Ireland.
Let me see. Hold on. I got Peru, Spain. There you go, Sammy. Yep, I got it. Yep, that one.
Okay, Catacombs of Lima, which is the ones in Peru.
I just saw that one, so yeah.
Then I have Sedlick Ossuary.
I got that one. That's at the top.
And then the Skull Chapel.
Yep. In Poland.
Okay, now San Bernardino Ella Ossa.
Bernardino. No, that's something I don't see it. Oh, yeah. Dos Asa, Capella dos Asa in Portugal. Yeah.
Yep.
What did you call it?
No, I've got San Bernardino Alla Ossa. And then I've got Capella dos Osas.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have San Bernardino, the one in Milan, and then versus the one in Berlin. Okay, in Portugal. Okay.
And then there's St. Mary's Church, Wamba. And I've got the wikis pulled up for those, so.
I don't have St. Mary's. Let me see. Maybe I just skipped it.
St. Mary's Church. It's in Italy or Spain, I believe.
Yeah, I don't have that one. So. No, Portugal, Peru, Ireland. I just saw one in Spain. Oh, Medieval Asa is only one.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
It's the same. Oh,
yeah, that's it. I should have caught on to that. St. Mary's Church is the one that they're referring to.
Okay. So you which one you about to start with?
I'm gonna start with the best one out of all of them. Kind of smooth you in slowly, you know what I mean? Since it's your first experience at this, so.
This is crazy. Look at these skulls. They have like coffins and everything. Go ahead.
Now I'm gonna share the wiki link in the chat, so if you want to click on that, you can. I don't know if you got the wiki for it.
No, it's something else that I was looking at, but I'll look at it when you share. I got it now.
Okay. That way, if you want to read it, go along with us. Okay, now I got 2 for St. Michael's too, by the way. But anyhow, the catacombs of Paris are underground ossuaries in Paris, France, which hold the remains of more than 6 million people. Okay, built to consolidate Paris's ancient stone quarries and they were the mines of Paris that comprise a number of abandoned subterranean mines under Paris, France, connected together by galleries. Three main networks exist. The largest, known as the Grand Réseau, lies under the 5th, 6th, 14th, and 15th arrondissements. Okay, and they extend south from Barrière d'Enfer, and that means Gate of Hell, former city gate, which I guess was the former city gate of Paris. The ossuary was created as part of the effort to eliminate the city's overflowing cemeteries. Preparation work began shortly after a 1774 series of basement wall collapses around the Holy Innocents Cemetery. Added a sense of urgency to the cemetery eliminating measure, and from 1786 nightly processions of covered wagons transferred remains from most of Paris's cemeteries to a mine shaft open near the Rue de la Tombe l'Isseur. The ossuary remained largely forgotten until it became a novelty place for concerts and other private events in the 19th century. After further renovations and the construction of accesses around Place des Fêtes Rue, it was open to public visitation from 1874. Since 2003, the catacombs have been numbered among the 14 City of Paris museums managed by Paris Musée. Although the ossuary comprises only a small section of the underground mines of Paris, Parisians currently often refer to the entire tunnel network as catacombs. So, the history of Paris cemeteries. Paris's earliest burial grounds were in the southern outskirts of the Roman-era left bank city, in ruins after the Western Roman Empire 5th century end and the ensuing Frankish invasion. Parisians eventually abandoned their settlement for the Marcy right bank from the 4th century. The first known settlement there was on higher ground around a Saint Etienne church and burial ground behind the present Hotel de la Ville, and urban expansion on the right bank began in earnest after other ecclesiastical landowners filled the marshland from the late 10th century. Thus, instead of burying its dead away from inhabited areas as usual, the Paris right bank settlement began with cemeteries near its center. The most central of these cemeteries, a burial ground around the 5th century, Notre Dame des Bois Church, became the property of the Saint Opportune parish after the original church was demolished by the 9th century Norman invasion. When it became its own parish associated with the Church of the Saint Innocents in 1130, this burial ground, filling the land between the present Rue Saint-Denis, Rue de la Ferronnière, and Rue de la Lingerie, and the Rue Berger, had become the city's principal cemetery. By the end of the same century, Saint Innocents was neighbor to the principal Parisian marketplace, Les Halles, and around already filled to overflowing. To make room for more burial, the long dead were exhumed from their bones packed into the roof and walls of Chanier galleries built inside the cemetery walls. By the end of the 18th century, the central burial ground was a 2-meter high, 6 by 6 foot mound of earth filled with cemeteries on Parisian dead, plus the remains from the Hotel Dieu hospital and the morgue. Other Parisian parishes had their own burial grounds, but the conditions in Les Innocents Cemetery were the worst. A series of ineffective decrees limited the use of the cemetery did little to remedy the situation, and it was not until the late 18th century that it was decided to create 3 new large-scale suburban burial grounds on the outskirts of the city, to condemn all existing parish cemeteries within the city limits. The future ossuary, Paris's former mines. Much of the left bank area rests upon rich Latetian limestone deposits. This stone built much of the city, but it was extracted in suburban locations away from the habitation because of the post-12th century haphazard mining technique of digging wells down to the deposit and extracting it horizontally until depletion. Many of these often illicit mines were uncharted and, when depleted, often abandoned and forgotten. Paris had annexed its suburbs many times over the centuries, and by the 18th century, many of its arrondissements, administrative districts, were included previously mined territories.
Would you like me to take over?
Yeah, if you wanted to.
Okay. And Moose is here as well. I put it in the other chat just to remind people that you were on.
Okay.
But
that's cool.
The undermined state of the left bank was known to architects as early 17th century construction of the Val de Grace Hospital. Most of its building expenses were due to its foundations, but a series of mine cave-in beginning 1774 with the collapse of a house along the Rue de Neuf, near today's crossing of the Avenue Definet Racheria and the Boulevard Saint Michael, caused King Louis, whatever number that is in Roman. What is it?
King.
What number is that?
Let me catch on to it. King Louis the 16th.
Okay. To name a commission to investigate the state of the Parisian underground. This resulted in the creation of the Inspection Generale des Carrières, Inspection of Mine Service.
Right.
Are we stopping?
No, go ahead if you want.
I mean, it's up to you. The ossuary creation. The need to eliminate Les Innocents gained urgency from May 31st, 1780, when a basement wall in a property adjoining the cemetery collapsed under the weight of the mass grave behind it. The cemetery was closed to the public, and in all intramuros Latin within the city walls, burial was forbidden after 1780. The problem of what to do with the remains crowding intramuros cemetery was still unresolved. Mine consolidations were still occurring, and the underground around the site of the 1777 collapse
that had initiated the project had already become a series of stone and masonry inspection passageways that reinforced the streets above. The mine renovation and cemetery closures were both issues within the jurisdiction of the police prefect, Police Lieutenant General Alexander Lenore, who had been directly involved in the creation of a mine inspection service. Lenore endorsed the idea of moving Parisian dead to the subterranean passageway that were renovated during 1782. After deciding to further renovate the Tomb Isuri passageway for their future role as an underground specular, the idea became law in the late 1785. A well within the walled property above one of the principal subterranean passageways was dug to receive less innocence, unearthed remains, and the property itself was transformed into a sort of museum for all the headstones, sculptures, and other artifacts recuperated from the former cemetery. Beginning from an opening ceremony on April 7th the same year, the route between Les Innocents and the Clos de la Tombe Issure became a nightly procession of black cloth covered wagons carrying the millions of Parisians dead. It would take 2 years to empty the majority of Paris's cemeteries. Cemeteries whose remains were moved to the catacombs include Saint Innocent, the largest by far, with about 2 million buried over 600 years of operation. Saint Etienne des Grès, one of the oldest, Madeleine Cemetery, Arancy Cemetery, used for the victims of the French Revolution, and Notre Dame des Blancs Manteaux. But this way, but by this way, the skeletal remains of several leaders of the French Revolution, including Maximilien Robespierre and Georges Danton, was transferred to the catacomb. I was gonna stop there for now.
That's what I was saying. I mean, it's pretty bad when I hear your tongue twisting too. Now it's like,
I'm slow down the reading.
yeah, but yeah, this is probably one of the most interesting stories I've ever came across, and I tried to do a little bit of it back whenever I first got into my my whole strange, bizarre, and unusual thing. You know, I would do blogs about it, which I don't have anymore. I used to be on Blogger and Medium and stuff like that, and I do this, and then I've always wanted to go through and freaking make a video of it, you know, and stuff like that, and kind of do something that way. But like, this is a perfect opportunity to get into it and start bringing the topic up. So,
I said before, I had no clue that this is what they were doing with people's skeletal remains, first of all. And then I wonder if, just because we know about it in Paris, are there other places about it that are maybe less known? And I mean, we know that there's churches made out of bones, but do you think that they started as catacombs or something similar? Or do you think vice versa, they had the potential to, well, see, I don't see how they would turn into a catacomb just because they're like a foundational landmark type thing. But I could see if they started as a catacomb and attempting to kind of cover it up, make it into a church. That would make sense. Like, I guess we have to read where they came from and how they arose.
Well, from what you were saying right there, it brings me back to a lot of the research I did, and the only thing I can come up with is the fact that we have our ideas of what our burial ceremonies really were. Okay, like today, everybody respects the human body when it's dead. You know what I mean? They put it in the casket and they bury it in the ground, and they even put a nice suit on it and stuff. You know.
Unless they cremate it, then how do we know that that's the body that goes?
Yeah,
how do we know for a fact? Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. But it's still sanitized and, you know.
Yeah, embalmed and stuff like that.
You know what I mean? Even
they don't just toss it into, yeah.
Even when they embalm something, it's pretty respectable about how they do it, you know.
Not when they cremate them, though. They just throw it into an incinerator and let it come out as ashes. Now, that is wild stuff.
Okay.
Have you seen the cremation process?
Let me tell you a little bit about what they used to do. And like, this goes even back farther in Europe, especially. Like they believed that the freaking bones had to be cleaned. Okay, they would go and they would wash the freaking, or they would cut the body up.
Oh my gosh!
And a lot of the things, right. And they would wash the bones.
Oh.
Okay, and then after they washed the bones, they would take what was left and they would put it in a pile in the freaking tombs. And sometimes they would use one tomb for more than one body. Okay.
That's how they did with, They do that now with the cremation. You can get anybody's bones. They tell you that it's your people's ashes, but what happens if some of the other ashes are left over? But like, that's disgusting. You're telling me that they would skin people to quote unquote clean the bones? That's just disgusting.
Cut them up.
Oh, that's so gross.
It'd be different body parts and stuff.
Oh my God, that's so nasty. Just so that they could clean the bones, to bury just the bones.
It was important to wash the bones.
Oh gosh.
The bones
just
had to be
imagine the mess that's making. Just imagine it. And then bodies get so hard after, maybe they're doing it right after it happens, because bodies get hard after they have been dead for a while. So like, that's just insane. And hold on, I have a question. Do bodies get hard even if they have not been embalmed?
Well, yeah. It's when they stiffen up, that's part of the natural process.
Yeah, it's like 6 to 8 hours though. The body does not get stiff until like 6 to 8 hours after it's been dead. It can't happen 30 minutes or 45 minutes later. It doesn't happen that fast.
Well, dang, Moose is here. Hey, Moose.
Yeah.
You know how you know how to unmute, right? Or you're muted. I hope that should be the first question.
He probably does. He put it.
All right. Now, if you want to say hi, you can. You don't have to, though. Oh, you already sent him a message. I was doing the reading, wasn't even on the thing. But yeah, that was one of the issues that freaking they had. And then, like, they don't really tell you a lot about Paris either, because like Paris, for the longest time, they didn't want to have anything to do with what was going on outside of their city, because first they had Britannica, and then they had frickin' the southern part of France, which were split up, and they were fighting against one another, and Paris always wanted to stay freaking independent of both of them. And like, you'll learn that if you ever read about Joan of Arc.
I heard of her before, but I never really read much other than what I had to in school. Like, it was never like a free, you know what I mean? Like, let me go read Joan of Arc. Like, the only reason I got interested in the Iliad is because we were talking about Palestinian and like a little bit of Roman history. Robot brings that up quite often. But besides that, why did Elon Musk tweet like the Iliad's great story to read? And I was like, that's crazy. I definitely going to have to indulge with this, because how are we going to sit here and have it on this side and then it's on this side? So yeah, that's the only reason I got caught up in that. Like, I had to do that in school. I wouldn't be interested in it being my own personal reading. But because we talk about it, and then it's been like a subject matter around different type of platforms, it made me interested. So I've been reading it. Even your story that we read on Mondays, which you're finally going to read to me tomorrow, is it makes me, it like kind of parallels with some similar ideals and like just some type of practices. And so I mean, like I said, it was almost like a sign to me. When I see stuff over and over again, I take it as a sign.
Well, I mean, the story that I'm going to be reading to you is created by me, so there's going to be a lot of this mixed into it. You know what I mean? Because I'm just basically going off of what I know when I write. I don't try to like
mimic anyone. You're doing it for your. I don't even like being in, like, when I'm writing, if I'm doing music or if I'm writing my own stories, like if I'm writing a make-believe story, I don't like to be influenced. I don't like to be influenced by anyone in general, because then I don't feel original. Like, I don't like to really look to people for guidance or anything like that. I kind of look to myself, and I do the opposite of what most people do. They look for like influence, but me, I'll sit here and I'll attempt to remove any influence so I can see what I'm thinking. And that's one of those things that I kind of like about your story because it's interesting. Like I never heard of anybody that's like Tiana. Tiana is a wild girl. Like you like her thirst for blood. You gotta say it with, you know what I mean? Like when you say it, like I can hear like her thirst for blood as she, you know what I mean? Like that's what I think about. And like I told you, I could see her with her breastplate, and she has a shield on her back and her sword, and she's just standing on top of the hill, wiping her face, and she has blood all over her arms from her last victim. And when she wipes her face, the blood kind of gets all over her face. And like, yeah, I can like, I don't know, it's just. I can see her. I guess I like her character. I don't know why. It's kind of wild. It makes me question myself a little bit, but I do like her character. I love Tiana.
Like I said, it makes me question myself.
Right, it's a little bit. Like, why is she so highly relatable?
So
Why is she so relatable? You said thirst for blood, you say.
Yeah,
That's
right.
Oh wow, she just kills everything in her path, you say. This is like getting more and more interesting, more and more relatable. Stay tuned for Mondays, like
So like here I can click this and maybe share it on some of the pictures and stuff and share it on the
screen share.
Get that set up and good to go. If I can.
Are you gonna go through the 8 churches after you do this one? You're gonna go through the 8, right?
Yeah, it's all coming out. It's the good stuff. So let me see if I can figure out what I'm doing here. Yeah, there we go. And can you see that?
Oh wow, yeah, I do.
Okay. So I can pop this as full screen too, and see if it looks. Yeah, there you go.
I used to be so intimidated by skulls, but I'd probably be rubbing my hand over every single one if I walked through there.
And then this is Paris.
Even this looks like an oblique.
Oh, let me go back. There, what was you gonna say?
I said even this looks like an oblique. No, oblique. I'm saying it wrong, but the obelisk. Yeah, that circle. This one right here. Look at it. It looks like the same thing I sent you in the chat. Look at the shape and look at how it does with the pathways coming from this side, coming from this side. That makes me wonder, like, the symbol, that design itself means more than what we've been able to uncover thus far. Look at it. It looks just like this picture.
A lot of it could have Roman influence too. And don't get me wrong, I mean, this might not have been built up, most of it during Roman Empire, but they still... Europeans are weird that way, okay? Like, the Romans were they conquered freaking Gaul, right? They weren't freaking Europe's friend. You know what I mean? But for some reason, when they got cast into the dark ages, they all of a sudden just, immortalized Rome. Like, it was like the golden
just the
age.
infinite, yeah.
And that they had lost so much. Like, you'll see freaking archways in Paris and archways in freaking London and all over Europe where the Romans built an archway and they just turned it into a big trophy. You know what I mean? So, and that's probably why you're seeing that. It could have a lot of Roman influence, because I guarantee you that city hasn't really changed that much in the last 500 years. Well,
I wish I could stay.
It's gotten bigger. I do know that much. In the sewage, they've really supposed to have done a lot of work on the sewage in the last 100. So, but they say Paris still stinks.
That's funny. I'm looking for. So I just saw someone. They were on YouTube and they were talking about how we romanticize Paris, and they were there and they were like, Paris is basically just like they were like, it's like being in like low income. They're like low, like they was just saying it was like they said ghetto, but I don't get the term for ghetto itself is not a proper description. But they were just saying like impoverished and it was really dirty and like, but and then they even said the Eiffel Tower was not all that we make it out to be. And there was I picture
lights and people like with berets, and they're just like, oh, mon ami. And you got mimes walking down the street, and they have their little white and black shirts, and they're like, you're walking with your lover. And then this is how I think about Paris now, mind you. And you're walking with your lover, and the mind is like messing with you and your lover. And
yeah,
I see other stuff when I hear about Paris. And then when they said that, I was kind of disappointed. Like, wow, what? Because I never thought that would be a description. And then you just said it, Paris. You said they still said that Paris still stinks. And they literally just posted
Can you
that
see
video.
my mouse? On
Hold
here?
on, I was looking for this picture. Oh, that was the ruined atoll. Cause the symbol, the way that it looks the same, just been bugging me.
See this?
And so I was looking.
Can you see this city
atoll.
scope? So
Oh yeah, now I do. Mm-hmm.
Are you able to see that?
I'm looking at it. It looks like a church in the background. Now you see it at the top, and then it's just in the middle. Are those bones on the ground?
Probably.
No, that's not. Those are carts and stuff. No, those are skulls. That's a skull over here on the bottom right. Those are skulls. Yeah, and then over here, those are skulls. Are you kidding me? Look, they're on the ground.
Yeah, I see them right here. You got skulls here. You got skulls over there.
Skulls on top of this thing.
See this dog over here?
Yo. He digging up bones. That's probably why he over there. Get his bones.
Got a grave right here. There.
What did they say this is called? This is what?
They won't let me navigate now. Oh, there we go. Ox furs. Canary.
Hold on, let me screenshot it.
You're probably able to read that, aren't you?
Yeah, I just gotta zoom it in. I just wanted to save it to my pictures. Rayos fur. Yeah, I think he said a rue. It's not rue, but it's ray. Rayos fur. Chanel de la Rue Oxfurs. Yeah, la Rue. So Rue Oxfurs. Chanel de la Rue Oxfurs. Is everyone?
No, we've got. Okay, so this would be. I'm guessing it's the ancient mapping system for it.
Paris terrain. Oh, can we go back, zoom out for a second, and then go back? Hold on 1 second. I'm just screenshotting as you go. You can zoom in now. I have it.
Okay. I believe that this is what they're talking about right here. And I can scale it left and right too.
When you stopped turning up, is that when you started going back to your research and learning, relearning all the stuff that you were interested in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It even told me cool stuff about when the Vikings finally invaded Paris. And right here, what I was trying to explain to you a little while ago.
Yeah.
This river.
Which one at the top?
Oh,
there you go. I see
it runs right straight through Paris. That is where the Vikings was on one side, and they were freaking sacrificing their prisoners to Odin and forcing the people within the walls of Paris to freaking watch, because they were hiding away from them, and the ones they couldn't get within the walls, they were sacrificing them to Odin.
Where on here, where does it come out at? Like it goes in, like where these on the, right there, and on the other side, where does that in and out? Where are those locations?
Right down here. You see where the writing is down towards the left bottom part?
Yeah.
That's
what's it called? I mean.
Oh, I can probably find the name.
Yeah. Well, you go in and looks like we can read it a little bit.
Luga. Right here is the name.
This G word? Oh, Calcari. Gracia. Calcaria. Exploitable. You see this? Exploitable.
Yeah. Gypsy exploitable. Now,
Daylight zone exploitable. Oh, the zone of exploitation. Hmm.
it says, limite extreme de la formation du gypsy exploitable. That's interesting.
Limit of extreme of the formation of the gypsy exploitable. So that, and then you said that's where the Vikings used to go to force the people. Not the the Vikings used to go to force the Parisians to watch their people die, right? Like they used to
Right,
do it
because
right there,
they
and that's
were
the called exploiting. Yeah.
they were. Well, I don't know exactly where the walls were during that time period, but
But
it was somewhere along this river.
I can imagine, but look at the name. It would make sense. I mean, like, just the name itself is basically saying this is where we would format, this is where we get information to exploit stuff, exploiting their people, showing you, hey, watch this, we're going to kill your people.
Well,
And those are on each
the
side. It's on both sides.
the
That's a
Vikings
wall.
were invaders, and like they could also be talking about like the ancient mines that we were talking about too, where they would come here to freaking mine the bedrock too. So
What mine in bedrock, was it profitable?
I guess for them, they were they said that's actually what makes up the majority of the catacombs, and then they said that the catacombs themselves don't even make up even half of the freaking abandoned mines that are under Paris. So like there's more abandoned mines under it than just these catacombs.
That they discussed.
Yeah.
So, do you think that, so that would be a good place to hide a body and it would just
People
go
get-
undetected?
People get lost in there, all right? Yeah, and bodies. You could kill somebody, take their body down there, and they'd never find it.
That's what I was just thinking. You just put it on the wall and it just fits in with everything else. You might have to hold on to it. I was just thinking the same thing. That's like a great place to like dispose of bodies.
You see that
That's
right
why.
there?
Oh, look at it.
Got crazy
That's
bones.
crazy. That's all bones. That's not even rocks. It looked like you would think that those rocks at the top, but those are like hip joints.
You see that? Different
That is
kinds
so
of bones
insane.
too. You got the
Yep,
big
got the skulls.
the skulls there. Then you got the
femur, you said? Yeah, the femur.
Yeah.
That's what I was just like. Yeah, hip joints, femurs. Yeah,
All
elbow
of 'em.
joint. That's so crazy. Imagine though. Like these are all real people's. Oh my gosh. You think there's power in those? Do you think like you know what I mean? They're powerful, they induce power, or some people believe that maybe?
there's a ancient religion that was before the Buddhists, and they believed that like when you were talking earlier, or we were talking, and we were talking about cleaning the bones and stuff.
So disgusting, but yeah.
I was thinking of these people, and like some of the Buddhists still do it today, where instead of freaking killing, or no, instead of burying a body or burning them, they would take the body out into an open field and let freaking birds pluck their bodies clean. They just sit them out, let them ripen up real nice
That's
and
so disgusting.
nice
And it's just
stanky.
sitting in the yard. It's just sitting
No,
in
they'll-
the yard.
They have certain conditions. It's got to be in a field, and it's got to be away from water, because the human body will contaminate freaking the water if any of its parts make it to the water. So they don't like the idea of human bodies touching the water and stuff like that. And they also think that if you burn the body with fire, then you're contaminating the fire.
What?
Yeah.
You're contaminating the fire, but we come from ashes, so that doesn't really make much sense.
They don't. That's one reason why they let the birds pluck them, because they don't like
Believe
the
in
idea.
it.
They don't believe in the idea of human ashes.
Ugh. That's wild.
The ashes get caught up in the wind, and the wind blows it away, and the next thing you know, it's contaminating the earth, the water, stuff like that. It's just better to let the birds eat them. be done with it. What do you think? You think that's a good way of doing it?
No. Lay the body out on the front lawn. Hi, Bill. How you doing today, Carm? No big deal. Just getting rid of some dead weight. I got mine in the back. Like, no, it's
I don't
not.
think so. No. What is this? We haven't gotten this.
Oh, I get it. Right. It's like, it's a whole different ball game nowadays. You go outside and someone's burning, it's just letting a bird eat a dead body. No one's just going to walk by. Back then, that was the norm, though. No big deal. We're just cleaning the dead bodies. Like, why would you have the dead body? That would be the first question. I mean,
it's
like,
your
just
family
how easy
members.
is it?
It's your family
Oh
members.
my god!
No,
That's just Uncle Jim.
the one I seen, the video I seen was freaking monks. They had a monk in a monastery that they did to after he had died. But they wouldn't let you get close, or they wouldn't let the cameraman get close to see up close. But you did see the birds coming down and eating something, so.
That's really disgusting, man. And like, to make it seem like it's just like no big deal, like, I don't know, I mean, I guess it's technically the facts of life, but I guess that's the lack of respect in reference to what they used to do with their bodies and what they do now. I could not go outside and just watch like my grandmother getting pecked away by birds. Like, she's just sitting out there. Like, that's just the only person I can remember having like a real solid, like when she died, it was like a real hardcore reaction. And now she's just in the yard, like, and how long does that last? How long does that take? How long do you think it takes for some birds to eat a whole human? So the body's out there for at least a week. That's just disgusting. Like, oh my gosh. And I can only imagine the smell. No, that's no way. I mean, they're still dead. And see, they don't even eat all of it. Because right now, on the pathway to walk out where my neighborhood, after I leave the neighborhood, there is a dead whatever it was. And it's still sitting there. Like, half of it is still sitting there. What if they're not hungry that day? What if they don't come out and eat the body and it just sits in your yard and rots? No, there's no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. No.
Just horrible.
That's crazy. And I wonder, they probably still do this somewhere. Because you know how, like, though you're talking about, like, even, like, African cultures, I was reading something and watching something that was talking about how African cultures and, like, Jewish culture, like, talking about where child sacrifice is still practiced in certain cultures. So, stuff like this is still practiced if they're still killing kids.
Now, do you know how to read French?
No, not. You mean I can probably, like, no. The Council of Suppression of, this was in English on the other side of the Cemetery of the Innocents. The habitats, number of corpse.
How you know?
Just a little bit. Inspection of the general. And this is what I read when they said that they ordered them to stop. The immense whole train. This is where they used to do it at, where they hid the bodies at. In the subterranean, the mansion. Yeah, no, I'm not fluid.
That's fine. They're explaining all of it. I wonder how old this is.
I want to take a screenshot of this.
You want me to get the
link? Yes. Yeah, if you can link it, that'll be nice.
Well, it's in the link right there on the side of Jitsi. All you gotta do is click on it.
Is it? You already did it?
Yeah.
No, I have that one. Is that the same picture? I was on that when I was reading. I was on that. That's where that comes from?
Yeah, go on the wiki and click on one of the pictures.
Oh, I see it right here. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
But see, that's not that picture. That's the how. It goes through all of them. I see now.
You gotta hit the arrow on
the. And that's the last one. I got it.
Yeah. So is that the last one?
Well, mine's it is. Maybe not on yours. Yeah, it is. This is the last picture. Except we didn't look at this green one right here. Oh, that's just the entrance to the catacomb.
Yeah.
You skipped over that one.
No, I had that one actually. I showed it. It was just,
I missed it.
Just you was talking, so I didn't want to bring it up.
Like yeah, but there. It's so that thing right there.
when I got good conversation going on, I don't need to bring anything like that up. That's just like an entranceway. But you were saying some good stuff, so
it's not even as cool as these maps. This map right here for the whole inside.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, you can't beat that.
So I wonder how much they charge people to see this thing, to see a bunch of dead bodies. How much are people? Let me see how much.
There's so many entranceways for these catacombs. You don't even have to pay. I mean, like
what?
They're still going around trying to find all the entranceways and close them off from the public. I mean, people are literally getting lost in these catacombs.
I want to go in there.
You can, but
I know. I just
understand now. It's a complete different underworld. I mean, literally, it's an underworld that's hidden away from people from the above world. So,
look, we're talking about the ones in Paris. I searched to see how much it costs to visit the catacombs in general, and they bring up the ones in Italy. We haven't even touched those.
Yeah. Well, the ones in Italy ain't nothing like this. I know which ones they're talking about.
Crypts and Roman.
They're big. They're big, don't get me wrong, but Paris has everybody beat when it comes to these catacombs. I mean...
Wait a minute. We call cryptocurrency crypto, and the beginning of it says Rome crypts.
Yeah, crypts.
I want to know what the word means, crypt, because we call cryptocurrency crypto.
Crypts. Well, you should know
the etymology. Okay, an underground room or vault beneath a church used as a chapel or burial place. A small tubular gland or resource. Okay, so crypt. Now let me see the etymology of it. Crypt, because we said crypto, a chamber, wholly or partly underground. That would make sense. Underground money, yeah, black market, especially a vault under the main floor. Crypt, because we call it crypto. So I want to see what the etymology says. Go ahead. I apologize.
Oh, it's fine. No, keep
reading. Etymology. Because that's how cryptocurrency is shortened, and it's called crypto. It's literally just the O on it. Crypt. Etymology. QR. Yep, there we go. And let me see what it says. A grotto, cavern, from Latin crypta, vault. A cavern, a vault, crypt, hidden. There you go, hidden. Cryptos. See, look, a hidden vault, feminine of cryptos, hidden. Verbal of female version means hidden too. That's crazy. Cryptos means hidden in feminine version. Verbal adjective for because they use Bitcoin to buy and sell children, and it's just interesting that crypto is the feminine version. And it means hidden, like, so basically I'm thinking hidden female type thing.
Now you understand the feminine and the masculine of words, right?
Yeah, O and A, and just depending on the language, it's usually O and A, because L and La, and I do a little bit of French studying, but mainly Spanish right now, because where I stay at, everyone speaks Spanish. It doesn't matter what store you go to, Walmart, everyone speaks Spanish. You have to know how to communicate in Spanish if you really feel like you're going to be able to get anything done around here. So crypto, see, before vowels, crypt was the form of element meaning secret or hidden, not evident or obvious, used in forming English words at least since 1760. Crypto, Calvinianism, from Latinized from the Greek cryptos, hidden, concealed, secret. That's wild. Because I'm just thinking about it having to do with the grave and dead people, and the fact that that's in Rome, and they're talking about
crazy, huh? Yeah.
I mean, especially when you go that far with it, it's definitely crazy. Yep, crypts and Roman catacombs, guided tour with coach transfer, small group, crypts and catacombs, tours with bones.
Now,
this is connected.
Now that we've gone over that, you want to hit these churches now?
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I have me pulling back up.
Now this is one of the articles that I have concerning, let me get back to where I need to go, concerning St. Michael's. This is St. Michael's mummies.
This says the other thing. Can you pull it up? Because mine's is showing the catacomb. Oh, you don't have it? You're not screen sharing it just now?
Yeah, I can screen share it, but I got the link on the side if you want to use it. Where are you at?
Mine's is different. Mine's is at echofiles.com. Echo.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Now this is, I've got this one sharing now, so
I see.
It should be the same thing. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the same one you got?
No.
Okay. Alright, let me read this then. Down in a set of dimly lit narrow stone steps in a vault underneath the church lay dozens of coffins and one mummy ready to shake your hand. The mummies in the basement of St. Michan's Church in Dublin, Ireland are really only available for viewing because of a loophole in the rules of the church. St. Michan Church has an interesting history even without the mummies. The foundation of the church was built in 1095 to serve the ostracized Vikings who were still in Ireland after the rest had been killed or kicked out by Wolf the Quarrelsome. The other Irish forces in 1014. The church was rebuilt in 1686 and a large pipe organ was installed in 1724 on which Handel is said to have first played the Messiah. But all along at the church changed, the crypt stayed the same, slowly mummifying all that way within. There are a number of theories as to why the corpses in the basement have been preserved over time. One is that the basement contains limestone, making the basement particularly dry and therefore good for mummification. Another is that the church was built on former swampland and that methane gas is acting as a kind of preservation of the bodies. Other theories involve the presence of oak wood in the soil or the building material used in the church.
That seems more likely.
Regardless of the reason, whatever is preserving the mummies is also disintegrating their coffins. After a certain amount of time, the wood falls away and a well-preserved mummy comes tumbling out. This is where the loophole comes in, for though it would be inappropriate for the church to break open caskets looking for mummies, when the mummies reveal themselves, so be it. The mummies have indeed revealed themselves, while there are caskets strewn about and in small nooks in the wall. Some coffins are falling apart enough to reveal the arm or leg, and most visible mummies are the big four mummified corpses, which have no lids on their coffin and are displayed together. On the right is a woman simply called the Unknown, and well, there isn't much more to say about her. The middle one is on the right.
The middle one is known as a thief.
No, on the right. I gotta make sure that there.
You want to see the picture?
See if there's a picture. Okay. Yeah, see, they don't have pictures for it, so. But that's why. Okay, so these are related. But yeah, they don't have the pictures of it on there to show. Other than, well, they got the coffins up here, which is cool.
Yeah, the ones that are falling apart, that were supposed to be falling apart. Yeah, maybe slide. Does it slide over and show more?
Yeah, it does.
Here, go here. Is this the? Go ahead. Now there's three,
there
right?
We
Those
go.
Right
Look at
there.
that. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Now we're on Broadway now, buddy. Okay.
On our way to Park Place.
Mm-hmm. Let me finish the article first, and then
we'll go through the pictures. Yeah.
That's cool. That is cool. They did a good job there.
On the right is a woman simply. That's where you at. And then you finish that one, and then the middle one is known.
Okay.
You passed it.
Okay.
You too far.
The middle one is known as the thief and is missing part of both feet and hand. Some say the hand was cut off as a punishment. It is believed the thief later converted and became a priest or respected man, which is why he is buried in the church.
And why the church collect tithes. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Or possibly he was never a thief at all and lost the hand in some other way. Next to him, on the left, lies a small woman, thought to have been and known as the nun. But the true story here is the coffin set apart from the others and belonging to an 800-year-old mummy called the Crusader. Though it may be apocryphal, it is believed that he was a soldier who either died in the Crusades or returned and died shortly thereafter. This assumes that these were the Fourth Crusaders, the only ones that match with a date of 800 years old. Curiously, the Fourth Crusades turned into a kind of piratical free-for-all, ending in the sacking of Constantinople without the permission of the church. The Crusader was quite tall for the time, 6.5 feet tall, a giant back then, and his legs had been broken and folded up under him to fit him into the small coffin. His hands stretched out of the casket slightly, and visitors were once encouraged to give it a shake.
Oh my God. What in the world?
The crypt also holds the coffin of the Shear brothers, who were executed by the British, and as was discovered recently, drawn and quartered as well. For the rising of 1798, as well as mathematician William Rowan Hamilton, the many earls of Kenmare, and supposedly, though others claim him too, the remains of Robert Emmet, the Irish rebel killed by the British in 1803. The crypt is said to have been visited by a young Bram Stoker, inspiring a certain morbid streak that would later serve quite well for the author. And updated as of July 2023, the church is no longer open to visitors.
Oh man, we just missed it. Oh wait, hold on. And then, it reopened in September though.
Yeah, update as of September 2023.
Good, we just made it.
The church has reopened for visitors, but is restricted to Tuesdays and Thursdays with limited hours. Call before attempting to visit.
That's because they're refilling it Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Are we still allowed to shake the mummy's hand.
The dead guy's hand, right? They're like, we're putting new dead guys in, and this just in, we're updating. We're updating.
We're refurbishing.
Oh my
We're
god.
bringing in new stock.
That's when you get to choose which side you would like to go in. You go in on the left or you go in on the right. You go in on the left, you don't come out though.
Yeah, but how are they getting the bodies?
Right.
This is Ireland. I mean,
Just what do you have to do the other days of the week? You know you're restocking. Come on now.
yeah.
That's probably good for it
It's
too.
like-
I mean, that's a good cover anyway.
I hope Rapid doesn't. Oh wait, Rapid's Scottish. Never mind. Don't worry about it. I was ready to say, hope Rapid's not listening to this, but he's
I
Scottish.
caught him Rapid and Retro. Is it the same?
No,
Is Retro
Retro.
game?
Retro is Retro Cheats. Now, Rapid is Rapid Glitch.
And then he does Retro Gaming though.
Yeah, he does retro gaming.
That's what had me thrown because he uses the name Retro in his for his channel and stuff. And then and so but his name is Rapid, so I kept calling him, like, I know his name is Rapid. That's why nostalgia was easier for me, because I remember us discussing how it used to be nostalgia, and then you got used to it, and then as soon as you got used to it, he turned it to Rapid, and then so that's why you were calling it nostalgia.
See these caskets?
Yeah, no, they look at how fancy they are. They look like Jack in the Boxes. Or if you ever been to a magician show,
Yeah, these weren't peasants. These definitely weren't peasants.
But even rich people now, they don't put that much detail and attention to a casket.
Well,
It might be expensive.
Rich people back then did. I mean,
Yeah.
you got to remember, it was all about show back then.
True.
I mean, they hired people to cry at their weddings or their funerals.
Oh man, hold up a sign. Cry now. Used to cry. Oh, this is the
Yeah, this is the passageway.
This whole bottom jaw is just like this new bottom.
This would be there's the 3 caskets right there. See that?
Yeah, which one is the one who's supposed to be?
The one on the right is freaking the unknown. That would probably be this one. And then there's the nun.
Oh.
And wait, no.
The thief is in the middle and the nut on the other side.
Yeah, the thief is in the middle. And right there you can see his hand is gone.
And then the little one,
that would probably be the big guy who had to have his legs chopped up or folded up to be put in there. What do you think about that? You think somebody should do that to another person if they're too tall? Just break their legs.
No, I don't really think that'd go well. It's probably some type of feeling of inferior, especially if the person was still alive. It's like, oh, are you jealous that you're not that tall? Poor little baby.
No, we're not talking about when they're alive, man.
No, just get a shoehorn, get a casket horn. I imagine like how there's a shoehorn and stuff, even though most people don't use shoehorns to stretch shoes. I do still, but you could get a casket horn. Do they not custom size caskets now? They do custom sizes now. What is that, a fish? No.
That's the entrance way.
See, that looks like the old school basements. I used to have to go out, and my grandma used to have that like attached to her house like that. That's how you go outside to get it. That's how you go in her basement. But see, this isn't making sense, because you said one of the guys had their legs folded, but what about the nun? I thought there's a little body that was the nun, there was a thief, and then there was the unknown lady. So I don't.
This is a closer one and a better shot of it. So, like right here, you can see this guy's got really long legs, but this one.
Look at the hand. You can see the hand is right there.
Yeah. Now he's the one that I guess shook your hand, wasn't he?
I thought hair continued to grow as time down. I thought people could really long hair and really long fingernails.
You're putting your finger over the phone again.
Oh, I said they don't get really long hair and really long fingernails. I thought hair keeps growing and so do fingernails. That's not true?
Well, you got to remember how many hundreds of years.
Oh,
he's supposed to be like 800 years dead. I mean,
Yeah, eventually. Eventually, that makes sense. That makes sense then.
That hair is gonna go
I wonder why
away.
they don't use dead people's. Oh, because you're not allowed to dig them up. Must they use their hair for wigs and stuff as opposed to like horses and everything?
Uh-huh. You imagine the people who use hair club for men today, man, when they die. They're gonna have like hair growing in their caskets and stuff. So crazy.
Well, with hair plugs? With hair plugs, the hair grows. Does hair grow back like through a plug? And so they put plugs of hair inside the head, and then hair grows from those plugs. Or is it gonna have to stay the same size? Like that hair never grows a different size. Once you get it plugged, that's the size hair you have, and you get the rest of your hair cut, but not the plug. Or do hair plugs grow too?
Yeah, but you hear the implications I'm saying about the freaking hair club for men where it grows from their skull naturally?
I thought that it was something different. I thought hair club for men. Oh, Rogaine, like Rogaine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now think about
They
this.
have that for women too.
Think about this. Archaeologists are gonna freaking dig these guys up like 2,000 years from now, and all they're gonna find is a big freaking hairball. You know what I'm saying? It's like the only thing that's gonna survive is their hair.
That'll be wild. I wonder if that's true. I wish you could. Well, see, you never be able to know. So, okay, how come archaeologists are allowed to dig up stuff like this and find stuff like this, or even just other places? But like, if they were to go to a cemetery, they're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to dig up dead people. Like, it's illegal. We know that part. So, how come there's some permissions granted to be able to dig up dead people?
There's some places that don't do it. Like, there's Indian tribes out in the West that still refuse to allow archaeologists to go in and excavate because they say it disrespects their ancestors.
Yeah. That's what I thought that was the overall consensus. Oh, look how pretty.
Yeah.
The one in the middle. Let me take a picture. This is so pretty, especially that one in the middle. I want to have all of them, but then I'll just zoom them in so I can have them separate.
Atlas Obscura user.
But they both said that. All of those, see, Atlas Obscura, all of that says that. Wonder what these says. Oh, these are the Shears, the brothers, right?
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
That's what this says, the Shears. I went to school with a guy named Brian Shears. I wonder if he was his reincarnate.
Death Mask. Theobald Wolf Tone.
But why? Why is it a death mask? What is
death masks were popular. They used them a lot, and they used them for like thousands of years. I don't think they stopped using them until maybe like 200 years ago.
For what though? What do you do with it?
You put you put these masks on people's faces when you bury them.
Come on.
It was common. If you had the money to do it, that was like you were cream of the crop, man. You had the money, and it showed power because you were being buried with that face mask on. So
I just think it's funny that even in death, they attempt to show power. Like how many? How many people are really gonna go down there to see you? Like type thing. I don't know. It's just interesting. Interesting mindset.
Yeah. See that? Got two skulls.
What is that? Oh, that's the same. That's just a different version of what we saw with the three bodies, or is it a different one too?
And then the two skulls are sitting over here on the side. See right there?
Oh, yeah, that is the same one. That's not the same picture. That one was a different one.
Yeah, it's from a different angle. See right here?
Yeah, but this one's like a curve. The other one's on a straight. And look at that ledge at the top, and then, you know what I mean? There's no ledge over here. There's no anything under.
Yeah, that's actually nice wood too on the casket. Or they're on a casket.
Casket.
And this one.
So how that casket's closed and these ones are open? Yeah, this is on the bottom. It looks like that's on a wood ledge or something like that.
Yeah.
And they said they don't know. Like, I just imagine if it was methane gas, would it not burn? Like, isn't it a possibility to catch on fire? When someone goes down there and smokes a cigarette, would the whole thing not blow up? I just don't imagine it being on methane gas.
Now see right here. This is another picture of the first two. So
you're right. They weren't the same ones. This is better lighting.
And I wonder what makes skulls look different. Like, what would make a darker skull versus a lighter skull? And then look, are there any difference in the bone structure? There is, because look at his nose, look at his nose, look at their eyes, look at their eyes. So you would think skulls would have basically common structure and be more similar than different. Head shape's completely different. His head is more of a helmet shape. His more of a wider shape. And then where the ears would go, this one on the right hardly has any. This one on the left, you can see where the ear indentations are, and like it's just different. Like they're different. You would think a skull would be like way more similar, and not very many differences.
Now this one, this one could have more wear and tear on it too. Like you can see over here, this has a certain amount of darkness, but
yeah,
like
it's still white.
It's still got that whitish.
Like fresh, yeah, fresher, yeah. So maybe that's but see, then if that's the case, then are we still adding bodies? Why would one be different than the other if this is not all in a certain amount of time for, you know what I mean? We're no longer putting the bodies here. So why would it not be similar decay?
Now, you got to realize too, when it was actually going on, I'm pretty sure they were probably adding bodies in, And if you remember, well, like the article itself starts out that it was for Vikings, but then it started going down into other subjects, and they never mentioned the Vikings again, So
I wonder what they did with the bones. See here, there's only the skulls. So what do you think they did with the bones? Do you think these are the bones? They look like coal. There's no bones. At least with the catacombs, you've seen the bones behind it, and it was all there too.
Some of them's got these right here, but
you got their whole body. Wow, that looks so human still. Look, you can see their whole face structure. Look, that doesn't even look like a skull. See, that makes me think that one's fake. It doesn't look like a skull.
No, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. We hit them all. Now, you wanna read this one?
Okay, you just have to put it up.
Let me put it on the Jitsi chat. There it is. And I'll switch it on the.
That's the same one you just. That's the same one you just did. Oh no, that's a different one. We're reading about the same church though.
Yeah, it's the same church. It's just a wiki.
But you don't want to read about any of the other ones?
Well, yeah, we're gonna read them. Heck yeah, we are. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. And we can get through them at a later date. We don't have to freaking go through all of these. Okay.
But wasn't the one we just looking at Saint Micah's too? Saint Micah's.
That was a article.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So we're going to see the exact facts.
We're going to go get the facts from Wikipedia.
It looks like it says Macon. Wait, is the facts? Yeah, right. Okay, Macon, because it's Maikon. So St. Macon is a Church of Ireland. Church located in Church Street, Dublin, Ireland. The first Christian chapel on this site dated from 1095 and operated as a Catholic church until the Reformation. The current church dates from 1686 and has served Church of Ireland parishioners in Dublin for more than 300 years. The church is known for its vaults, which contain a number of mummified remains. Built on the site of an early Norse chapel from 1095, the current structure dates largely from a reconstruction undertaken under William Robinson in 1686, but is still the only parish church on the north side of the Liffey surviving from a Viking foundation. Liffey, I think it's Liffey. Yeah, Liffey. So it's like Liffey, but it could be Liffey, but it wouldn't be because of the two F's, so it would be the I. So anyway, while the exterior of the church may be modest, the interior boasts some fine woodwork and an organ dated 1724, on which Handel is said to have composed his Messiah. I like classical music. The vaults of St. makings uniquely contain many mummified remains. The wall and the vaults contain limestone, which has kept the air dry, creating ideal conditions for preservation. Among the preserved remains are the 400-year-old body of a nun, a 6.5-foot man popularly believed to have been a crusader, a body with its feet and right hand severed, and the Sherrod brothers, Henry and John, who took part in the 1798 rebellion. The various holders of the title Earl of Leitrim were also interred here. Damage. A number of crypts in St. Macon's vaults were damaged by vandals in 1996, and again in early 2019. Following the 2019 incident,
Arch,
Archdeacon David
Archdeacon.
Okay. Archdeacon David Pierrepoint told the media that several mummified remains were desecrated by vandals, including the remains of a 400-year-old nun and the decapitation of the 800-year-old crusader. Access. The church vaults are open to tours on Saturdays and seasonally on some weekdays, receiving approximately 27,000 visitors in 2018. Following the vandalism event in early 2019, these tours were temporarily canceled, recommencing by early July 2019.
Yeah.
Oregon, keep going or no?
I'll go ahead. Yeah.
The Oregon. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, you might as well.
Okay. The Oregon built yeah. The Oregon built circa, or is it Kiruka? No, it's circa 1940 by Evans and Barr of Belfast. Is housed within the 18th century Oregon case constructed by John Baptiste Cuvier between 1723 to 1725. The three-manual pneumatic console employs modern compass and playing dimensions, yet has been squeezed into the space originally occupied by much narrower keyboards. The swell division features a slider soundboard with separate pneumatic underaction. The great and choir divisions are served by sliderless dental chests. Stop action is pneumatic throughout. In front of the gallery is the organ trophy, a carved wooden piece which depicts 17 musical instruments and was installed in 1724. It is widely considered the George Frederick Handel practiced in advance in advance of the first performance of Messiah on this organ. Then it shows the map, clergy, gallery reference. So yeah.
The John Baptiste, he was named after a famous person, or he's the one I was thinking of. John Baptiste.
John Baptiste Cuvier, Q Valley.
That really sticks out. And they didn't do a citation for him either.
It has a number 12. Let me see what 12 says. Just go back.
St. Michael's Church, Oregon.
Yeah.
You'd think they'd do a citation on him too.
Well, I'm searching him now. Look up. Let's see what it says. Marquis of Torcy. Let's see. John Baptiste. And then see that's somebody different because it says John Baptiste Colbert, Marquis of Torcy.
Marquis is the one I'm thinking of.
1665 to 1746.
Yeah.
And generally, okay, hold on. So is that the same?
No.
See, this one it says was constructed by 1723 to 1723. It's possible. And so, and generally called Colbert de Torcy, was a French diplomat who negotiated some of the most, he was French though, of the most important treaties towards the end of Louis this number reign. Okie dokie.
Yeah, I know about him.
It's different. He's different than.
That's who I was thinking of, but this guy, his name was John Baptiste, that stuck out to me.
Yeah, but see, it's spelled different. His is Jean, not John's. His is Jean, and the other one is John. So that's John and Jean, but Jean is Jean, but it's not the same.
But did you catch, like, if we didn't read the Wikipedia, we wouldn't have known what the vandalism was?
Yeah, why it closed it. We would have just saw that it closed and reopened. So the reason why was because people were tearing it up.
They even specifically said in here which ones it was. It was the guy that we were talking about that was freaking
So that was the middle one.
He was the guy that had to have his legs freaking bent upwards, and he was. They thought of him as the freaking
Either he was a thief or a crusader. Yeah, so they were saying here that
the crusader and the nun. Now the thief didn't get vandalized. It was the nun and the crusader.
But see, this is what I'm saying. It sounds like I think I had it mistaken because it said on there that either the guy was either a crusader or he was a thief. It started with him thought to be a thief, and that's why his hand was severed. But then it went on to say that it was also possible he was a crusader, and this one correlates with him being a crusader. So it's the same person, the thief and the crusader, but it's the one that's in the middle, and that's why his hand is missing, because they said he could have been a crusader who lost his limbs, but they thought that it possibly could have been a thief, and that he was he had his hands cut off.
So we got that one done. We've got the catacombs done. Now we can go into Sedlick Ossuary if you want to. We've been on for an hour and 22 minutes. It's up to you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We can keep going. I mean, it's cool. I did the vast majority of what I'm going to do, so it really doesn't matter. You want to read one more and then save the rest and continue next week?
Yeah,
or
we can. We can do that. We can do that.
Let me see. Did you send a link?
Not yet. Here it is now.
Okay, I'm making sure I didn't miss it.
Now, do you want to do it or you want me to?
Would you rather?
I can
I'll do it.
I know. If you want to read, you can do it. I mean, heck yeah.
I know you rather.
I love it when people read, man. This one's short though.
You're not certain tomorrow. I don't care who tells Thomas to do an interview. They're gonna read my story tomorrow.
You got your finger over the mic.
I'm doing it now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was reading like I can yeah. You should see how close I have the phone.
Okay.
The Sedlick Ossuary is a Roman Catholic chapel located beneath the Cemetery Church of All Saints, part of the former Sedlick Abbey in Sedlec, a suburb of Kutna Hora in the Czech Republic. The ossuary is estimated to contain the skeletons of between 40,000 and 70,000 people, whose bones have, in many cases, been artistically arranged to form decorations and furnishing for the chapel. The ossuary is among the most visited tourist attractions of the Czech Republic, attracting over 200,000 visitors annually. 4 bell-shaped mounds occupy the corners of the chapel. A chandelier of bones, which contains at least one of every bone in the human body, hangs from the center of the nave with garlands of skulls draping the vault. Other works include piers and monstrances flanking the altar, a coat of arms of the House of Schwarzenberg, and the signature of Francisque Rent, also executed in bones, on the wall near the entrance. Along with Sedlick Abbey and the rest of the Kutna Hora city century, the ossuary was listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1995 because of its unique Baroque architecture. In 1278, Henry, the abbot of the Cistercian the abbot of the Cistercian monastery in Sedlick, was sent to the Holy Land by King Ottokar II of Bohemia. He returned with a small amount of earth he had removed from Golgotha and sprinkled it over the abbey cemetery. The word of this pious act soon spread, and the cemetery in Sedlick became a desirable burial site throughout Central Europe.
In the mid 14th century, during the Black Death and after the Hussite Wars in the early 15th century, many thousands were buried in the Abbey Cemetery, so it had to be greatly enlarged. Around 1400, a Gothic church was built in the center of the cemetery with a vaulted upper level and a lower chapel to be used as an ossuary for the mass graves unearthed during construction, or simply slated for demolition to make room for new burials. After 1511, the task of exhuming skeletons and stacking their bones in the chapel was given to a half-blind monk of the order, according the legend. Between 1703 and 1710, a new entrance was constructed to support the front wall, which was leaning outward, and the upper chapel was rebuilt. This work in the Czech Baroque style was designed by Jan Santini Acciel, or Acciel, but I think it's Acciel. In 1870, František Rent, a woodcarver, was employed by the Schwarzenberg family to put the bone heaps into order, yielding a macabre result. Macabre result. Macabre. I'm just gonna do this real quick so I can see. Make cab, yeah, okay. So in the US it's a make cab. That's what I thought. I wasn't supposed to pronounce that, but in the UK it's macabre. Macabre. Result: the signature of Rent, also executed in bone, appears on the wall near the entrance to the chapel. In 1970, the 100th anniversary of Rent's contributions, Czech filmmaker Jan Smaknier was commissioned to document the ossuary. The result was a 10-minute long frantic cut film of skeletal images overdubbed with an actual tour guide's neutral voice narration. This version was initially banned by the Czech communist authorities for alleged subversion, and the soundtrack was replaced by a brief spoken introduction and a jazz arrangement by Zdeněk Lissier.
Your hands.
My finger. Because it makes it easier to hold it. Comment dessiner le portrait d'une initial. How to draw a portrait of a bird. Initial. But
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that the fact that they had to redo it is kind of weird, because it's like, okay, you can have, it's kind of like editing, how we were talking about copyright on YouTube. It's like you can have, you know what I mean, you can't have his voice, but you can have this. Since the Velvet Revolution, the original tour guide soundtrack has been made available, and the documentary Long Way Round, Ewan McGregor and Charlie Borman stopped to see this church. Dan Cruikshank also views the church in his Adventure in Architecture. The ossuary is a major plot device in the John Connolly novel The Black Angel. The ossuary is used as a location from the that's so cool. The ossuary is used as a location for the Dungeons and Dragons movie and the movie Blood and Chocolate. The ossuary was featured in Ripley's Believe It or Not and is described by Kara Seymour in the final scene of the film adaptation. The ossuary influenced Dr. Satan's, Lord of mercy. The ossuary influenced Dr. Satan's lair in the Rob Zombie film House of a Thousand Corpses. The ossuary appeared on 2 versions of The Amazing Race Australia 1 and Ha Mirat La Million 2. A photographer of the chapel's interior was also used as the cover art for the 1998 album Nightwork by Swedish progressive black metal band Diabolic Masquerade. Then it shows the pictures. Oh wow, look at this kid with the horn and the skull on his lap.
That's crazy.
Wow, the chandelier's pretty though.
Yeah, I know. I did a slideshow on there so that everybody on there could look at it. Now,
wow, it's so pretty. It's gross but pretty. I mean, those are really human bones, but
we've got these other ones that are pretty short, so we can go through them and get them done. I mean, I looked at them afterwards, and they're not really all that long. So,
did you send them?
No, I
No,
mean
send
the
it.
wiki pages.
Okay.
So that means we can actually hit them, you know what I mean? Because the Skull Chapel is the coolest out of all of them, you know what I mean? Now, do you want me to read or do you want to? I can read now. Do you want me to?
I mean, if you want to go
It's up
ahead
to
and
you.
read some, I'll take a break and I'll do the next one. Yeah, you can do
Okay.
the next one.
Okay.
Do the next one. I'll do the one after. But can you send me the link too so I can follow along still?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I just wanted to ask you before I did it. I mean, because we could have taken a break or waited, but
I like reading. It helps me. It's good for my brain. So I don't mind reading at all.
you want to read? I mean,
No, you can do this one. I'll take a break now, but I'm just saying so you know you don't ever have to worry about it. I don't
oh, that's
mind
fine.
reading.
Yeah, I don't want you overdoing it because I know freaking that stuff gets really bad with words and stuff. Here. Oh, I lost her. Let me see what's going on here. Click on the link real quick. Oh, yeah. I'd almost bet it's me who did it. Watch this. Yeah, it was me.
Did it kick you out again?
Yep, it always does. This makes the second time.
It says you joined, but maybe you're muted. I don't hear anything.
Yep, it was me. They kicked me out for it.
I thought it was mine because I just got something telling me that I gotta.
Every single time, man.
Just like
Every
that.
single time. Okay, now let me. Are you? They just
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm on the page.
I was wondering if they kicked you out. I heard a weird noise. I was like,
Yeah, it sounded. Yeah, we said we're going to keep going, and Jitty was like, "No, you're not."
yeah, we're done with your shit.
Right.
On here, just talking a bunch of crazy crap.
We just built one of these in America, and now you're revealing these old ones. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? This is where all the COVID victims go. No, I'm just joking. Kinda. That was horrible. Anyway, I'm ready.
Oh, I can't believe she said that out loud.
I know. At least it's on your channel. They're gonna tell you have to get rid of that girl. That girl's ruining you. Anyway, go ahead.
I learned tricks. You know why I don't get kicked off of YouTube or lose anything because of it? It's because I don't put the shit in the freaking headline of the freaking video. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Like, only people that know you are really going to watch it because, like, if they just based off of what you've been looking for, yeah. If we wrote what we talk about on there, that'd be different. You'll just write, like, strangeness episodes, such and such. Yeah. That's right. Right. No monitoring.
I never heard anything about our conspiracy one last week. No restrictions, no nothing. You know what I mean? And the reason why is because I didn't freaking put anything descriptive in the freaking introduction. And I'll have people just lecturing me all the time that I need to do that. I'm like, are you serious? You really want people to freaking lose your or censor your shit?
Right, which makes no sense to me because what's the point of even doing it to get censored? Like, no, save real raw and cut. These could be some haters, Josh. Sometimes I really feel like they just be hating on stuff that they should be thankful for people like us willing to bring to their knowledge the forefront stuff that they probably would be unaware of in regards.
Mm-hmm. So now let's get on to the Skull chapter or chapel. The Skull Chapel is in Polish, or Saint Bartholomew's Church. It's an ossuary chapel located in Czermna district of Kadawa-Zaraj, Poland. Built in Baroque style in the last quarter of the 18th century. The temple serves as a mass grave with thousands of skulls and skeletal remains adorning its interior walls, floor, ceiling, and foundations. The Skull Chapel is the only such monument in Poland and one of 6 in Europe. Now, history. The chapel was built in 1776 by Bohemian local parish priest Vaclav Tomasek. It is the mass grave of people who died during the 30-year war between 1618 and 1648. The 30 Years' War was actually the oldest war in history, too, by the way.
I believe it. 30 years, like, is people's lifespan in some cases. I never heard of a war longer.
3 Silesian Wars, 1740 to 1763. And
that's crazy because that's running a close second.
And people who died because of cholera epidemics. Yeah, cholera.
That's wild. Yeah, that's what Tesla had. That's crazy.
Cholera epidemics.
I love this stuff.
Plagues, syphilis, and hunger.
Not that stuff, but I was just saying, like, the correlation. Okay.
Together with sacristan J. Smith and gravedigger J. Langer, Father Tomasek, who was inspired by Capuchin Cemetery while on pilgrimage to Rome, which Capuchin Cemetery is probably one of them that you'd want to look at later on. Santa Maria del Concezione dei Cappuccini is a Roman Catholic church located via Vittorio
Veneto. 27 in north of the. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
You go ahead. Just north.
You said that you were going. You said that I wanted to look at it. So when you said that, I just clicked it. But I just clicked it. I was like, okay, so that's something to look at later, and I just clicked it.
Just north of the Piazza Barberina in Rome, Italy. It is the first Roman church dedicated to the Immaculate Conception. All right. Now, while on a pilgrimage to Rome, that's what inspired him. Collected the casualty bones. Okay, he collected the casualty bones, cleaned and put them in the chapel within 18 years. Now, this is where I come to that clean part, what I was telling you about earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so they would literally freaking clean the bones and shit. And they thought that, like, bad things would happen if they didn't do it. Now, cleaned and put them in the chapel within 18 years, from 1776 to 1794. So 6 years after, or 6 years from the time we had our Declaration of Independence and won the Revolutionary War, until 6 years or 18 years later, he was doing this. Now, in the chapel within 18 years, walls of this small Baroque church are filled with 3,000 skulls, and there are also bones of another 21,000 people interred in the basement. The skulls of people who built the chapel, including Tomasek, were placed in the center of the building and on the altar in 1804. Inside are a crucifix and 2 carvings of angels with Latin inscriptions that read, "Arise from the dead and come to judgment." A recording inside the church available in 3 languages, Polish, Czech, and German, explain the history of the chapel. After World War II ended in 1945, a group of volunteers dedicated themselves to restoring the chapel to its former glory. Their efforts paid off, and the Skull Chapel was soon successfully restored.
Their pictures are so pretty. Look at this one in the middle, the second one. Like, this looks like This doesn't even look real. This looks like it really was just decorated. But these are, wow, look at that. Oh, see, that looks like the skull and bone symbol. The with the skull at the top and how the bones cross underneath. That's probably definitely symbolic of it. The only thing that looks kind of crazy is how they have those ones thrown underneath. Those were probably the evil people, or what they considered evil. People without money. Throw those on the bottom. We'll throw those ones on the bottom. We'll put the rich ones over here like this. Okay, those poor mangy mutts. Yeah, this is nice though. Over the left behinds. This is wild because this actually looks really nice. Oh wow, this is really really nice. And separate, like they have Jesus back there. Why isn't he on the skull? Why isn't he? Doesn't he have bones? Oh, because he got resurrected. That's right. I forgot. I almost forgot. That's right. What does it say? No what? No video recording? Why not? Who? How did we get these pictures? Somebody did something illegal. It was crazy.
I would guess they don't want people coming in there with that videos.
It probably ruins the sacrosity.
You know.
And then look at this. What is this picture of the map here? Where is this? North and northwest. Yeah. Northwest.
Let me back out of this real quick. Because I noticed it didn't show the map.
Facade.
Yeah, right here. Now, that map...
Oh, it's saying no touching. It's not no cameras.
Oh, no touching.
Yeah, when I get closer, it shows no. And I guess it's touching. It's looking like they're getting ready to pick up a cigarette or they're about to touch something. Looks like they're doing a little bit of everything there. Is this a skull? No, that's not a casket that these skulls are on. It's something that's like an iron slate.
Yeah, it's an altar.
They look so nice. Like, I don't know. I just want to talk to them. I would like to go there. Look at his on top of his head. Like, I talk. I bet it's so loud in there. It'd probably be nice to be in there. I mean, I can imagine for the most part, most of them hanging out, traveling when necessary. But they go, and if they reincarnate, then it's different. But you could go here and talk to these people. I wish I could go there and talk to these people. I'd like to know what, like, just stuff that they know, especially the people. See, look at this one at the top.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm turning you. You're now all of a sudden you're.
I've been talking to dead. I've been talking to dead people long before you came in my life.
Do you remember what you first said when I said that? I was like, oh my god.
No, I'm not talking to dead people. Please, I talk to dead people every day.
A church made out of human
bones. Church made out of bones is wild. Now the whole concept is wild. But see, that one right there, for whatever I'm drawn to it. The other one was okay, but the chandelier was the only thing that caught me. Whatever this one is called Chapel, probably because of the skull and bones, which would make sense now because of what happened. But whatever, okay, I'm learning. So anyway, that church though, for whatever reason, I want to go there and talk to those people that are on that altar. Just those. There's 3 of them that I have to speak with, even though there's like 8 total, 7.
Let me give you a little observation of my own too, okay? And I've done a little research on these people. It's the Bohemians, okay? The Bohemians, there's a reason why they made the Bohemian Rhapsody, and they freaking
I can play that on the flute, by the way. Well, I don't know if I can still, but I used to. But go ahead.
And there's a reason why the Bohemians have the reputation they have, and it's because they earned their reputation. Okay, now these are like freaking Middle Ages, the Middle Age hippies. You know what I'm saying? In the Middle Ages. These people had imagination like you wouldn't believe. I mean, and their culture was just, I mean, for that time period, they were outlandish. You know what I mean? With some of the stuff they've done, and like this wouldn't be anything unusual for Bohemians in their art, their literature. Most of the old conspiracies, man, that people talk about today are because of the Bohemians. You know what I mean? Like, especially when it comes to alchemy and the freaking Sorcerer's Stone and all that stuff. And It's just like this is where most of that stuff comes from.
And it says, but what is a bohemian person? A person who is interested in artistic and unusual things, for example, art, music, or literature, and lives in an informal way that ignores the usually accepted way. So wait, am I bohemian then?
No,
You have
Czechs
to be from Czech.
are Czech people. And they're from West Slavic ethnic group, or they're a West Slavic ethnic group in a nation native to the Czech Republic in Central Europe, who share a common ancestry, culture, history, and the Czech language. Bohemians are actually, they have a tie with the Gypsies too, because like during the Middle Ages, Bohemia freaking didn't allow their people who were gypsies to be harmed. So a lot of the gypsies migrated to Bohemia because of that.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Have you ever heard the saying that says, I'm going to sell you to the gypsies?
Oh God, don't get me started on the gypsies.
Please, though, can you tell me why, what is that? Is that history or is that conspiracy or what? Because we have to go there. Because I want to know why, what does that mean?
There's a lot of gypsy conspiracy going around that claims that gypsies used to buy freaking children from people who freaking had children who didn't behave properly and stuff. So
my mom used to tell me she was going to sell me to the gypsies.
Yeah, that's where that comes from.
And then she sold.
People believed at one time that parents would sell their children to the gypsies, and they also believed the gypsies would steal children from their parents if they strayed away from them. Just crazy stuff.
No, but it might be true. Just like okay.
I don't know. You could.
I'm gonna look it up. I'll look it up. You don't have to say anymore. But I knew if anyone knew anything about that, you would. Especially once you mentioned gypsy. As soon as you said the word, my brain was like, ask him about selling kids to the gypsies. And then as soon as you said gypsies, it's like, oh, he knows of gypsies. Wait.
I actually did freaking write about the gypsies too. I got it on.
Is it online?
It's on the Praetorian for my YouTube channel.
I think I followed all your channels, so I'll probably be able to. I'll probably be able to do it. I was listening to one of your things. It's the Atatu. You know what I'm talking about? But it's not your voice. It's like someone else is reading it. Are you playing something? Is that you? And you have it? No, it is someone else. I just didn't know if you did a voice changer or something. The Atatu. I was listening to that yesterday or the day before yesterday.
The we were just talking about it, weren't we?
The Mennonites and but that was something. That was Amish. No, we weren't talking about them. The Mennonites I was talking about with the kids. It wasn't that, but
I'm thinking of the freaking Minamata.
Oh no.
Minamata.
What it is Atuta. You know what I'm saying, right? I know you know because you posted. It's like Atuta. Oh gosh.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm about to tell you because it'll be in my history, and because I know it starts with the A. It does not start with it doesn't start with the M. So just give me a second because I'm gonna look at my history. View all blah 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 blah. Da 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 da. No, classical music. No. Then that's that song.
You want to read the San Bernardino El Osa?
Yeah, just send it to me, and I'm gonna read it. I want to see what it is live for the Blender. Of course. Because I was listening to it and I wasn't asking.
text message. I was listening to your thing and I wasn't answering my text messages, and then something weird happened to what I was listening to, and it made it sound like annoying to hear where I was really into it, and then all of a sudden I couldn't listen to it. It was like making my stomach hurt, almost like it had been intercepted, and there was some type of energy being fed towards me to turn me away from listening to it just to get me to respond to stuff. And now it's not even in here that I listened to it or I watched it, and that's probably more frustrating.
Is it the Dybbuk?
No, it starts with an A. Like I see this thing where we looking at the monkey scratch strangeness episode 5 conspiracy. Then it's classical. Then it's the body cam.
Go look at the playlist.
But I don't even remember like which one it was on, because it was another voice. Like it came from your stuff. Hold on, let me see if it's on here then. I know. I'll look at my subscribers, who I subscribe to, because it came from your stuff. That's the only reason I looked at it. And then it when I looked at it, it was like it was history and stuff like that. Like, oh, was I in the wrong one? No, I was in the right one. It was like the history of hold on, let me just go to where I'm subscribed to. Blah 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 blah. Go to your channel, yeah. And then I want to see play this community. Okay, hold on, no. Channels about subscribers, 3 videos, blah 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 blah. See, and it doesn't even show me the stuff that I subscribe to. Like, should my subscriptions be right here? Okay, here it is. So maybe it was this strange. No, isn't this is gaming? Maybe it's gaming, but it's strange. It's not this, because it was from some years ago. It was from something. Roger, here's this one. It might have been this one. And no, it's not this one either.
What's it say?
It wasn't. This one, because this one you just posted stuff. This is a house party and live stream.
Oh yeah, that's my other account.
Yeah. I have like I follow all your stuff. Like no, and now all of this acts like
mine would. If you're wanting this kind of stuff, it would be on.
I found it. M2, Book of Am Tuat, the 12 album. Yeah, M2. Yeah.
M2. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was listening to.
That's a good one. Yeah.
I was really frustrated because I know that I was listening to it. It should be in my history, and it's still not in my history. It shows.
You better be careful with that, because if you pronounce the words right, bad things can happen to you.
Wait, what? Well, yeah. I'm glad I don't know how to pronounce it, man. What do you mean?
Those are incantations, and when they're read correctly, they're freaking opening gateways into the freaking world of the dead.
Oh, well, I'm probably already there. Those people don't scare me. Those are my people.
As you die and you go into the freaking underworld, that you go through gates, and when you say freaking a certain incantation, the guards of these gates will open them up so you can pass through to the next part of the Amtuat.
So like Beetlejuice.
No, Beetlejuice calls Beetlejuice out into the real world. No.
Oh, this one sends you into their world. I got you.
No, this one is after you're dead. You have to say these incantations, and like first incantation makes it to where your body can move. Okay. And then
after you've been dead.
After you've been dead. If you don't do the incantation after you die, you'll be frozen and you'll never be able to move. You'll be a frozen dead person.
Can other people do the incantations for you? So let's say I die in front of someone. Are they able to do incantations in order for me to be able to move and then perhaps later on control?
What they do is they bring offerings to where you died at, and those offerings are food for you. But you are personally responsible for memorizing all the incantations that you have to do in order to pass through the Amtuat.
Can you transfer souls? Like, is it a possibility for someone to see someone about to die, or even putting someone in a position to possibly pass on, and then be able to transfer their soul to that person, and then in exchange, because they were still alive, that person will remain alive and they will remain alive as well, because the soul went into their body, which means, that's a reincarnate, and the person that was staying. No,
You got to remember, we're talking Egyptian though.
yeah, I know, but I feel like, yeah, I know, but
We're talking Egyptian.
because it was just,
believed.
I died, and then like I did not die when I died, and like it's just complicated. But okay, let's read the other one. You said, well, that's a different story.
It's your turn.
I gotta have it. You didn't send it to me.
I know. I just
Patience. I know. I'm working on it.
You are about to receive it. Here we go. And I will do screen share real quick and get it. That's San Bernardino, I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay.
San Bernardino Al Asa.
Okay.
San Bernardino, excuse me, Al Osa is a church in Milan, northern Italy, best known for its ossuary, a small side chapel decorated with numerous human skulls and bones. In 1210, when an adjacent cemetery ran out of space, a room was built to hold bones. A church was attached in 1269, renovated in 1679. It was destroyed by a fire in 1712. A new, bigger church was then attached to the older one and dedicated to Saint Bernardino of Siena. The church's origin dates to 1145, when a hospital and a cemetery were built in front of the Basilica of Santo Stefano Maggiore. In 1210, a chamber was built to house bones from the cemetery, next to which a church was built in 1269. It was restored for the first time in 1679 by Giovanni Andrea Biffi, who modified the facade and decorated the walls of the ossuary with human skulls and tibia. What is it? What is tibia? Tibia.
I have no clue.
Look it up. Long bone of the lower leg. Oh, okay. Tibia. Long bone of the lower
tibia.
leg.
Oh,
Yeah.
The tibia. Sorry.
No, it's all good. They spelled it differently. The church was destroyed in 1712. It was replaced by a new edifice designed by Carlo Giuseppe Merlo, featuring a central plan and larger size, reflecting the increasing popularity of the ossuary. The new church, connected to the former one by an ambulatory, was dedicated to Saint Bernardino of Siena. And then the facade was completed in 1776. It's so funny that everything ended when we signed this Declaration of quote-unquote independence. Everything happened in 1776 with all of these different churches. 1776 is a focal point. And every time I hear it, the first thing I think about is them signing the Declaration of Independence. That's extremely interesting.
It is interesting, and this makes the second time.
For third, I think it's the third. The first one too. Like I said, there's a lot of these that are just 1776 is just like the year. It's wild.
A lot of them could have decided to move off to the United States to get away from oppression and stuff.
Or to do it in discretion. The interior has an octagonal plan, which would explain why there's underground passages that lead to these places. Anyway, I'm going to keep going. The interior has an octagonal plan with Baroque style decorations. The several chapels have paintings from the 16th to 18th century through 18th centuries. The ossuary's vaults was frescoed in 1695 by Sebastiano Ricci, with a triumph of souls and flying angels, while in the pendentives are portrayed the Holy Virgin, Saint Ambrose, Saint Sebastian, and Saint Bernardino of Siena. Niches and doors are decorated with bones in Rococo style. In 1738,
King John V of Portugal, which is 20, right? King
Yeah.
John of Portugal was so struck, of 20 of Portugal, was so struck by the chapel that had a very similar one built at Ever near Lisbon.
Near Lisbon.
Lisbon, yeah, Lisbon. Oh, this one's
heard
pretty at the top.
That's a lot of it.
Oh,
Like,
Sistine Chapel.
a lot of this stuff that they're showing is like really beautiful, even though they're made out of freaking skulls. I mean, that's the most amazing part about it is these are beautiful chapels.
And that's creative in itself, even though it seems a little different and strange to have bones. Yeah, just a little different
Just
to
a little
decorate your sanctuary with the
You want
bones.
me to
But I
wash
guess
your bones and freaking throw them in a pile and shit?
no. If
Just-
if you're gonna do me, you make sure you put them in a chandelier. My bones aren't going in a pile. You put me up on the chandelier for everyone to see. Oh, that's Carmen.
Yeah.
Make sure everyone
She's up there
knows.
somewhere. I
It'd
got
be the
her.
biggest lamp you've had for that head, the skull. Yeah.
Make your skull the center stone.
Yes,
centerpiece.
definitely. Put diamonds in my eyes so they shine like ting. Yeah.
All right, so
You wanted this. I'll be coming back and haunting you every single day. Every time you eat dinner, you're like, you asked for this.
now this next one, it has a poem in it. I can read it. It's short, but if you want to read it, you can do it.
Oh, go ahead.
You want me to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now this poem has got weird words and stuff, but I think that the interpretation is on the right side, so I can.
Hold on. Are you screen sharing it? Let me see.
I'm
Yeah.
getting ready to do it now. Yeah.
Okay.
And
My Ditsy still had to chat up.
I'll put the chat, or I'll put the link in the chat too if you want it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. This one is
Oh wow.
Capella de Osos.
Yeah.
And
Capella dos Osos.
it's
Chapel of Bones.
Chapel of Bones. Chapel of
Chapel of Bones. No.
Chapel
Oh, hey. I didn't mean to say it out loud. I gotta keep my thoughts to myself. Just go.
Capella dos Osos.
Capella dos Osos. No.
English Chapel of Bones is one of the best known monuments in Evora, Portugal. It is a small interior chapel located next to the entrance of the Church of Saint Francis. The chapel gets its name because the interior walls are covered and decorated with human skulls and bones.
Look at this pretty picture at the top.
Mhm.
Go ahead. I apologize. This picture is beautiful.
The Capella dos Osos was built by Franciscan friars. It is a church of bones, and an estimated 5,000 corpses were exhumed to decorate the walls of the chapel. The bones, which came from ordinary people who were buried in Evoros's medieval cemeteries, were arranged by the Franciscans in a variety of patterns. The chapel is formed by 3 spans, 18.7 meters or 61.4 foot long and 11 meters 36 foot wide. Light enters through 3 small openings on the left. Its walls and 8 pillars are decorated in carefully arranged bones and skulls held together by cement. The ceiling is made of white painted brick and is painted with death motifs. The number of skeletons of friars was calculated to be about 5,000, coming from the cemeteries that were situated inside several dozen churches. Some of these skulls have been scribbled with graffiti. 2 desiccated corpses, one of which is a child, are in glass display cases, and at the roof of chapel the phrase "Melior est die mortis die nativitas," better is the day of death than the day of birth, Ecclesiastics 7:1 from Vulgate is written. Inside the Capello des Osos, a poem about the need to reflect on one's existence hangs in an old wooden frame on one of the pillars. It is attributed to Friar Antonio de Asceo Talis, parish priest of the village of Sao Pedro, wherever the Church of St. Francis with its Capello dos Osos was erected from 1845 to 1848. And the poem is, "Where are you going in such a hurry, traveler? Pause. Do not advance your travel. You have no greater concern than this one, that which is now before your eyes. Recall how many have passed from this world. Reflect on your similar end. There is good reason to do so, if only all did the same. Ponder, you so influenced by fate, among the many concerns of the world, so little do you reflect on death. If by chance you glance at this place, stop, for the sake of your journey. The longer you pause, the further on your journey will be."
Yes, that's so true.
Padre Antonio de Asceo, translated by Father Carlos A. Martin. So,
I think it's funny that they tell you that the longer you stop, the further you go. Because everybody nowadays is like rush, grind, hustle, and they think that takes you further. But like this is like old school telling you the longer you pause, the further you go. And it's just, I got told that directly through connection to source, and it's just lit. I don't know. That's just lit. I was right.
Makes you open up.
Man, I wish people would do the same thing. This world would be so much less shocked to shit. But anyway, it is what it is, right? Save who wants to be saved and let the rest kill themselves. Homicide at that point, no longer homicide.
I think there's a desecrated baby that they were talking about. That's on
and then,
here.
Did you notice this has no year? That's what I was going to say. This place has no year. And then it talks about how these bodies were dug up just to build this. Like, they see, something's not right here. And this is as early as 2006.
It was decoration. Like, there was no freaking overwhelming amount of bodies or nothing. They just decided, hey, we got to compete.
Yeah, it just felt like digging up somebody. Hey, come on, let's just dig up some bodies and make us a church, right? Or something.
You hear what those bohemians did?
Girl, we gonna keep. We gonna have to, man. We gonna have to dig up. How many bodies you said they had? They had 2,500. Oh, we gonna get us 5,000 bodies, and then we gonna go ahead and make ours way bigger and way more extravagant. Like, people crazy.
You got that right.
It's like no need for it, no reason, no cause. It just felt like building a church.
God.
That's probably the sickest one. Wow, look at this. But look at how look at how planned architecture comes out compared to the unplanned. Now this is actually kind of dope. Like, you know, they probably had a blueprint for it and everything, and like it shows. It shows.
Do you see this picture I'm showing?
Mm-hmm, that's what I was talking about. This person in a glass case. Then you have, but look at the walls on the bottom of it. Is that marble? What is these velvet? But I mean, like, and then those are all bones in the middle.
Now that so cool. That blue might be lapis lazuli.
Oh, let me see.
is weird because people have been using lapis lazuli for a long time, and it always goes back to something spiritual. Always.
Lapis lazuli.
In the color blue, period. I mean, like the walls of Babylon weren't lapis lazuli because it's expensive, but they made it to where it looked really, really close to it. You know what I mean? So, for the longest time, people did think it was made out of lapis lazuli.
Lapis lazuli, there it is. Lapis lazuli. In ancient Egypt, lapis lazuli was a favorite stone for amulets and ornaments. Okay. I was just, wow, look how pretty it is. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh man, look how beautiful. You can buy this. Oh wow, I'm gonna get me some. They have crystals of lapis lazuli. How do I get some? I have so many crystals. I wonder if I have any in my jar.
I'm surprised
I'm
you
gonna
don't
look in my
have
jar
any.
and see if I have any. I might. I went mining at the Crayola experience, and when you mine there, they give you, like, I have some obsidian that I got from there.
I doubt they got lapis lazuli to mine. Trust me, that's like Middle East jewelry and stuff. Like you.
It's pre-packaged bags, so if they do,
okay.
you know what I mean? Yeah, they might type of thing, but I don't. I've seen it somewhere, but I haven't seen it.
You're gonna have to explain to me now. Okay, exactly what are we talking about when you made the term or said the word mine? What are you doing there?
Oh, at Crayola experience, it's like this little thing. For the kids, you do like coloring and stuff. Crayola experience, like, you know, Crayola, the color, the crowns and stuff. Well, there they have an area where you can actually mine, and you pay like $20 or whatever. They give you a bag of dirt, and they have a bunch of crystals. Like, I got some obsidian from there. I got some emerald from there. I got some moon rock. I got a bunch of my crystals from there. I ordered my labradorite online though, but I wanted to see because I have a jar full of crystals too that I just kind of threw in. Lapis lazuli, I have some of it, but it's little. It's little teeny ones. I refer to my card because you can't tell. Like, you cannot tell what they are because they're so small. But I would like a big piece. Like this one I'm looking at right here, lapis lazuli baratato crystallia arto. Like, I would like something like, it's so beautiful. Like, this one's pretty too, but this one right here is just really attractive. Look, Zafira. Oh, that's a different version. That's something. Oh, they put that's blue sapphire. Oh, that's something different. Look how pretty it is. Yeah, I gotta get me some of this.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it looks real good. I want to touch it. Just hold it in my hand and feel it because I know it's powerful. You know what I mean? Like, my fingers are just the rubbing. My fingers are going crazy. Like, give me the lapis lazuli. Give it to me now.
We're going to have to get you to read St. Mary's Church now.
It's like, bring it down a notch.
It's just, you're getting excited over lapis lazuli.
It looks so pretty. Wait, you gonna send his link?
I'm gonna send the link. Yeah, here it is. Now it's your turn. I gotta get you distracted.
Right, it's like going to a lapis lazuli trance.
Yeah. Watch him like do something else and get me to say something stupid.
Okay. The St. Mary's Church, Wamba. The Church of St. Mary at Wamba, province of Valladolid, Spain, is a medieval building dating back to the Reconquista. I know how to say that. Reconquista. Yeah, Reconquista. The eastern part of the building, Reconquista was a war, some type of age. I don't remember, but I know I heard that word before. The eastern part of the building is 10th century date, whereas the western part is 12th century. The church is of architectural interest and is being considered the World Heritage Site status along with 9 other Mozarabic sites. It is currently on a tentative list. Part of the nominating process. Okay. History. During the reign of King During the reign of King Wamba, had a royal residence and the existence of Visigothic church. There is also known remains of its decoration are the people that wrote this are just remains of its decoration are preserved in Museum of Valladolid. After the Umayyad conquest of Hispania, the area was reconquered by Christians under Alfonso III of Austria, who reigned 866 to 910. It seemed that with the subsequent repopulation, Wamba's then existing church was rebuilt. The oldest part of the current church is dated to the 10th century. There are documentary records of a monastery in Wamba at this time of which the church is assumed to have been part. It was perhaps the first Mozarabic church in the area. Architecture. It has been suggested that Wamba was repopulated by people coming from the north, and that for this reason the architecture is closer to the Visigothic and Austrian influences than other buildings in the region, such as the Church of San Ciprian da Mazzotte, a village which was repopulated by Christians who came from Al Andalus. Burials. Queen Urraca. Queen Urraca, yeah, Urraca of Portugal became a nun after the amulet of her marriage and was buried in the church. And annulment, excuse me. Queen Urraca of Portugal became a nun after the annulment of her marriage and was buried in the church. There is an ossuary, and then it goes on to the gallery. Oh, this one at the top looks nice.
Yeah, I looked at the gallery, and
these don't look like bones, though.
I showed the pictures of the. They don't have very many pictures for this one.
It's only 2, and then the one at the top, it does not even look like bones. And how do we know that this second one has anything to do? This could have just been a picture from someone else's.
We're gonna have to get a robot to go down there. He's gonna have to go to Portugal for us.
So we could get pictures.
Tell him we got him a freaking assignment, and he's got to pay us back for not showing up for that conspiracy.
The COVID,
right,
for the COVID one.
He's gonna have to pay us back, and then when he says, "Sure, why not? What do you want me to do?" We're gonna say, "You need to go to Portugal."
This one's in Spain. No, Spain.
Oh, is it?
It's in Spain. Yeah, Valladolid, Spain. You're gonna have to go to Spain.
Then we're
go ahead and get us some real pictures.
You're gonna have to go to Spain and go to the freaking St. Mary's in Wamba. And he'll be like, "Yes, sir."
He'll do it. He'll do it. Just he'll like, I'll just have my man. I could only imagine tripping, going there because he'll be doing his trips and stuff. Imagine going there tripping and like a whole bunch of skulls just surrounding you. That'd be wild.
I forgot to screen share all that. I should probably do that now before we do it. And you need to keep talking to occupy me while I go through there and like tell me cool stuff like about the lapis lazuli and stuff like that. So
after well, for this one, there's no more stuff. We already done it. Mozarabic buildings in the Iberian Peninsula, and Alorza.
I'll go ahead and share the pictures, but I mean, for me, honestly, I don't see nothing interesting.
There's nothing really to share at all. No, the interior kind of looks nice, but then when you zoom in, it's just like, oh wow, there's no bones here or anything. This is just a regular church. Like, nice.
When we started this, though, remember I had to point out that this one was the freaking the one that was registered as the Dark Ages Osira or something like that, the Middle Ages.
Yeah, you called it something different. I said something. Where are my notes at? And I got comfortable laying down on the couch, and I had my notes
on that list. But then, they didn't even mention the Mozo. Now
Bozo? Like the clown?
No? Are you talking about the medieval ossuary? That's this
Yeah,
one?
that
Yeah, the
was the
medieval
one.
ossuary. But see, this picture that I have is a little different. And Wamba, Spain displays their bones in largely organized piles. See, it says, unlike some of the other bone churches, the medieval ossuary in Wamba, Spain display their bones in large organized piles. The main reason why the church simply stacked the bones was because of the lack of space remaining in the cemetery. The medical ossuary in Wamba is in the church of Santa Maria and contains the bones from the villagers who inhabited the village between the 12th and 18th centuries. There is a message over the entrance to the ossuary that reads, as you see yourself, I saw myself too. As you see me, you will see yourself. Everything ends in this. Think about it and you won't fall into sin.
That's cool. So we got freaking 2 poems that we put on here. We're cool as hell, dude. You know
Yeah, I
that?
love our streams. We got, yeah.
I mean, we're even sharing art and freaking, everything, dude. How can you outdo freaking this stuff? And this is on a video about strange stuff, man. It's pretty cool.
It is deep.
So we have come to the last of our stuff. So what? How much time? Oh, it took 2 hours and 21 minutes. We got this done. I didn't think it took 21 minutes though. That really
Yep, it
surprises
doesn't
me.
feel like it. I just looked at the time too and was like, wow, it's 8:30 already. Like, it doesn't feel like it. Like,
No.
we've been here. Yeah, I don't know if it's interesting. It makes time go by fast.
It's pretty cool. So, do you have anything to say about the stuff that we just did and we went through? Any
No,
closing
nothing.
statement?
I mean, besides it being pretty cool to learn about and interesting to be able to see, like, I'm sure it'd be better to see it up close and personal. But I just, like I said, the fact that stuff like this even exists fascinates me because I would never look at a person and be like, when you die, you'll make a good chandelier. So it's like, I don't know.
So,
It's just interesting.
I'll tell you what, one thing that we did bring up in this that I'll do at some point is we'll go through the burial rituals from history, and we can cover that because there's a lot of fascinating things that you'll find out about the Welsh and the people in England and Ireland and all that, and their pagan roots, and how they used to bury their dead in mounds, stuff like that. And then the Welsh in Europe, period, they had the mounds all over Europe, being honest, all the way to Russia. So, and I think they even have them in Mongolia. Don't quote me on that, but they might have them. So,
History?
your fingers on the.
Oh, I said, couldn't that be history? That's like history.
Yeah, that's history.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
If there's nothing else, I guess we can end this and tell everybody goodbye and thank you for your time if you actually took time to watch it.
Yeah, thank you so much for listening and tuning in if you tuned in. And yeah, see us tomorrow for storytelling.
Thanks for being here too, Karma. I'm glad that we were able to do it. And I will end the stream now. All right?
Oh, yep, see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Be safe.
You too. Never mind. I'll just do that. Hello, everybody. Man, welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Today, I am going to do a Blender walkthrough. We will have another episode of the Tech Talk soon, but we had to postpone it for scheduling purposes, so that will come back later. Right now I am going to go further with my Blender tutorial, which I think is just as important. I finally figured out how to put the videos on Jitsi, so even though we're going to have to keep the volume down on it because my voice